And then once that's good, we will jump right in. So today we're going to be checking out some more Project Zomboid. We've got our run that we're currently doing where we started in Valley Station. It is not 16 times pop like I typically do. That is kind of like my go-to is usually like 16 times pop, the sweaty tryhard. And the situation that we kind of ran into with that is they've done a massive update on the map in Project Zomboid, and it's like 16 times pop, you do not see much of the map. Like, that is genuinely just the nature of that run, because to get into any city is like a huge slog to like do everything, and I like that grind. But I've also been finding the amount of effort that goes into crafting the weapons, which I think is good to have those systems versus how long those weapons last. It has really kind of robbed me of the joy of 16 times pop, because I spend just such an astronomical time just staring at bars filling up above my character's head as I'm making a bajillion weapons. And so it's kind of put me in a worse place than Build 41 in regards to enjoyment of the game, because the populations I want to play with versus the time spent actually doing stuff related to those zombies is very, very heavily sided towards all the kind of the chore side of things, the maintaining side of things. I forgot I had to duck off of here like middle of the day. Usually I like to wrap up a day. You think Riverside's a new OP spawn spot? I'm imagining if you're outside of 16 times pop, even things like the a lot of places that people generally poo-poo on usually ended up being pretty solid. Like, there wasn't that many spots I'd be like, that's a really rough spawn spot. What am I going to do with that? A question regarding RimWorld, if you may. Have you ever done the all endings run? I haven't gotten a all endings completed. I've gotten down to where I had one ending left. My big problem usually runs into I don't really enjoy the royalty content. And royalty, or was it the Ship to the Stars that was the one that could bork? I think it was Ship to the Stars that if you borked that was it. It would never happen again. Or no, I think we ran into that with royalty as well, where we failed a royalty one because the Stellarch or whatever threw a fit. I think the Stellarch social fought with one of my other people, and then because I harmed him, that they just left and it was considered a fail. And then we tried to get to come back and it just didn't for a very long time. It was like, okay, well, this is dumb. So I've pursued it before, but I have run into where like little things got in the way of completing it. So I haven't fully seen an all endings through from start to finish. To be fair, if you're not cheesing the game, and I don't enjoy cheesing games like doing like killbox shenanigans or min-maxing, if you're not cheesing an all endings run, it is a very, very slow thing. Was I back because of weapons? Where? I hear a zombie. Like, I see that one. Oh! That's an interesting situation. So these zombies are inside the tree. Like, physically trapped in the model of the tree. So I can't hit them and they can't get out of the tree. More than likely when we walk away for a while to recover. Yes, I remember now. I think we were out of weapons. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. So we're out of weapons and that's what we're dealing with. But yeah. I wouldn't be against giving the 16 times, or not 16 times pop, the all endings run another go. It's just kind of the difficulty, as I mentioned before, is I don't enjoy doing the cheesing thing. So like getting, for example, putting the field hands on your people and then just going to a jungle map and then blasting it through to Arco Nexus, that one doesn't bother me quite as much. But yeah, there's that. it's kind of tough to stay interested in a run that is that long. Very genuinely, I find the early to mid game of RimWorld very enjoyable. But once you start getting to the late game where you're bioteched out, you've got like yourself, coagulating blood. Like it's fun to pursue that, but once you get there, it really does kind of lose a lot of its enjoyment. And so that's kind of the trick there is, in a lot of ways, I find RimWorld, the runs only stay interesting so long. It's one of the reasons I like to do a lot of challenges that instead of focusing on like rolling all the credits or all that kind of stuff, I tend to be more into challenges that make the game slow. Hence the random research, the semi-random research, almost always choosing tribal, sometimes stacking tribal with the ritualist thing to make this research even slower, because it makes the getting to that end game way slower, so I could have more stuff happen before we get there. And to a certain degree, that's also true in like Project Zomboid as well. Then in a lot of ways, Project Zomboid, once you start getting your stats stacked and you've got your critical stuff you've been looking for sorted, you kind of hit that point where you've just got so, like, there's just not a thing to pursue. It's just kill zombies, because what else the hell are you going to do with your time? Oh, right, the heavy-duty brake. I forgot about that. We'll probably just use the cabbage right away. Alright. So I can sharpen this. Yep, now we've gotten to the point where I'm having to craft weapons. And that's where we left off at the end of last stream. So I'm going to need to work on a bunch of that. That's going to be kind of more and more of a problem. Alright. And if we wanted to make stuff like you... Alright, so I'm short on tree branches. So if we watch the ground, you can find tree branches both by foraging, and then you can actually look, it'll be like an actual graphic on the ground. If you see the graphic, you can pick up the tree branches directly without using the formal foraging mechanic. I'm trying to remember if bushes gave you stuff. Twigs. Okay, that doesn't help. Don't worry about the wild berries. I've got enough food to bury myself alive in. That's a full-blown log. That'll be useful later, but not yet. Okay, there's a tree branch. And you can switch your priority to be like, I want to find wood. But generally speaking, my approach to this has pretty much always been just leave it kind of broadly scoped. because you never know when you're going to find, like, some important magazine or, you know, just straight up find a weapon. But if I keep it scoped down to just wood, it heavily penalizes your ability to find anything that isn't that thing. Yes, I believe later on we'll be able to mine those. If we can get to the point of making axes, then I could chop down the trees and I won't have to forage to try and find sticks. Hey, Eldritch. Or, Eldritch. Elder Druid for the 110 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. It's good to have you around. Okay. Would have been nice to find more than just one branch. Okay. So I got a bunch of sticks out of there. Well, not a bunch of sticks. I got a bunch of stones out of there. Yeah, we already grabbed that. Well, looked at that. I shouldn't say grabbed it. Okay, and eventually we'll want to break up large stones and logs and yada yada. I'll probably end up needing to push towards, like, carving short bats and all that. But we're gonna have to make do with whatever we can find for the time being. Okay. Is there a large branch? Did you find a hiker zombie? No, I didn't find the survivor zombie. That was, it was in the closet in someone's bedroom. You'll generally find the, like, wardrobes in bedrooms have a pretty good chance of having a backpack. Most of the time you'll get, like, duffel bags and such. But every once in a while you'll find a hiking backpack. Usually not much bigger than a hiking backpack. While it is technically possible to find bigger, it's pretty rare. Alright, so let's create a salad. We'll get some bacon strips in here. Put some chicken nuggets in there. Put some wild cabbage in there. Put some lettuce in there. Add a little onion to it. Walk close to the fridge so you got more options. We'll put a little pepper on it. Little tomato paste. Little salt. Little oil. Add the vinegar. And some pickles. And that's a honkin' good salad. Okay, so let's see what we got for our choices now. I've only got one stick. So if we get choice of an axe, let's make the axe. Attach that to our back. Right now, I'm just going to chuck the plunger on the ground. They've got an axe for a moment. To sharpen the kitchen knife. So the really big trees, well, I would love to cut those down. Most likely we would break the axe before we get the tree down. So what you're going to do here, we cut down this medium tree. I should be able to potentially get that taken care of. What we're hoping for is a couple of branches. Alright, don't break. Tree first. Don't you break. Get through the tree. Okay. So good news, we did actually get to the tree. I was a little worried there when I saw it get worn. That's 5 tree branches and a sapling. To be fair, it is an axe that I put together from a stick, some torn shirt, and stuff like that. So not exactly a significant axe. It's a piece of flint on a stick with some stuff there. So the fact that it can get through a tree at all. I set the UI to be much larger. That way people watching on tablets, mobile devices, televisions, and all that kind of stuff can actually see. And plus, if you go back to Build 41, you try and look at those Moodles, dear God, were those things small in Build 41. But yeah, no, actually we're at a fairly high resolution, so I had to like really crank a lot of those settings up just to make it visible. Otherwise the icons are so small. Okay, so I can sit, craft. Alright. So let's create one hammer. Don't use the twine, use the rags. You assuming there's seasons in this? So in Build 41, you had the distinct winter and not winter. That would start, I believe it was November 1st to March 1st. Now it's not quite as strict on the season so much as it goes up and down in temperature. But there isn't like, it isn't like you get to a month that there's like, you know, boo-doo-doo-doo, little flowers go on the top. It's like, you're in the spring or anything like that. Nothing nearly as formalized. Instead, it's just like with fishing, once it's below a certain temperature, you get a penalty to your fishing. You know, once it's above a certain temperature, you get a penalty, you know, the penalty goes away. I was more concerned about winter. Yeah, there's winter. Keep in mind, while the game definitely has snow and all that, Kentucky doesn't get a ton of snow in every given year. Like, kind of in the late winter, you'll get a little bit of snow here and there. But it's not a state that tends to have, like, snow on the ground for any meaningful length of time. There we go. And the rest of you I'm going to make into axes, because if I do that, then I'll be able to have a bunch of axes. And with that, I can cut down trees. And being able to cut down trees does mean I'll be able to get more supplies to do more of this. You get the idea. And our lettuce is going stale, so let's finish off. Yeah, a lot of our stuff is starting to go stale. Let's go ahead and use up our stale lettuce. Get our stale bacon bits. Add some onion on there. Chicken nuggets. I'm just going to go ahead and slam that thing right away, even though we're not super hungry. Because stale food does me no good. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, you eat a lot of cursed stuff in Product Zomboid. Every once in a while, you're like, you know what? That's just a legit meal we're making there. Okay, so let's go to the freezer. Do we have anything starting to go stale in our freezer? Got so much in here. You don't actually need to be in the freezer, so you get out of there. Same for you. Okay. I have no idea which stuff is going to go bad first, really. I probably have a bunch of bacon. I do have a bunch of bacon. We'll grab the not stale bacon strips. And we'll grab one of the chicken legs. Add that to our recipes for a bit. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can craft while we're standing here. So we can assemble the hammer. That's good. Because we couldn't do that before because I didn't have another hammer to put my hammer together. I had what I needed to make a hammer so far as materials, but not the tools. So now we got a fairly good claw hammer. Okay. I'll go ahead and make an awl. I don't think I need one, but right now that'll be something I can use to work on our napping. Chuck that in the box. Yeah, we got big stacks of rags and all that. We'll go ahead and sharpen another one of our knives real fast. Okay. Not quite ready to sleep. You know what? I don't need this comic book, but I'm gonna read it anyways. We could drop it on one of these zombie bodies. Because basically, I don't want my character to go to sleep before midnight, just because then I'll wake up too early. So it's just killing a little bit more time till we go to sleep. And the reason I'm saying wake up too early is we'll wake up in the dark, which will, penalize my foraging and make it a little bit easier for me to get caught by surprise by something I don't see. Is there a bonus for reading a comic? It just gives you happiness and recovers some boredom. Another thing which anyone cares about. Okay, so we have that sorted. Let's see. Do you know if you increase the gore setting in Sandbox, will it affect the health and blood stat, or is it just cosmetic? It's cosmetic. It just means you'll have more textures on the walls and all that from the blood splatter. Okay. Yeah, it was killing time was primarily why I was doing it, but it is a thing that when it comes to the comic books, the actual mechanic is to recover your boredom and your happiness. It's just broadly speaking, those are things that you really don't care that much about. Yeah, that was the end of the first axe. Yeah, it's just the reality is like the happiness and the sadness stuff in the game, or sorry, like the sadness and the boredom. About the only thing they do is they slow down the speed of stuff with an action bar above your head, which mostly is only a pain when you're like crafting a bunch of stuff. That can suck quite a bit, but most of the time you don't care about. Yep, no, exactly. The way I cure my happiness is we just use a bowl to make salads. Okay. We can use broken tree branches. Yeah, with carving one, we can turn broken tree branches into handles. So that's good. So hold on to the broken tree branch. Meanwhile, the broken flint, that can go away, because I can't do anything with that. Let's drop off our... Let's get our tree branches in here. So the big challenge is getting carving 1. We can sit on the ground. Alright, so let's look at our carving options. So I can carve a long stick out of a sapling. And actually, for that matter, if that's the case, let's go here, grab the sapling. Because I can carve a long stick out of saplings. And then the long stick I can make into the next thing. Because that's usually the way you kind of get your carving going, is you just kind of take one thing, make it into the next thing, to make it into the next thing, to make it into the next thing. And you get like a little bit of carving XP each and every step of the way. But once you start being able to like carve out handles and nap blades, at least I can make some weapons out of all that junk. Alright, so we're going to carve the long sticks. Yep. Drop those on the ground. So I can now assemble my spade that broke. I forgot about that. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? That gives me another weapon. And now I could carve spears out of the long stick. I don't necessarily want to do that. I could carve stakes out of that, but I really don't want to necessarily go that route. Yeah, and you can make spears out of the long sticks. I don't really want to go with the spears. I'm just really not a fan of spears. At the same time, the stakes are terrible as well. If we keep going for the saplings, I only need like level 1 carving, if I recall, to get any meaningful amount of stuff able to be made. Yeah, so carving 1 would let me start making a bunch of handles. Oh, that's the big bat. You can carve out the large branches. That's more handles, and the short bat is 7. But to get the idea is I'll be able to go through a bunch of these different handles and all that as a thing. Meanwhile, I do have a shovel and some other stuff. Actually, let's be smart about this. Let's grab the stone hammer. Yeah, I'm not going to just sit here and take apart and reassemble the same thing again and again. I do find that kind of... Well, actually, we'll leave We'll leave this hammer here. They'll grab the stone hammer. And for right now, we'll leave the crude stone axes here. I'll save those for cutting down trees, since flint will be a little bit of a pain for a while. I can put the fillet knife in there as well. Okay. Alright, so we got a couple of weapons with us. We'll go into that. And hey, Stoka, thank you so much for the 215 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. Yeah, so we got a couple of weapons. We're going to go up here. Gonna kill some zombies. Yeah. I know people had mods for, like, grinding mechanics and grinding tailoring where it wouldn't just, like, cheat it. It would just do the manual inputs again and again. And I messed with the one with mechanics a couple of times. I didn't feel too much of a need for the tailoring one, but yeah. Okay, we've got heavy rain in the afternoon tomorrow. And no indicators about water or power problems, so that's good news. So we're going to use the weapons we remade and go and bug this out a little bit. Okay. But yeah, so we're gonna end up doing a thing where we cut down some trees, get the saplings, turn them into long sticks, do that till carving 1. Once they have carving 1, we'll be able to turn the long sticks into handles and all sorts of stuff. It's just kind of one of those things of doing what we can to add as many steps in carving along the way. Because the more steps we add to the carving side of things, the more XP we get, the faster we end up leveling it. And once we start leveling to the point it can make proper handles, and then we also get some napping skill, I will be able to fairly reliably be able to make at least bad weapons, if not decent weapons. And that'll go on until we start actually getting some decent levels and stuff. At which point they'll just be able to make some perfectly normal weapons. And we're lucky, as we're going through this, it'll become less of an issue because they'll just straight up get into the next house. And then, you know, score a baseball bat or whatever. Hey, Kuik, how's it going? Alright. I didn't bring many weapons with me, so we're just doing the best we can. All right. Another level in Long Blunt, love to see that. Every level means more damage, every bit more damage means I get to take my weapon a little bit farther. It also, for those who don't know, your weapon skill also does contribute to how long a weapon lasts from a durability perspective. The behind the scenes and how durability works is every time you hit something with a weapon, it rolls a dice and says, did this weapon get damaged? And it's just the more durable weapons. Some of them will have more times they can take damage, but they also have, like, better odds of winning that roll. We're going to go ahead and have a little bit of our salad here. So we've got onion, we've got roast chicken leg, we got chicken nuggets, and we've got bacon. And just give ourselves a moment to recover. Okay. Notice this one had VHSs. Yeah, they're all entertainment VHSs. Double check, make sure the second shelf didn't have anything. Okay. Yeah, no, honestly, considering half the stuff you end up eating in Product Zomboid, where you're like, what did you eat? A whole tub of mayonnaise, straight from the bottle. Being like, yo, it's like a salad that's actually got some savory stuff going on with it. You know, a couple different ingredients. Like, you know what? I can get behind that. Hey, Joe Deere, thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright. Oh, for a moment I thought I went for the ground hit. It's like, don't. Because that's one of the things that'll get you in trouble is when you're running up trying to hit a zombie in a quick hurry, and then it goes to the ground hit, it can get pretty dicey. I got at least a couple, at least good 5 or 6 behind there. Okay. Try avoid angering too many. Yeah, it looks like there's honestly more or less a full group there. Got a little bit of stragglers from this group I've been working on here. And a couple over over there as well. Okay, so it looks like at least within seeing range of the building we should be in the clear. Okay. Alright. So what we can do here is I walk over to this window, I peer through. It appears we're in the all clear on that side. I can't tell if I'm all clear here. So I walk around to the other side. Unfortunately, those two are too close and they aggroed onto me. I just want to grab too many more because they haven't taken a break in a while, so our character's probably pushing on the edge of moderate exertion. Carving fork is useless. But the important bit was we were able to peer in this window and it looked like it was all clear. Photo book. A bunch of toys and stuff we don't care about. More stuff I don't care about. Bologna that's going stale as we speak, so we're just going to wolf that whole thing down immediately. Grab the rest of them, toss in the backpack. Perfect, that's the exact kind of thing I was hoping for. A meat cleaver, that's not a terrible weapon. A book on maintenance 2. That'll do good. Alright, let's not sit down inside that house. Not quite out of the woods yet. So let's go ahead and mark that. We've looted that building. I'll probably kill the 2 zombies that were chilling over here. Step back to the house that's one farther back. Well, that wasn't 2 zombies. That was basically a group. Thank you, trees. I'm not sure. Well, that's helpful. I do look forward to them fixing the bug where you go to turn, you lock in place and rotate. That has been a confirmed bug. As being looked at. Okay. Let's do a quick look through these. I didn't catch which all ones of these were the ones we're looking at. Alright, let's drop back to this one to rest. Because the farther back we go, the more likely we'll have still had the area clear. Not that we couldn't have a straggler get by here, that's absolutely going to be a thing that happens. But, like, if we're clearing farther and farther up and making noise over that way, we'll have a tendency to have that kind of stuff happen over there more. I also missed there's a perfectly good screwdriver right there. I looted this place, right? Yeah, it's fine. There's other stuff here I could have taken, but still. Hi.
Hi. You're playing Project Zomboid.
It happens.
Yeah. Levels.
Love. Alright. And we got ourselves a new book. So we are at maintenance Where did maintenance go? That used to be under the combat stuff. Yeah, we're at maintenance 3. This book is only good up to the end of maintenance 4, but still, even if it only gives me a tiny little bonus to my modifier, while we're sitting here, you know, waiting on muscle strain and exertion and all that anyways, why not? Give it a couple more seconds and all that just to make sure. Let's put you away. Let's go ahead and put the stone hammer away and break out the meat cleaver as my next weapon. Okay. Got our meat cleaver all sharpened up, so that way when this handle breaks, I've got a backup weapon already ready to rock and roll. Cool. Then go back up here and see if we can't get into that shed in the back. There's a bunch of zombies there. For those who missed the last time we played, it's the house we've already looted over here on the left, I believe, had a house alarm. And so it drug a bunch of zombies up this way. And I just think we're dealing with, like, the aftermath of that, of just all the zombies as they've slowly moved around a little bit here and there after the house alarm. Okay. Let's see if the head of the spade's any good. It's probably pretty worn by this point. This is the second time I've repaired it. Yeah, it's done. So we're going to go ahead and make sure it's properly recycled. Yeah, so let's go over here and clear out the zombies in this one. Yeah, there's no more loot for me here. But those are zombies that are behind us that could get us in trouble. I was say it sounded like one was coming from over that side. Okay. If we leave them alive, or dead, unalive, reanimated, you know what I mean. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is generally, if there's zombies between you and home, they should die. If there's zombies really close to home, they should die. It's kind of the way you keep the home front the safest in this game, is to keep just slaying zombies that are anywhere near where you're trying to live, or between where you're trying to live. And so on. How's your doing? You're relatively okay. Thank you, TK, for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. But it's just the thing with the respawns not turned on, you know, just killing the local zombies is usually the winning strategy. It's very rare you have a genuine pressure that's like, you have to move. Okay. Okay. Gotta resharpen my meat cleaver. Cool. I know there's more way back there. I don't think I want to try and pursue them out into the trees quite yet. I see this is a thing that we're going to run around and make noise, and I'll probably take care of that on its own. There's a basement on this building. I hear you. I'd say I heard one right there and I didn't see it. Which is why I wasn't really willing to go in the building more in a step. It's like someone's close enough to hear me and sneak up behind me. I went far with that. A hunting knife, love to see it. Alright. So we're gonna not mark that as looted. Shotgun and rifles. So what I'll probably do is I'll wait till we're getting close to the next helicopter. And then once the next helicopter's on its way, we'll go and grab that. Because that's when it's going to be loud anyways. So making a bunch of noise then. It's not too big a deal. You had a plan, I saw it. The way I could have done this safer is either A, made a bunch of noise upstairs, which is probably the safest way. B, turned on the light switch and backed up the stairs a couple of steps. The light switches, when you turn them on and off, they do kind of have a mechanic, the equivalent of like... It's not as loud as a yell, but it kind of plays a silent sound that the zombies can hear, but you as the player don't. It's not quite as loud as a yell, but it's louder than when you do like the whole you crouch and kind of at people. So it is a thing that does draw zombies in, and that's not just like basement, that's just light switches in general. So the reality is zombies don't get drawn by the light itself. So like if you're running around in a lit up room, the zombies won't like just come to the light. Does opening doors make noise too? I believe so. I'm not 100% on that one. It's kind of hard to tell because the way a lot of noise works in Project Zomboid is it kind of rolls a dice when you make noise and says, does the zombie hear it? And you'll win a lot of those rolls where the zombie won't hear you making noise. But it is those things that, like, there was that really big performance hang that comes with zombies becoming crawlers. A bug since Build 41 wasn't even called Build 41. Very genuinely, they need to fix that crap. It's been way past a reasonable amount of time. It's been like 4 or 5 years that that's been a bug now. And it really feels bad. What are you using the preset? We just went to custom. It probably was based off of Apocalypse would be my guess. And I'm not doing 16 times pop right now. As per the title, we are running on a higher than normal pop. We're a bit between a very high pop and insane pop. Because genuinely, normally I do 16 times pop shenanigans and all that. But the problem is I won't get to see very much of the new map, which is kind of one of the things I do want to see, hence why we're in Valley Station. And so by that genuine thing, I am deliberately making the decision to lower the population to make it so I can get around a little bit faster. But also I probably wouldn't do Extinction because sprinters can go die in a fire. Like, they're just not fun. And I don't even mean a challenging thing. Like, I've done sprinter-only servers where I've been plenty successful, that I've gotten, like, the top 5 people on the server, lived through multiple resets on a permadeath server and all that. It's not me complaining because, oh, they kill me, player skill, yada yada. It's just very much I've not enjoyed sprinters because of a whole mess of things. I would say, honestly, the big one, more than anything else, is when you're playing sprinters, and we look at our character, and all of this is empty, I pull them in 1s and 2s, and if I get more than that, I gotta run away. And that's how you play sprinters. Or you window and fence cheese, which is totally valid. So it ends up being a lot of window and fence cheese. Now, imagine all of these are completely maxed out. It's just 10s the whole way down. So I pull them in 1s and 2s, and if I get more than that, I run away, or I window and fence cheese. You get the idea that, sure, the amount of time you can spend fighting goes up, but all in all, you will fight every single engagement you would play the entire run with the same basic strategy, no matter what point in the game you are at skills-wise. Whereas, without sprinters, you do have a lot more variance. Like, early game, you have to pull them in 1s and 2s when you're doing 0 to hero, because you just don't have the staying power due to, like, lack of fitness and all that. But then by the end, you start being able to pull entire rally groups and just put them down. So there's a genuine feeling of progression. Hey, Infinity Simplex, thank you so much for the 450 stream streak. Opening and closing the squeaky door loudly. That switches the line on and off again. Yep. But yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad the game paused. I'll have to check on that later. My older brother gifted me a game, and it just stole the focus from the window and everything, which is fine. It's just like, for a moment, I was like, what happened to Project Zomboid? Luckily, these days, the game's smart enough to pause when you click outside of the window. I mean, I think they introduced that with Build 41, but, with how punishing death is in that game, that's what I wanted to do. Oh, right, so they had the guns in there. Let's go ahead and we'll cross over here. Sharpener and knife. They're just pushing from house to house up this road, seeing what we can find. The other thing I found for me personally is I've enjoyed 16 times pop in the past. It's my main way of playing over the years. But with Build 42 and how much more it takes to craft weapons, which again, I actually like that there's more depth in the weapon crafting. The unfortunate side effect of that is the amount of time you spend and effort you spend in making your weapons versus actually spending the time exploring, fighting, doing all that kind of stuff when you're on higher pops. Means you just basically hang around base, picking up sticks, you know, grabbing stones, napping, carving, all that kind of stuff. Way more. And it's honestly pretty exhausting after a while. We're just kind of like, I don't want to make my 2 billionth, you know, napped stone or whatever to make another knife, or, you know, carve your X number short bat or whatever. It feels almost like with spears, where spears in Build 41 you had to just make billions of the things, but where the advantage with spears is it took you like just seconds to make a spear. It's unfortunately a whole big process to make a lot of the other weapons now. And so while you don't need nearly as many as you did the old spears, it's kind of that same thing of just, you're spending a lot of time dealing with it. That'd be a thing during the... Oh, man. That'd be such a trolly way to kill someone. Yeah, we did the Unfriendly Neighbors playthrough. I did that with Snood and Killdrix and Digwood and everyone. Brildain. It was a really fun time. But the entire idea was we were trying to kill each other because we were neighbors who hate each other. But, like, you know, we're civil. Murder's just uncouth. So it's kind of orchestrating ways to get people killed. So you're killing people, but not with, like, straight up, you know, running up and, like, slapping them with a crowbar. So much as being like, hey, let me show you something. And then taking them somewhere immensely dangerous and then ditching them off the side of the road, or, you know, leaving contaminated food behind and stuff like that. Or organizing, like, a trap so that when they go into a room, there's, like, fire that they can't really avoid. You get the idea. But yeah, that'd be a really, like, fourth wall breaking trolley way to kill someone, is get them into a dangerous situation, then gift them a game so it steals the focus. Honestly, if someone did that to me, I would, like, obviously you're probably gonna gift some, like, whatever game. You don't want to spend big money on it or whatever. But, yeah, that would be a genuinely hilarious way of killing someone. Just, like, get them into a small fight with zombies, not even a big deal, and then wait till they get into the fight, and then gift them a game. Let's get these 3 here. Yeah, Natsu's like... I would absolutely be down with that being the way, because again, this is a mode that you are intending on killing each other. Like, you're not, this isn't some, like, long play that you and your friends are taking seriously or whatever. This is, the entire intent is murder. And you're just trying to do it in ways that, like, fun and creative and all that. Where is your light switch? Okay. But yeah, it's like something like that would be just a fun way of doing sabotage. Don't do that to friends in a game that's taking seriously, because that'll piss someone off pretty bad. Oh, we are already drowsy. That is not ideal. Alright, we're already drowsy. Okay, we're already drowsy. We need to back off. Alright. That's not surprising. We've been having to cut down trees and stuff. And trees just wreck stuff. Yeah. Yummy bloody sliced bread. Oh yeah, zero chance you're not gonna get, like, you're 100% getting whatever zombie plague doing that. It's a good thing, like, the realism on this game is not that high. It's very genuinely be very annoying to have to, like, constantly sanitize your weapons and all that. Or have to keep, like, one set of stuff at home and be really careful to keep them all separated and all that. A little iron sauce on your sliced bread, gravy toast. Blood gravy is a thing. Not typically people, though. There's definitely zombies up in these trees. Which again, it was this house just right up here. The one just up there that we just went past. That's where the house alarm happened, as best I was able to tell. So it's running into zombies, into trees, and all that all around there is not surprising. Once the alarm stopped and the zombies weren't being actively pulled to the house, they would have naturally tried to spread back out. And it would have just spread back out to, like, whatever was nearby. You know, eventually they would work themselves out to be more around, you know, around buildings and all that. Not quite the normal distribution or whatever. But yeah. I don't know if I could do anything with a bull skull. It's been too long. Okay. The good news is I have one car that if I get gas, we're just set. I believe we already... Did we already find a generator? Or was that the other character we found a generator? No, we have not found a generator. But finding generators is usually not that rough. It's the generator magazine that's always the thing that kind of holds you up. The generators themselves usually find a dime a dozen by the time you find the generator magazine. And if not, like say you just find the generator magazine, you know, unusually early, it's usually not that hard to attract a generator. Just start hitting a bunch of the sheds and all that and garages and you can usually come up pretty quick with it. Where's my salad? Oh, those lemons are just gonna go bad. We'll scarf the lemon. Okay. Then for right now, we did go and grab the jack out of the car, so I'll put that over here with the old brakes we found. Okay. So the ground beef can go in the stove. There's my salad. Salmon can go in the stove. Scissors on the floor for now, a couple of pairs. You on the floor for now. We'll definitely need to organize this more later. Right now it's bring in all the crafting materials, just chuck them all on the ground. We could take the book over here. I won't be able to use that book for a long time. So you can go over here. The gas can go in the cupboard. Actually, for this, let's put the gas can out here with this. A fillet knife in here, you in here, clay on the ground. Bull skull on the ground. Okay. So it appears to be all I need to cook. We can go ahead and salad. Add some bread slices to our salad. And we're in the situation where I've got so much food, I'm not really worried about being wasteful at all. I'm going to lose a lot of the contents of the freezer, even if the power stays on unusually long. I wonder if the bread and the sliced bread count as two different things. I never looked into that. They do. So as far as the game is concerned, bread and sliced bread are not the same things, and you're fine combining them for extra happiness. And also, we deserve a treat, because this thing's going to go stale soon. Let's grab out our slice of apple pie. Bread is the next best thing to sliced bread. It still boggles my mind that the idea of sliced bread is a relatively new thing, like, as far as historically speaking. You know, obviously it's not like the last 10, 20 years or anything like that. But, you know, you think it'd be something that's been around for centuries. That's like, no. No, it's like the, I want to say it's the 1900s? Like 1930s, 1950s or something like that? I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember it was not nearly as far back as I would have expected. Alright, so let's grab the ground beef and put that in the freezer. We're getting even sleepier. Okay, we're definitely not going to bother making a spear that way. Fix a weapon with duct tape. Oh, I could fix my animal bone. You know, entire knives meant to just slice bread, you know it was a thing for a while? Yeah. Alright. So we slice the bread. So we're pretty sleepy. Let's go ahead and grab a couple of these axes. Looking it up again, 1928. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like 1920s. It's like, okay, so literally we started to get electricity into homes before we sliced bread. As like a normal thing. Because it had been around like the 1930s or so that you really started to have electricity becoming, you know, not something limited to just rich people. It's fun to see the old pictures of how wiring was back in like the 1920s and 30s, where it's just cable like strewn across the ceiling, like they would just staple the cable to the ceiling, you know, and wire it across and have a lamp in the middle of the room. So it's just like this rat's nest of electricity all over the ceilings and all that. So was the reason toast? I actually don't know off the top of my head. I'm sure I read it before, but I don't remember it. It's not information I've retained. Okay. That's fine that we broke that. You know what? And that flint piece is still actually okay. Let's grab the tree branches. And the saplings. And eventually we'll want to take the logs and do stuff with that too. But we're not there yet. So we go over here. And drop all this stuff back in the ground so we're not super overburned, just in case. Drop the remaining axes back in the ground. Because those are for making weapons, not for using as weapons. I don't have a problem with using them as weapons, it's just right now I don't have a lot of surplus. We want to make sure we use this stuff, you know, at least reasonably well. And one thing I'm going to do as a precaution. Okay, hunting knife. You go on the ground over here. And meat cleaver. You go on the ground over here. So I don't accidentally use those for carving. Because I got lots of junk knives and all that for that purpose. Alright. Carve long sticks. Alright, what else do we need? We've already got the awl. I can make more axes, which we will need. By more axes, I mean an axe. Singular. That's fine, whatever. Okay. And how are we doing on our carving skill? I imagine it is glacially leveling. So carving... 8. So we're 10% of the way. Alright. So we're trying to give ourselves a chance to recover. I'm going to cut down another tree, and I'm going to try and continue to work through getting those saplings. Like I said, once we hit level 1 carving, then we can start double dipping and triple dipping on our carving, where we carve like a sapling into a stick, into smaller sticks, into handles, and, you know, maybe make those handles then into like utensils or whatever it ends up being. I can't remember the entire process, but there's ways you can kind of just go through one thing after the other. All right, so before our pie goes stale, we are going to wolf down this entire pie, because we're going to lose a bunch of our stuff anyways. We should at least experience happiness one more time. Okay. There's a little bit of risk in cutting down trees. If a zombie comes from this side, we're probably done. But that's the reason I'm trying to put myself this way, is this is the way I would expect zombies to come from more. It could come from any side, but we are making the assessment of like which side is the more likely to be dangerous side, and kind of weighing the odds. Things we could do to improve or reduce the risk is I could sit here and just yell a whole bunch, make a bunch of noise, all that kind of nonsense. Which would certainly help. But then that's just a bunch of time spent doing that, and we are very tired. So I'd rather just not fight. And once we get to the point that I can start carving the large branches and logs and all that, then I'll worry about grabbing them too. Right now, even just the saplings and that are pretty unwieldy, so we're doing what we can. Okay. Alright, carve the long sticks. And we'll end up carving more than just that. But I'll focus on that more when we have, I'll focus on that more when we have, like, more weapons to pull from and all that. Okay, so you're fully sharpened. You're fully sharpened. You should go in here as a tool to use, not as a weapon. You got the stone hammer as a backup. Alright, so let's rest in the bed for a minute. And knock out a little bit more of our book. Yeah, so carving's coming along slowly. We're a bit over an eighth of the way through. The good news, like I said, once we hit 1, it'll be in good shape. We're getting pretty close to leveling up strength and fitness. Foraging's about to level up. Mechanics is stuck at 1. Short blunt is about to level up. Short blade has a little ways to go. The maintenance and long blunt just leveled. Axe is about to level up. So we got some good stuff coming. Alright. You also feel seeing someone have to do this. You always run wilderness knowledge, so you end up skipping this. Yeah, no, but the thing is I deliberately start 0 to hero, where we're a character who has no skills at all. And so that's just the whole thing. I keep forgetting we have these, like, Pokemon card things. Because that's what things we could do in the evening when there's not a lot of other stuff going on. And we've officially reached the point where the bodies along my street are slowly starting to disappear one by one. Alright, meaningless flavor text. I'm gonna remember it's supposed to be heavy rains in the afternoon, as I recall. Yeah, heavy rains in the afternoon. Reasonable temperatures tomorrow. Decent gusty winds. Heavy rains throughout the day, so we're just gonna have a whole day of heavy rain. And it would appear that we, the power's gonna continue to hold. Not gonna complain about my blessings there. I've certainly had my runs where the power drops, like on day 2, and you're just like, well, gonna be one of those runs. Oh, hey. A free whetstone. Alright. There's forging 4, I believe. Yeah, so progress has been good on clearing this. Probably maggots. Yep. Those all go away with time. I've gone into a number of times I played the game where I just said don't show the maggots outside of bodies at all. Because this ends up becoming a nuisance after a while. You can use them as fishing bait or whatever, but Fishing bait isn't super hard to come by. Hey, you.
Hey! Hey!
There you go. Just don't want zombies looping in behind us if we can help it. It's an easy way to get caught where, like, your character's half dead, just barely struggling to stay on because you just pushed too far. And you're going back, and then there's just this zombie chilling by your house, just kind of like, sup. You want to sleep here tonight? Yeah, it's not happening. I hear you. There you are. Okay. And I see you. One moment. And Axe 1. It looks like the zombies are moving around today. Might have, like, reached redistribution or migration or something like that, and we're just dealing with them fussing about, oh, we're already at getting mild corpse sickness. Okay. That's fine. We just killed a whole bunch. Let's step away. We could sharpen you. Get a little maintenance skill going. And that's because we got so many zombies we've killed in this particular area. Alright. I'm hearing all this water dripping, so I keep thinking that the water's about to turn off, but that's not... As far as I'm aware, there's no correlation between those sounds and, like, when the water goes away. The water, you don't really get a warning about it going offline from the radio or something. It just turns off, and then you'll get told that it's off. The power, I think you get a 2-day warning if you're on top of the radio. Okay, so Meat Cleaver's getting pretty short. Pretty close to the end of its life. Okay. Hold on, zombies. Let's not back up into more if we don't have to. Okay. So that broke. Let's go over here. Drop off the broken handle. They're once again getting pretty low on weapons, unfortunately. Do I have a bunch of... Yeah, go ahead and chuck all these resident keys on the body. So they don't weigh a lot, they do weigh something. Alright, so we're getting back down to being low on weapons. With it sticking out for the zombies back. The one was my meat cleaver blade. It's like when you hit a zombie and the meat cleaver breaks on it, sticks in them, and it's pretty big. Let's see, how's the run going? You're on your personal best for a single character on outbreak settings. Explored a lot more than you normally do, and it's been a blast. Clearing the prison was a lot. Everything explored but the cells. Yeah, no, it's going good. This run's not super far along. We only started a couple streams ago, so far as, like, Product Zomboid streams. So it's still a relatively new run, but, I have had some pretty ridiculous runs in the past. Like, I've broken 100,000 on 3 or 4 characters now? Yeah, I think 4 characters. Gonna wolf down that salad. All of our stuff is going to start going bad soon, so can't say what's gonna rot. Let's see. Even with your basic population, the prison, you can only consider a clown car. Well, for the record, regardless of your population settings, unless it's 0, interior of buildings will always have roughly the same amount of zombies. Like, there's an RNG to it, so it won't be exactly the same, but they will be in the same area. So, like, if I go in the mall on 16 times pop, or 0.01 times pop, the mall will have roughly the same number of zombies inside of it. Now, the area around the mall will be astronomically different, but the inside of the mall will be basically the same. So it'll be the same with the prison and all that. So it is one of those things where you'd be like, oh man, well, I was on lower pop settings and I did the prison. I can't wait. Like, it's gonna be so much worse on higher pops. Like, no, it's the same. Did you check that build you just? Let's see. Did you check that build you was just at? If you didn't put an X, I have not. I'm clearing the zombies around the buildings before I go into the buildings. That's standard practice for me. If I'm not in like a really bad place, I'll always make a pass at whatever's outside the buildings first. That way, you know, when I go inside, I don't have to worry about some zombie seeing through a window and then just suddenly having the entire neighborhood plowing in through the windowsill at me. Looks like this house looted already being, sorry. This house rolled being already looted. Okay, that's fine. I know some people hate the pre-looted mechanic. I don't mind it. Loot doesn't matter that much, and even when it maxes out, it's still such a small percentage of the buildings are looted. I feel like that's one of those things that once you start living a long time in the game, you start to realize, like, how little loot you actually need and how plentiful, even on, like, the most punishing of loot settings. If it's anything above none, you will eventually just, you know, have your dragon's trove of junk back home. That you come to realize most of it just sits in the boxes, never to be used. One of the few spawn places for the webbing straps in your run was looted. Yeah, I mean, there's buildings. You saw the zombies can be a good source of it. You go to the areas where the military zombies are, and they'll hook you up. Okay. We pushed, it means we got aggro on another zombie somewhere. Or not. Just sharpening up our knife. Didn't realize we're that close to exerted. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Alright, so with that we need to drop into a place to rest for a minute. Probably not the best choice for a place to rest, but that's okay. Alright, and... read our book a little bit more. Slowly getting our multiplier up higher for maintenance. We level it faster. Okay, so we're at about half durability, just under with the hunting knife, and that's the last weapon I have handy on me. And then when that breaks, if I don't find, like, if I don't get into this house over here and get new weapons, then we gotta drop back and keep crafting our weapons back home. Which is fine. Inevitably, that's going to happen, and I'm gonna have to stop back and just do, like, a big crafting spree. I don't think that one's aggro to me over there by the fence. Or maybe they are. Unfortunately, you're warned. Unless we get a lot of execution animations here, this dagger's gonna, or this knife's gonna break long before the zombies die. Okay. Definitely keep hearing zombies like this way, and it's bothering me so much. Ah, that's too many, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping I might be able to weasel away and get like the last one or two and sneak in this place. There's a whole group in the backyard, though. And most likely, yeah, there's one inside banging on the door. It's going to draw them in. Let's get to the other side of this fence just so I'm not worried about being backed into it. I was about to say, I figured the knife's probably going to break on this group. Yeah, so the hunting knife broke there. You can have the handle too. Just in case I still need to fight. Let's grab ourselves the stone hammer. So we're going to take a quick breather, and then we got to get back because I'm basically out of weapons. Oh, no, there's zombies in that backyard. Alright. And we knew that was coming. I just kind of hope to be able to sneak into that house. Because you never know when you're going to get lucky and get like a metal baseball bat or a crowbar or even a shovel. You know, something that's going to get you a good number of zombie kills before it breaks. Because if we would have done that, I could have probably pushed 2 or 3 more houses and held off having to go into a big crafting spree for that much longer. Okay, so the what's going to end up happening is we're going to go back home, cut down more trees, carve more saplings. If we start to get way too many branches, we can start carving those up into stuff as well. Sadly, we don't have, like, the carving book or anything like that. But all in all, progress is going smoothly. Hey, you, trying to be sneaky and get in behind me? A good plan. It's gotten me before. You probably notice I'm going out of my way to walk along the roads, mostly actually hoping to find the flint pieces. But taking anything useful we can find. That's fine, whatever. Yeah, I believe eventually I'll be able to turn logs into planks, into sticks, into, you know, handles, into whatever. Alright, what is our kill count up to at this rate? 618 is our current kill count, so not a tremendously high kill count, but we're early game on a zero to hero character. We've had to spend a decent amount of time, like, just shuffling things around, working weapons. We're getting kind of our weapon skill, you know, balanced between a bunch of different weapon categories, which will also impact that. It'll help out in the long run because it means any weapon I grab will be a good weapon, versus in the short term it means we're just not quite getting off the ground as fast, because not getting those better damage numbers you get from having a higher level in a weapon. Got like one little speck of some, like a little fleck of dust or something on the screen on the mini-map, but I kept spotting it being like, what on earth is that? A little floof. Yep, and from now on, each day we go out, the corpses are going to go just a little bit farther up that road. It's one of the things that you don't really notice how much progress you're making so far as dealing with the zombies, until you just start noticing that areas you had to put a lot of work into previously are just empty. But especially in that middle part where you've gotten off the ground of killing, so you're getting decent amounts of zombies in an area killed, but you haven't gotten to the point where you push through to the next area. There is a long period during there where it's just like, am I even making a dent? Am I making progress? It feels like I'm just, you know, this is just a slog. And then suddenly one day the zombies just kind of don't show up. Did I not already loot this body? Yeah, I did. It said jeans and we didn't bother ripping them apart. Okay, wash all the bandages. Drop those on the ground. Large branch on the ground. There's the flint. There's the stone. There's the tree branches. Go up here and you go in the fridge. Because you don't go bad. Same with you. Go ahead and just snarple down the whole salad. I keep coming back here just expecting to see stale listed here a whole bunch of times. Because some of this we got in the freezer right away. Some of that was like in fridges for a long time before we got to it. So very much I'm anticipating at least some level of issues there. Alright. So we got chicken, tomato paste, pepper, salt, olive oil, bread slices, vinegar. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Well, welcome in, raiders. What'd you get up to? Good times, all that good stuff. Some apricots. Put a little bit of this in here. We'll need to grab another thing to toss in here. Let's go ahead and grab one of these sausage to chuck in here. Let that start thawing. Yeah, we had a good one. But welcome in, raiders, and all that good stuff. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. Well, actually, first of all, let me go ahead and get you a shout-out since we're back at Bacon's anyway. So shout-out for Chunky Funk. Playing some Coral Island. Nice. And you said you completed the museum today. Nice. A rank or S rank. But either way, like, either one's a big thing. Just trying to gauge where you're at progression-wise. But yeah, no, Coral Island's great. Chunky Funky playing the S rank. Nice. But yeah, so absolutely someone to check out. Playing Coral Island, which I know it might be a controversial take, but here's Stardew Valley, here's Coral Island. I consider these equals in their genre. And I know that's going to be a hot take for a lot of people. I feel like Coral Island there's a lot of things it does better than Stardew Valley, and just the same, there are things that Stardew Valley does better. Like, I would say Stardew Valley does a better job of getting me connected to the characters, and like the whimsy of like the little town. Whereas Coral Island, I would say from the gameplay aspect, offers a lot more. So I would definitely say, like, the emotional connection is stronger on the Stardew Valley side. But they're both really solid. Let's see here. So, we could make more stone axes and all that with the branches. Let's hold off on that for a minute. Let's grab our axes. But that's at least for me. Obviously, people have different choice than that. That was, I was playing Fields of Mysteria, whatever. I was playing that game yesterday. I really enjoyed it, and I had people saying, is this better than Stardew Valley? No. Like, I liked it. Is it better than Stardew Valley? No. That's a pretty high bar to hit. I do think it's good. I do think it's worth playing. But, like, you know, better than Stardew Valley is a very high bar to hit. Alright, nicely done. So grab the saplings. Grab the regular branches. Like, there is some stuff I really like about Fields of Mysteria. I do like the, I do really like the way their leveling progression works more than either Stardew Valley or Coral Island. It's got a lot more, like, you do the thing to unlock the ability to do more stuff, but then you also, no matter what you're doing, you are getting your points that you can then apply to level the things up. So it's like one makes some as an option of something you can level up. The other one actually gives you this points you need to level it up. And so it is kind of one of those things that it means you can't focus on one or the other. You kind of got to make your choices of where you want to apply your points. And eventually you can go and fill in everything. It's not one of those games where it's like, oh darn, you spent your time doing this and that's all you'll be allowed to do. No, no, no. Where like Stardew Valley, you have to choose this or that with each tier, which is fine. I don't think it's bad. But it's nice to have a system where it's like, hey, if you play this long enough, you can have everything. I actually really appreciate games that will allow you to, you know, potentially get overpowered by getting all the things if you put the time to get them. Alright, what can I do with the long sticks? Because I know I can make them into spears, and I don't really want to do that. So for the long sticks, these are all the things we can do with that. So for the long sticks, we can make them into charcoal, carve spears, we can carve stakes, we can carve trowels. We can use them to assemble weapons. They can be fixed with tape. Epoxy, yeah, these are all fixed. We can use them to make a tent. If we find a tarp. Actually, what's also an option instead of the tarp? It's just the tarp. We could saw the... Oh, that's, I mean... It's to make it. We could saw it into a bunch of handles. We can make a scarecrow. Alright. Yeah, so 14. So we got a ways to go. That's the problem. And I've been cutting down the big trees because they guarantee me, I believe it's 2 saplings per tree. That's okay. Hey Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Also been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently, so someone I highly recommend checking out. If you're looking for some Project Zomboid, you can definitely find it over there as well. Alright, let's go up a little ways over here. Okay, what I'm doing real fast, I'm trying to figure out where we've got a gap between these trees. The reason I want to find this gap between the trees... Yeah, so we got a nice big gap between these trees over here. Yeah, it's considered a medium tree. Yeah, so it's these trees over here are the big trees. Yes, that one's a big tree as well, so we'll cut that one down. Oh, the Generate magazine? Yeah, no, it was actually while I was raiding in last night, I believe it was. I think that was we raided over there. I actually saw, because, you know, like, you've got, like, your ending credits you're checking to see, you know, make sure a person's not, like, wrapping up or whatever. And I actually saw you grab the magazine and start reading it, but, you know, I wasn't quite able to raid in for that, but, you know, congratulations. That is, like, one of the major finds in the games to get the Jenny mag. Oh, well... I'll be back for you later, tree. Don't think you've won this fight. You're surprised that it is in Muldrow? Yeah, you can find them pretty much anywhere in the world. Like, it used to be my strategy is I would go to some of the neighborhoods where it's just a ton of, like, little houses, and would just walk along the mailboxes, because that used to be kind of a really reliable way of getting just a bunch of magazines. It's not as strong as it used to be. It still does work. You can still find magazines that way. But it used to be one of those things that you would just go out there and you could walk along a couple of streets mailboxes and usually you'd be able to snag at least a handful of good magazines. Whether or not you specifically got the Generator magazine or just like the Herbalist or some other good ones. And then this is the one I was cutting down. Once you cleared Muldrow and Rosewood completely, nothing died at the prison without finding it? Oh, died at the prison without finding it? Yeah. Another time the Jenny magazine spawned in the house with you. I've had that before, where you just look on your first bookshelf and you're like, Generator magazine, you're like, well, this run's cursed. I've used up all of my luck. None left. It's all gone. There you go. 4 saplings. That was a proper big tree. All right. It is interesting now that we have these giant trees. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to cut down just the big tree. I want to cut down the big tree to guarantee myself more logs and saplings and that kind of nonsense. So it's kind of thinning them out, letting them have a chance to grow more. Ah, the ground. Where all the best shelving goes. Alright, so we can go ahead and make some long sticks here. We'll want to make some axes. We love Doompile. It's just what you gotta do sometimes. That's 2 axes. Let's see. I'm not gonna carve the spears. I want to save it. Make even more axes. Some of these are gonna be pretty terrible because I'm making them out of already damaged flint. But that do be what it is. And honestly, with this, we can go ahead and make ourselves a bunch of stone hammers. Let's see, I was wondering if you've ever played Breathage, and if you have thoughts on it. I have not played Breathage, so I do not have any thoughts. That was the one of the space survival crafters, right? I know I've seen it, but I haven't played it myself. It's currently free on Steam? Gotcha, I mean, still haven't played all that stuff. I'd have to look into it. A lot of times when it comes to a lot of those games, it's kind of just keeping up with what's happening, what people are hyped about, interested in. If I don't end up hearing people talking about a game as being something they're interested or exciting in, there's a good chance I'll, skip on it. Or a lot of times, if I hear from the dev side, a lot of times I get communications from devs, and I'll take a chance at a game that might not be as known if it looks like it's a solid offering. But like if I don't have the devs or like people in the community mentioning it or hearing it from other peer content creators or whatever, I gotta just kind of assess what people's feelings are about stuff. Only so many hours in the day. Gotta put them where we can. Alright, so let's go sit over here. And rest for a minute. Have ourselves a salad. Because that was like, what was the game that came up the other day? There was a game that came up, oh, it was Icarus. I've had people bring up Icarus a good handful of times, and I've heard nothing but good things about the game. But it's one of those games that'll have, like, one person mention it in passing, like, every 6 to 8 months. And then I won't hear much beyond. It's like, oh yeah, that's that's a good game. But then I won't hear anything else about it. So, like, it's a game that looks like it's probably good and fun, but it's kind of one of those ones that, hearing about it so seldomly, it's like, okay, if this isn't content that looks like it's being sought out, and it doesn't seem like content that, the people in my community seem to be excited about, Yeah, no, Icarus is definitely a crafting survival. Like, I've seen other people play it, and they definitely seem to be having a good time with it. And like I said, I've heard nothing but good things. But it's kind of one of those things that there is an overabundance of games right now, and not enough time to play them. So, oh, it looks like that sausage, for every reason, I can't put in the salad. That's fine. We'll just wolf down the entire sausage in one go. Okay. Yeah, so probably got to go to sleep. You like Breathage, but the humor got old really fast for you. Gotcha, that's fair. It looks like I've only got one axe left. That's not going to be enough to cut down 8 trees. It looks like we're out of flint. So I guess what we'll do for here is we're going to go ahead and deliberately not go to sleep yet. We're going to wait till midnight so that we don't wake up too early. Let's see. Allison Adventures was playing Icarus for around New Year's. It looked pretty interesting. Yeah, no, that's the only one I've seen play was Allison and Retnaru were playing it. Like I said, it looked good. It didn't stand out so much. I'm like, oh man, I gotta play that. It was like, oh, that seems like a perfectly good survival crafter. Like, there's definitely a lot of survival crafters you see and you're like, oh, that's kind of not great. That one is like, oh no, this seems like it's a good one. But at the same time, it wasn't like so out there amazing that I was like, oh no, I gotta play this. Like, this has to happen now. Versus like Pacific Drive was one of those games that I kind of slipped past my radar. Not for very long after it released. Like, it released and it took me a couple days to like properly hear about it. But then, I saw, I think it was Woe Jess I might have seen playing it first. And I was just like, oh, I want to play this. Like, this is a game that has to happen. Like, this isn't a game I want to miss out on. Equip secondary. Check our radio. I went just enough that we got slightly overburned. Our water is still on. So we're doing really well on the waterfront. How many days are we into this run now? We are 12 days. So this would be the 13th day, as it were. Okay, we're expecting heavy rain all day. At some point tomorrow, it's going to clear up. We don't know when. It'll be moderate rain to some point. So we don't really know what the weather is, but no helicopter, no warning that the power's dropping or anything like that. But heavy rain all day today, moderate rain tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be heavy turning into moderate rain and then the moderate rain for the rest of the day, or it'll be moderate rain and that's just the end of it. Unfortunately, because of the storm, the radio was not easily heard. And I could sit there and turn on the radio and like listen to it multiple times, and where it buzzes out might vary day to day or time to time. But that's fine. So we're going to go back to clearing some of this because I did make a giant mountain of stone hammers. Not the best, but they're short blunt weapons. They work well enough. So we can go through our, like, 16 stone hammers and use those for weapons. And all that. Oh, wait, didn't I have a spare screwdriver as well? I do. So I could also use the screwdriver as a weapon. It's an okay short blade. Not particularly good damage, okay durability. But it's not terrible, so... take what you can get. And eventually we'll go and find ourselves a gas station or whatnot. Yeah, and that's what we're hoping to find is the flint. Each piece of flint is an extra axe. Every 2 to 3 axes is another giant tree cut down, which is another like four things to carve. And then once we get carving one, we'll be in great shape. And right now we are at carving. We're about 1/3 of the way to carving 1. So it is taking a while. And that's actually one of the things I'd give as a criticism about Build 42 as well. There is a lot of your different crafting skills that have like that one thing, like you don't have many options of what to do for that first skill point. And it just becomes kind of a big pain. Actually, I put that stone back in the ground. Stones are easy to come by. We're going to leave it on the ground. It'll be the branches that'll be... well, I mean, actually, with the branches being able to cut down the trees are good. If it's flint, I'll take it, because flint I need. But just the plain old stone is pretty easy to come by. Alright, I saw you over there. Okay, mushrooms I shouldn't touch. Oh no, I'll probably grab the stone later. My thought was going out to where I might get loot. I don't want it on me because, that's giving up an encumbrance for a hunk of rock. But I figured I was going to probably bring, like, if I've got the space. So I still want to find it, I just don't want to carry it, is I guess the way I should phrase it. Hello, group that's on the move. Yeah, so that's probably a redistribution migration, because there's nothing making noise that they would have heard from that far away. There's a group of zombies moving around to fill in where I left a gap in the population. Okay. And we can look here. And you just want to check the bodies of these ones we just killed as much as possible. It'd be hard to discern them out of all the other zombie bodies, though. So I'll watch... oh yeah, I'm not picking up the watches. With how much we're clearing out, if I really want to level up electrical, we'll just go to tear apart TVs and all that. I used to do the thing where you'd pick up all the watches, but it is just laborious and annoying. It can sometimes be what you do, like, if you're on 16 times pop, and you're in one of those areas that are just really hard to break into, like Louisville or West Point, where it's just going to take you a while. Yeah, tearing apart watches is not a bad call. Yeah, no, multiplayer can also be a thing. Because it's especially one of those things that very easily in the game you can get yourself in the situation where all the furniture's just being torn apart. That's actually one of the things that made me really happy about the changes in carpentry. Is it was annoying that, like, the strategy for leveling your carpentry was to, like, go into the church and tear apart all the pews, go to the picnic areas and tear apart all the picnic benches, because roughly speaking, it was for every tile a piece of furniture took up, it was worth that much more XP. So finding things that took up 4, 5, and 6 tiles ended up being, like, really good XP for leveling those things. Alright, bear with me, chat. I have got to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah. The clip of a clip of a clip of a clip. Alright, so the screwdriver's already worn, so that's going to probably break on us during this next fight. So I'm going to cue this up. That is one downside of using a canteen the way I am. So having the canteen on my belt will drink from it automatically as we need to, so I don't have to sippy sip. And I can put the water bottle in my main inventory and have the same effect, but that does lower the weight. But the downside is when I'm using weapons that go on the sides as opposed to the back, I just don't have as much space for as many. Oh, so that stone's broken. We don't want that sitting there. So clean up our mess. Nice. Because it only aggroed the one that were eligible for execution. You know, it has been a long time since I've technically sneaked up on a zombie. Because we're doing the random hearing, once in a while you get one that just doesn't care. You're like, alright, I'll roll in and deal with that. Usually I don't get to execute them anyways. They'll notice me at the very last second or whatever, but still. And up here is where we're clearing. Okay. Grab our hammer. And we will give ourselves a spare as a backup. Already on the belt. What is your weapon right now? I was using a screwdriver. I have switched over to a stone hammer. It is a pretty mid weapon, but it is an available weapon, which means it's the best possible weapon I could have. Yes, there's a ton of things. Oh yeah, no, shanking it with the screwdriver. The screwdriver, like I said, it's a pretty okay weapon. It's not even bad. In build 41, it was actually kind of on the higher end of short blades, while not being one of the best ones. It's pretty endurance efficient. The damage is okay. The durability is okay. So it's not really like, you know, standout-ish on any respect. Just go ahead and pop that window for me. Thank you. Okay, the door is locked. That's information. Could eat our salad real fast. Let's see, do you know how big of an area you need to give cows? Not off the top of my head. I actually don't think most animals really need that big of an area in Project Zomboid. But like they will need like food and water and all that kind of stuff. Like I genuinely believe you can actually get away with a pretty small area if you are feeding them. Yeah, no, I know there's a minimum. I don't think it's particularly large. I could be wrong. Okay, so they went out the back door. We're probably getting close to Exerted, but I don't have a good place to sit down nearby. Because we can get to that back window, I can look at the front door and all that, between the two. Yeah, they get grumpy if it's too small? Yeah, I just don't remember what the size is. Like I said, I do believe it's smaller than you would expect, though. Exertion plus the muscle strain together is not going great. Would you die already? I know we got damage penalties. Thank you. Okay. So with this, let's get back down to the house. We need to rest up for a minute and all that. Alright. But it won't be too much longer until we reach where the spawn is. Now, Valley Station, I want to say this town doesn't go very far north-south. Alright, so it's going to take a hot minute to get that muscle strain out of here, because we did push our character pretty far. The good news, that does mean we could, safely establish we will not have any exertion left over by the time the muscle strain drops. That's partly because we had a lack of skill in short blunt. But now we're getting that starting to get that addressed. Okay, come on, muscle strain, get out of here. Because as a reminder, the thing that contributes to your muscle strain more than anything else is low skill level in whatever weapon you're using. As you level that up, it's not only that it just straight up does cause less to begin with, you'll also do more damage in that weapon category, which will help reduce your muscle strain by requiring less swings, and all of that. So you'll have, like, a flat reduction, plus, like, kind of knock-on effect reduction. It's the same thing, like, with your weapon durability, that as you fight with it, you get some weapon durability benefits from just straight up leveling your weapon, where it reduces the likelihood your equipment takes a durability hit per attack, but then stacked on top of that, you're also doing more damage, which means less attacks in the first place, so it does compound. Oh goody, they opened the door for me. I appreciate that. That means I don't have to worry about shenanigans when trying to go in the building and all that. That didn't last very long. Get ourselves a spare ready. World Cooking Magazine. The book no one cares about. Surprisingly, a fresh pear in the fridge this far in. I'd have expected all those to be rotten by now. Chuck those in there, we're overburned. I hear a zombie potentially rolling up on us. It's probably a mistake. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these, I'm going to walk outside, I'm going to drop them on the ground. Yeah, no, there's zombies back there. So there was some canned goods in there. I'm not going to bother with those right this second, I don't think. So apricot, bread, and pepper salad. I was going to say, honestly, it's probably not the worst. I'm pretty sure we just aggroed it. Oh, we're at Bulletproof Vest. I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, you weigh a bunch, don't you? Yeah, even equipped you weigh a bunch. I'll toss it on the ground and maybe we'll use it later. I forgot it's 1.5 encumbrance when equipped. Otherwise, it's 5 encumbrance, which is pretty high. Alright. And before I forget, we can go here. And we want to X that house out. We have looted it. Oh, don't. Ah, that's fine. Yeah, but sadly it's gonna be a little bit of work to work my way up to the next house. And this is a matter of going from good weapons to technically a weapon. Yeah, I figured we're pushing muscle strain. Okay, we can drop back here, rest in the chair again, get ourselves a little bit more maintenance. Because we're getting the muscle strain. It does seem like with these stone hammers, I imagine the stone hammer is probably pretty heavy for a one-handed. Yeah, it's half an encumbrance while equipped, 2 without. You went straight to Dark Wallow Lake in your current run? You got stone maces before you started clearing anything really. Yeah, the stone maces are definitely like okay weapons. The limitation they have is definitely the fact that they're very heavy for a one-handed weapon, so they will contribute quite a bit to your muscle strain. Okay. We learned how to cook sushi, maki, and onigiri. Yeah, when you equip them, it's 0.6 while equipped. So it's decent for a one-hander. You know, it says unequipped to equipped 0.6. Oh, stone maces. I'm sorry, I can read. Yeah, stone maces will be a bit better, yeah. They also have more damage than the stone hammer. Yep, I'm not too worried about what weapons we use, as long as we have some reliability for weapons. And grab myself another hammer in my hand, so I'm ready for more when it happens. Yeah, pretty significant group of zombies here. This might actually be from when we initially made the run for it kind of deal, and we drug all zombies south at the beginning. This might have been partially where they got dropped off, plus the stragglers from that house alarm. And another point in strength. Love to see it get that carry weight up. Alright. There's honestly a genuine point that with that extra point in strength, I might be able to chuck these in without going the heavy overburn. Yep, so we can collect those now. Alright, so we got a rest again. Later on, we'll have, like, larger roads to go with, better weapons, so I won't have to be quite as back and forth. And plus, getting that point in strength does mean a little bit more damage with every single swing. So I'll go a long way. So all these things are slowly contributing to being able to fight faster, stay in the fight longer, all that garbage. Okay, so cooking's coming along, mechanics coming along. Fitness is getting pretty close to hitting level 2. That'll help a great deal. That'll give me more total stamina and recovering quicker. The carving is still like 1/3 of the way. But almost 650 for our zombie kills. And maintenance is coming along, that's a big one. Because the more maintenance we get, the longer we can hold out with weapons. So when we do make a good weapon, or find a good weapon, either way, I get to use it for longer and make more progress before I have to go and swap it out. That's kind of one of the big things we're hoping for. So it's very fortunate that we did find the Maintenance 1 book and the Maintenance 2 book. That's going to have saved us a lot of time and probably, you know, in the long term, who knows how many weapons, but in the short term, it's going to mean going through, like, maybe half as many weapons once we get those leveled up. Even making shivs with rags and cutlery. I have not actually. There's a lot of those weapons that I did play a decent amount of Build 42, but because I was usually playing in 16 times pop, I usually couldn't get my hands on a lot of the stuff you had to loot from the houses and all that. But as a result, I never got in the habit of doing it. So where I'm not playing on my normal 16 times pop shenanigans where I can actually get into houses and actually get some amount of loot. A lot of those, like, kind of more accessible recipes, I just haven't developed the habit of doing that. Imagine we're already strained again. Man, the good news here, though, is we are getting through a decent number of zombies. Even if it is, I'm having to back off every 5 or 6 because stone hammers aren't that great. Still. All it means is we'll end up cutting down another tree. Getting more saplings, carving more long sticks. And slowly climbing up the crafting so we can actually make good weapons. What you drinking? Right now it's just Diet Pepsi. It's just what we have. It's fine. I much prefer Dr. Pepper. Or stuff like Mountain Dew or Mellow Yellow or whatever. Okay, and we go again. See if we can knock down more. This will probably end up being the last push for this in-game day, because pretty soon we'll start getting sleepy. The strawberry and cream zone is pretty good. There's been they've been doing all sorts of like weird flavors for like Mr. Pibb and Dr. Pepper and all that recently. So it's been interesting to see like the variations, and some of them have been pretty good, and some of them have been utterly cursed. There's been a few of them that the best I could describe them as is medicinal tasting. Like the really like artificial like Dr. Pepper whatever cherry, and it's like, oh, this tastes like cherry cough syrup. Yeah, Mr. Pibb's good. The green faces, depending on which one you're talking about, it can be one of two things. It's either one, it's that we're starting to feel queasy, or it's the one that is it stinks nearby. That basically killed so many zombies in the area that it smells real bad. And it's like the smells real bad is just a way of warning you, the player, that hey, if you stick around here, you are going to run into slowly your character's going to get sick with what's known as corpse sickness. Similar mechanic to RimWorld, where if you spend too much time around the bodies, you get sick. But in Project Zomboid mechanics, instead of, oh, you got sick, now you need to do doctoring stuff to fight the infection to get through it. Basically, you'll just get like queasier and queasier unless you get away from the zombie bodies, and eventually you'll get to the point where it goes from sick to feverish, and when you're feverish, you start actively dying. But it's not a problem unless you're like sleeping near bodies or spending long periods of time to... Ooh, keys. Give me them car keys. Thank you. Actually, for that matter, give me those house keys too. Eat that salad real fast while I take just a minute to relax. We'll go ahead and take some bread, put in a bowl. Add some peas to our bowl. Add some apricots to our bowl. And some pepper. Oh, the backpack's full. Pork chop's already going dodgy. I actually don't think I can justify carrying away any of this. Okay, we didn't fully loot it. There is some food left in there. Food in freezer. It probably won't stay good much longer, but it's not bad yet. Alright. So pretty soon we'll want to head back. I'm probably going to go ahead and keep going with the weapons here real fast, knowing I'm going to probably just break them and be done with it. Pepsi Wild Cherry and Cream is good for ice cream floats. Yeah, I haven't done, like... I mean, honestly, me and Toom don't keep ice cream at the house very often. Once in a while, we'll, like, go out for like, froyo or ice cream or whatever. But not at the house very often. You haven't had ice cream at home in forever? The drink you made me think of it. I bought somewhere to try it out. Yeah. Yeah, no, we definitely, like, we've gone out for ice cream or whatever, but usually our freezer is full of, like, you know, whatever stuff I could throw in the oven to quickly prepare for when, you know, she's getting home from work and all that. If I don't want to take the time to do extra stuff. I've actually been debating here. One of the things I do from time to time is I'll get all the stuff together for making, like, tacos and enchiladas and all that kind of stuff. And so, you know, I'll brown up all the meat, whether it's chicken or beef or whatever. So I'll brown all that up. And then I'll usually have it pre-seasoned, like, I'll season it myself, but I'll get it all seasoned up for taco stuff, and then, you know, use it on whichever, like, I decide to cook. And so then I'll have, like, tacos one day where we'll have to put a little bit more effort into it because, you know, you have to assemble and all that. And another day we can just have the pre-made enchiladas that I've put together, just chuck those in the oven, pan them out into plates. That's how I used to do the college stuff because I was so busy. I'd have, like, one of my days that I actually had off on a weekend, or had enough of the day off on a weekend. And I'd kind of pre-prepare a bunch of food for the week. All I had to do was, like, warm it up. Alright, so it's going to be dark soon. So we're going to go and start heading back. I want to... Well, that's interesting. The uncooked mussels don't have the thing where they can get you sick. Which, don't get me wrong, you can eat raw mussels and oysters and all that kind of stuff. They do have a certain amount of higher risk of foodborne illness than, you know, than properly cooked stuff. But with how Project Zomboid illness works, it makes sense, because the alternative would be your character would eat them and then die. Okay. Yeah, so we are getting to the point where we're starting, even with bad weapons, we're starting to put some decent number of kills on our character per day kind of thing. Oh good, we've killed 666 zombies. Yeah, it's the stinky face. Yeah, overwhelming stench. A vile stink makes you feel ill. Yeah, so if I hang around this too much, you'll see my character start going queasy, then nauseous, then sick. And sick is kind of the red flag that you need to be leaving right now. Because once you go feverish, you don't always get back from feverish. It kind of depends on how fast you can get away from the things making you sick. You know, can you do stuff like overeat your food a little bit to get a little bit of a healing bonus to your character, that kind of thing. I've already forgotten where that rock was, but it's fine. We're over encumbered. Because I'm holding on to all those broken tree branches because I can carve those into handles to just get some quick carving XP once we hit carving 1. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm honestly surprised our character isn't getting way more wet than they are. Because we're standing out in heavy rain and all that. The magic hat? Yeah, well, I mean, we just got the hat, too. I do really like the summer hat in the game. For a whole bunch of reasons. One, it's just a cool aesthetic, but also, two, when it starts to get really dark, the really big, light-colored hat does make your character a little bit easier to stand out. Because, like, looking at the rest of your character, you get all grimy. Like, that's a white shirt, and it's just so grimed up, you don't notice it. But I found even when the hat gets pretty messy, it still is relatively easy to make out where you are. And I mean, you're always center screen. But still, being able to see your position more clearly can be very helpful. Alright. So we can go here, grab all these broken branches and chuck them on the ground. Because we'll carve those up later. And we're putting all of our things that don't need to be kept cold in the fridge for the time being. And thank you, JD, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that is 31 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so... put you in here. Was there anything else that needed to be... I've already got those out, so keep those on my person. And enjoy yourself some nice cooked, fresh cooked mussels. Alright, anything in here going dodgy yet? Not yet, so let's go ahead and we'll just grab another thing off the top. Grab a thing of bacon. Chuck that in the bag. And we'll grab another chicken leg and chuck that in the bag. And that should do for that for now. Let's see. So we can nap the flint. Now we can use the flint to make some axes. Cool. Let's see. The rest that's all fine. We can put the knife in there. Put the whetstone in here. Knife in there. Put these extra lighters in here. Flashlight down in that bag, so that's just those. Okay, so we've got our meal there. probably too dark to go outside. So we've got this Pokemon card thing that we keep forgetting about. So let's see what packs we've got. So we've got the 2 gym packs, and we got Jungle Pack. So let's go ahead and grab our binders out. And this is a mod. So you go ahead and place the Jungle Pack out here. It's the only mod I'm actually running right now is this one. So you can actually see what collections we've got. So we're going to go ahead and pop open our pack, because we're trying to get them all. It's not the main goal for the run, it's just what we're doing. So we got a Spearow, a Venorat, an Eevee, a Nidoran, a Bellsprout, a Venonat, a Pikachu, a Persian, a Rhydon, a Vileplume, and a whole basket of disappointment. So just gonna grab all those cards and chuck them in here. And grab that back up. Oh, I missed one. Let's go ahead and grab you, put you in the secondary. I can unequip that. It's actually a thing you can genuinely look to see what part of the collection you've got. But that one I don't have many. So the next one is we got the gym pack, so we can go here and grab these. And all these things are made ridiculously light, so it's not like a whole big thing to juggle around. It's just something to goof off and deal with. Alright, so we can go ahead and open the first gym pack, so we can pray to RNG. We got a Staryu, Blaine's Growlithe, Sabrina's Slowpoke, Lieutenant Surge Magnemite, Blaine's Ponyta, Koga's Coughing, Lieutenant Surge Pikachu, just a trainer, Blaine's Charmeleon, and a hollow rare Erica's Clefable. We got another one of these. Sabrina's Abra, Misty's Horsey, Erica's Bellsprout, Erica's Dratini, Brock's Graveler, Giovanni's Nidoqueen, and that'd be all. And drop all those in there. As the Vermilion City Gym was one of the cards we got. So yeah, so one of the things you could do here is, if I remember where you can do this, yeah, is open binder. You can actually go through and see that I've got 20 out of 256. It's just a thing to goof off to collect. Like, I grew up with the initial Pokemon, you know, Red and Blue and all that, and definitely have good fond memories of playing through that. I kind of fell off after that, because after I put all the effort to collecting all of the Pokemon the first time, it's like, cool, Generation 2, do it again. And you kind of look and went, no, I've already done this once. I had my good time. But, like, no, I don't think I will, actually. Okay, so apparently the corn I can't use in the salad, so I'm just going to wolf that down all at once. You're still playing? You love Pokemon? Yeah, no, definitely, like, I love the idea of the series. For me, as a completionist thing, I don't know, it kind of robbed the joy of it when I put in all the time, got them all, and they're like, okay, new game, start over and do it again. It was like, okay, but I already did that. That, like, I kind of didn't want to put the time in to do it a second time. It's still a good series. I do like the turn-based RPG and all that kind of aspects of it. Okay, water is still on. Nah, we're not going to wash all that. Okay. So with that, today would be a good day to start some foraging. Oh, also, before I forget... we can grab... Where did I put those hammers? Were those on the floor? Yeah. Right, I grabbed the axes for cutting down the trees, but then we didn't have the energy, it was too dark. Let's see, in Pokopia is like the best thing that could have happened for such a great spin-off. Yeah, and that's more akin of what I would want to see more of, is I would want to see more like, okay, you're going to take the Pokemon IP and do something entirely different with it. You know, take it in a new direction. Let us see some new stuff. Because it definitely felt like in a lot of ways between like Gen 1 Pokemon, Gen 2 Pokemon, is like, it's the exact same game, but with more Pokemon this time. And I understand the stories change, but like overall the pacing was that it, I don't know, it didn't feel like that different of a title. Versus like comparing it against the games like Final Fantasy, sure, at the end it's turn-based JRPG and yada yada. But like every one had a far more, like had an interesting diverse set of characters, an entirely different story and yada yada. You heard about the interactive map drama? I have not heard anything about the interactive map drama. Usually stuff in the subreddit gets blown out of proportion, so I imagine it's making a mountain out of a molehill. Because I remember correctly that the map historically, if I remember correctly, was actually one of the devs, or one of the people who got brought onto the dev team, was the one maintaining it. Like, they were separate to begin with, and then they got brought on. I can't remember. It's been too long. I'm trying to think, like, I can't imagine what the drama would be. Either way. Oh, the interactive map got taken down very suddenly a couple days ago. Apparently, the team asked the guy to take it off their servers. They took it to a station. I mean, that's fair though, because they were hosting it on their own servers. Just, you know, as a nice thing, because way back when the interactive map was first introduced, if I remember correctly, there was a while that was like, oh no, you know, like, the website doesn't make money, and because of the popularity of the game, the server costs were going up. And so the guy was like, yeah, you know, I can't really do this on my own. And so the devs kind of stepped in. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like a mountain out of a molehill. I think it's an entirely reasonable thing to be like, hey, you have this project that, you know, you're maintaining, and yeah, it can kind of support our game. But, like, we're hosting it and putting in, you know, it's like a financial cost to us and everything. After making it official, I mean, I don't know. It feels definitely like a mountain out of a molehill kind of thing. Sort of like all this drama, just definitely sounds like a, yeah, it could be a security thing as well. That would also be a fair thing. That kind of stuff does happen. The map author did confirm there's no security issue. Yeah, either way. I already have an all. I'll still pull it up and drop on the ground. But yeah, either way, like I said, it's something that's being hosted, you know, entirely just almost like as a charitable thing. It's entirely fair for the group to be like, hey, you know, this is costing too much. You know, you need to self-provide again. Well, right, and it would probably be a security issue on the website, because it's not like there's logins or anything associated with the website, and... Look, stop giving me stuff I don't have room for. Because that I actually do want. I grabbed too many stone hammers. I'm gonna check what the stone hammers on the ground here. I'd rather have the meat cleaver. I don't know, I wouldn't even call it a blunder. Like, from a PR side. Like, to me, that seems like an entirely reasonable thing to be like, hey, man, we just, you know, we just need you to, like, move this onto another thing. No, because I've definitely been along with projects that, you know, they were hosted somewhere. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna put that there and attach in the right. Turn this on. Yeah, I gotta keep in mind, Reddit is not a good barometer for any rationality. I come to find going on Reddit is what you want to do when you want to hear people yell. Let's see, the reaction has been interesting to watch for sure. You thought the Product Zomboid community might be review bombing, and sure, I would hate it. That's, genuinely, like, the review bombing for stuff like that. I feel like the people who participate in that shouldn't be allowed to have reviews anymore. Because it's, like, one thing when you're review bombing and it's like, oh, hey, this game had undisclosed generative AI, or, oh, hey, they took features. Okay, so Power Grid's going down in 2 days. Like, oh, hey, you know, this was paid functionality that they did a quote-unquote update and they took away, and then they turned around and shoved it in, you know, shoved it into a paid DLC and all that kind of stuff. That it's like, sure, by all means, review bomb it. Like, go in there, give it bad reviews that are earned. But stuff like that where it's like, it's kind of a nothing burger and a whole bunch of people get up in arms and start review bombing because, I don't know, it makes them feel powerful or something. That I don't have much respect for. Because that genuinely can seriously harm people, you know, financially. It's like, okay, well, that's just going to make people stop making games. Not literally, but it's gonna make people want to deliberately distance them. Let's see. You found some paperwork and it's still in the from when it's still in the foster care. 9-page file than before it was hard to stomach. Yeah, I mean, that's a bummer, Darth. Still. Let's see, the PR for sure, but Reddit mentality is generally fairly infantile. Yeah, I wouldn't even disagree with that. Like, for example, if you go on to the Twitch subreddit on Reddit, pretty much you can summarize it as, I'm new, how do I grow? Ads are the bane of everything, and Twitch should hate everything about everything that Twitch has ever done because there's an ad and I saw it once. And, you know, this is some horrible stuff. The end of all, you know, the end is nigh because I was subjected to a 30-second ad when I just, you know, went into a channel. And, like, crap like that. And it's seriously tiresome that you go on there every day. It's like, I saw an ad. It's like, yeah, it's the mother effing internet. Did you pay for it? No? Then you're probably going to see an ad. Like, I don't like ads. I dislike them just like pretty much everyone else. But if you didn't pay for it, servers cost money. That's just the reality of it. They're going to find some way to make cash. And it's ads or sell your data, and they don't sell your data because TOS restricts them from being able to really do that. So they're making ads. And they even give you a paid option that you can pay to make the ads go away. But it's definitely one of those things that just, all the time, Reddit is just super, super horrible. Let's do 100% agree. You only called it a blunder because the team's statement was so vague that it seemed to escalate the situation rather than calming it. Yeah, I mean, but that's been the response with everything that gets posted with, like, the devs. Not even, like, on a failure on their part. It'll be like, hey, this thing we did, we're doing it because, like, there's this bug in the game we're fixing. And someone will get all up in arms being like, yeah, well, you're fixing that bug broke my mod. And then everyone goes like, you know, Indie Stone hates mods. It's like, no. People just want something to be angry about. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of actual genuine things to be angry about and upset about in this world. And, you know, someone being like, hey, we've asked them to move their stuff off our servers. Like, there doesn't need to be a second part. It's like, hey, running servers costs money, and we're basically covering this tab, and we don't want to do that anymore. That's a valid reason. You don't need to have like a whole, you know, dissertation as to why. It's just like, hey man, we provided this service, and, you know, it was kind of just to be nice, and we don't want to do that anymore. That's reasonable and fair. Especially when it's an external service. Because you never know, because there's like risks of liability where I'm not saying this is the case, to be clear, but let's say, you know, they find out, oh, the person running this website, oh, they've done some pretty not great things. Well, now, if they continue supporting it, then it's like, oh, you support this person who did all these awful things. So there's a liability there. And again, I'm not saying that has occurred, but it's definitely a thing that quite often is like, yeah, no, I want to, you know, keep things as best you can within the company, yada yada. It can also be the kind of things that, you know, people complain when it goes down, and when it goes down, then they have to get an earful from someone else, or like, okay, well, this is a lot of work that, you know, we're not, like, we're putting this time and it's a distraction for other things we want to work on, and it's just a pain. That stuff happens. And thank you for following. Welcome to stream. You want to avoid speculating, but you get a sense that the map author's posts, they didn't have much notice at all. It seems like he's still struggling to get the map back up independently. If he's got enough notes, I mean, that's we're just going to go ahead and we'll probably want to go ahead and put a pin on that, because that is very much speculation. You never know what amount of notice a group gets and how they handle it. Because there's sometimes it'll be something like Impats is saying, yeah, we want to probably get this off our servers, and I'll be like, okay. And then, you know, you don't take it as like that's the actual notice. And Indie Stone does strike me as the type of people from my own interactions with them that are less likely to be like, here is your formal end of service in 30 days notice, but be more like in the, hey, you know, we're looking to spin this down. You know, not make a whole big formal process out of it. Like, they'll do stuff as they have to, like, you know, when I was under NDA with them and everything. Like, you know, they'd make you go through the paperwork and all that. But even then, it felt like a formality than going through this whole rigmarole and all that. I'm just gonna walk. Because now that we know the power's dropping in 2 days, now there's no point in being at all sparing on our food use. Because it's only going to last a couple of days after the power drops. I mean, we're honestly getting to the point it's starting to go bad even sitting in the freezer. But yeah, no, I disagree with the whole controversy around it. I've also seen more than my share of, you know, mismanaged projects as well. And a lot of mods tend to be mismanaged and all that. Back to the game, are there best tips or ways to handle when you know the power is dropping soon? Sort of, yes and no. Just in the sense that I don't really bother changing how I play. The refrigeration is, like, completely unneeded. Like, very, very genuinely, you don't need a generator, you don't need any of that stuff. It can be a little annoying if you have to go out and every couple of days fish up your food. I did see the zombies tucked back in the tree. I'm not going to go ducking through those trees to try and get them. My hope is that this taxi up here will also be in working order. Maybe have some gas in it, drive it back to the house when we're done here and whatnot. We won't be able to drive around a lot, and very unfortunately, unless we go and make a you know, a detour to go out of our way. You're sharpened, right? No, you're not. I'm sorry, I missed what? I missed all that. It's more a matter of stockpile enough that it doesn't matter, or I suppose it goes bad. Well, ultimately, with water, you can literally just go up to the river or the lake and just drink from it. No additional effort of any kind needed. So as long as you got a body of water or a well or something nearby, you're good. If you got something like a grill nearby, you can literally just take contaminated water and just use it. Because you just heat it up and that's good. Alright, so there is some gas in here. Not a lot, but some. So that is a usable car. We'll probably want to keep it just the way it is for right now. And wait till we have a generator and can reach a gas station. And as far as for JD, for your question with food, generally speaking, you can get the food you need as you need it, kind of thing. If you're foraging, you can, even if you don't have the herbalist, you can nibble on the berries. If you get sick, you know, chill on the berries for a moment. And then find other goodies just doing it that way. And then when it comes to gaining weight, you'll end up either making a fishing rod or traps or whatever kind of thing like that. And once you get fish, food is just effectively solved. Because you just fish. If you're trying to lose weight, you eat the fish sparingly. If you're trying to gain weight, you eat the fish aggressively. Same with like the cows, for example. If you find a cow, once you get a bucket and a milk churn, you can just make butter. If you don't have those, you can build traps and chuck stuff in the traps and all that. It's just very, very genuinely, you can live long-term with very little. It's one of those things that takes a while to learn in the game, is that it feels like, oh no, the power's getting ready to drop. I urgently need my generator, my magazine. I need these things. I have to go out. My food's going to go bad. And it's kind of one of the negatives you run to the game, is once you start learning the game and you realize how little you actually need to survive long term, it does take away a lot of the pressure the game puts on you, where you're like, I got bullied out of my house. It's fine. The power's gone. It's fine. Water's turned off. It's fine. Yeah, no, I did a run when Build 42... Was it Build 42 is new? Whenever they added the loot none. Like that threshold for loot. Whenever they added that, it was a little while later, I actually did a run where we had set all of the loot to none. You know, and no story events or anything. So you went into every house. Houses served no purpose because there was no loot in them. And it was fun for, like, kind of an interesting challenge. But, it is not a long-term fun. And the reason it's not a long-term fun is you just have to forage so much. But then again, like I said, once you get to the point you can make a fishing pole, it's just not a big deal. And it's fishing pole or traps or nowadays the milk churn. Like, it's not just, oh, the fishing pole's broken, it's strong. It's any of the ways to keep your weight up. Once you got it solved, then you've won the game. Like, you get your fishing pole, put yourself by a body of water, you can just plunk down a tent, live by the body of water, and congratulations, you can literally live indefinitely without ever leaving that little spot. You just fish up your fish. You know, take a little sippy sip of from the lake when you're thirsty, and go to sleep in your tent, and you are set. You hate foraging, but you never forget when you foraged up an M16 full. Yeah, I don't mind foraging. I'll definitely say the foraging, once it got reworked, is definitely better than it used to be. Because for those who weren't here for the old foraging, the way the old foraging worked is you'd walk and say, like, wanted to forage here, I'd go right-click, and it'd say forage, and a little window would pop up. So if we look at the new foraging window, a little window would pop up like this, but it was like a square on this side, and then there was, I think you could filter on this side. And you just say search, and it'd be like, okay, there's 100% of the stuff left, and it would slowly tick down to its 0. And then you'd walk, like, from here to maybe there, I could forage again. So you just basically, in practice, you walked up, you hit forage, you fast forward, and you repeated. My bag is full. I've forged up like full-on generators, generator magazines. Herbalist I've forged up plenty of times. Like almost everything in the game is on the loot table for foraging. We just make it like a habit that I'm going for a walk. Let's queue up foraging. I believe you can get a katana foraging. I haven't done that one yet. So tailoring one, I don't actually care about this book. Okay, so we got sodas and chips. All right. Cool. Let's mark the house. Actually, we're not going to mark the house. Well, I'm not going to worry about the beef patty. By the time I go through all that process, it's probably going to be no good. Okay. Because now I consider that house looted. Alright, so our bread is going bad. Chuck all this stuff here. Let's see. Do you remember? Do you recommend starting with points, or is it easy to level? Oh, it's really ridiculously easy to start up. I wouldn't bother. You found that you eat more than you can catch with a fishing pole daily to gain weight, but fishing nets, on the other hand, you found you have to eat more than you can catch. I haven't run into that problem myself. Like, you'll have a lot of little fish you'll catch, and yeah, they won't do you any good. Like, you eat them for your hunger, but like the little fish, it's like, okay, you know, this fish is only, you know, not that many calories and all that. And then you catch something like a pike, and then you're just good. So you have to do a little bit of leveling for your fishing. But then you'll start catching a bunch of big fish from time to time. Okay. I don't necessarily believe it's strictly level that, determines the size of fish. I believe, and this could be out-of-date information, I believe it was one of those things that the higher level you are, the better odds you are of having the bigger fish, kind of thing. So, like, on the average, you'll have bigger fish. But that at lower levels, you still can catch big ones. But I could be wrong. They could have added at some point thresholds where if you don't have over a certain level, you can't catch certain ones and yada yada. Because it does exist on other mechanics. Hi.
Hmm. I had to give you kisses.
It happens.
Yeah, sometimes.
Love you.
More.
Gotta resharpen her blade. Even as worn as it is, when it's that low, it's gonna take a significant penalty. Never mind then, I guess. Okay. So I can back off again. And rest a little bit. We got tons of stone hammer still. Okay, we'll eat another slice of stale bread. Which has made us a little bit sad, so we're gonna wolf down our fancy salad. But yeah, so we got a couple of days worth of power. So when I get back to the house, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna grab like all the ice cream and popsicles and all that. We're just gonna start snarfing those down, as they will be the last ones we will have for the rest of time. Alright, back at fancy salad. Okay, let's aggro these ones since they're so close to here. Just to keep this area clear as much as we can. Okay, broke the handle. Which means more than likely... Gonna say, more than likely, the head of the hammer's still good and just laying on the ground back there. That's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did, though. There we go. Alright, and there's maintenance 4. Okay. And we'll need to go on that. So they do have to forge to eat to get the... Do you have to forge to get the hammer head back? No, it'll just be laying on the ground where you broke the hammer. Like, if you do forge, it'll make it far easier to see. Ah, that Hawaiian shirt's full of holes. Yep, so the hammer head is almost in perfect condition. So when we get a medium hammer, we can make ourselves a new one. Okay. So unfortunately, because we've run out of books, there's not anything for me to read while we sit here. So we just fast forward time a little bit till the muscle strain and endurance recover. Did you check the car? Yes, I've actually put stuff in the car, and I am debating driving it home. Read the phone book. Contains nothing of interest. Well, sounds about right. Yep. Yeah, so I've got a trailer up there. Probably not going to be much we care about there. We're starting to get to the part of town. It's going to take me a bit of work to get through. That is more than I wanted to pull by a fair margin. So, interestingly enough, those two were gas station employees. Yeah, no, I saw Sandustry. I'm a bit mixed on it. So I played it during Next Fest, and I did enjoy the game. But it is one of those games that, like, aesthetically is a hard sell for a lot of people. That a lot of people join your stream and be like, what the hell is this? And it sucks to, you know, it's kind of that way. But it is a game that I've noticed when you get, like, kind of that... What's the word I want to use? When you get to graphics of, like, that level of simplicity and all that, it can be a major detractor for people giving it a shot so far as tuning into your stream. So it's not a no, but it is one I'm kind of hesitant on. Like I said, I did play... I think it was a demo during Steam Next Fest, and I enjoyed it. But it definitely was one that, like, you kind of noticeably saw viewership drop. But that's the thing, it's not a visually appealing game. Like, not that games need to be graphically amazing or anything like that, but there's definitely I mean, not even retro graphics. Like, retro graphics have their own appeal. It's very simplistic graphics. Again, not that there's anything wrong with that, but from a content creation side, it's, you know, when the first thing someone pops in, they see something like that. Bare bones isn't what I want to say. It can be hard to convince people to hang out and be like, no, really, you should check this out. When it's just like the first impressions are that harsh. Because often the first impression is the only impression you get to make. Did we do Last Caretaker? Yes, I did it when it first went into early access. And it's in that same category if I'm waiting till it's more done. Oh, retro squared? No, it's not retro graphics. I would actually argue it's not even in the same vein as retro. Just because it's not like high pixel or 3D or whatever doesn't automatically make it retro. Retro has a certain aesthetic to it, like a very limited palette, for example, is something you see in retro graphics. I would almost say it's cartoony's not right either. Either way, it stinks, but that's just kind of what the reality is. There's definitely is like 4-bit graphics. Yeah. It's and again, there's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, I enjoyed the demo, but it is from a content creation standpoint, it can be a very hard sell to people. Oh, we need to rest longer. Because a lot of time you got like 30 seconds to get people either bought in on the idea of things or they're already gone. Not that they can't bail later or anything like that, they certainly do. But there's definitely a lot of times where people click on, they just watch for a couple of seconds, and if they're not vibing with what you're doing, they move on to the next channel to see what they can find. Which is fine, like, it's not that you need to make sure everything is immediately interesting and all that stuff. But it's, like, for example, if I wasn't already aware with what Sandistry was, and popped into someone's channel who I didn't know for the first time, I would probably be like, I don't know what this weird game is, and probably just move on to another one. Not because I don't know it being the thing. It's just, you know, it wouldn't stand out and grab my attention. Which, because for the record, I like pixel graphics. I mean, literally, we were playing Fields of Mystery yesterday. And thank you, Jin, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use it here. And I do really appreciate that, so thank you. Yeah, like, literally yesterday we were doing Fields of Mystery, which is pixel art. And granted, they have, like, the higher detail, like, close-up character models that you also see, which is like, you know, nicer graphics than you typically would see in a lot of those kind of games. But it's still relatively, you know, retro leaning outside of those portraits. You know, we played plenty of Stardew Valley, and Stardew Valley is very retro graphics. Talking like Pac-Man retro? Yeah, but I wouldn't put even Sandistry there. Like, Sandistry I wouldn't even say is in the style of retro graphics. It's definitely got the low fidelity of retro games, but it's definitely also kind of its own thing. Like, it was an artistic choice, maybe, I don't know. It's fine. Like, I don't think it's a bad game or anything because it... Yeah, no, that's the thing. Pixel art nowadays can be, like, really impressive stuff. They do stuff with pixel art that goes way beyond anything we could run on our old game systems. But yeah, no, I definitely enjoy some good pixel art games. But yeah, now my point was more along the lines of, The game looks interesting. From what I played, I enjoyed it. Even then, ignoring the aesthetics for 2 seconds. Even then, from what I did play it, I'm not sure it would be an automation game that would kind of hold my attention long term. They got a couple like cool, really novel ideas. Because like it's like Noita in the way that the world, all the physics are calculated with the different substances and all that, which is a big part of why there is that level of simplicity. Is, you know, to make it so you can easily spot the different materials and yada yada, to know how they're going to interact, you know, pixel by pixel. But I definitely know, like, for a factory automation game, it's not what I'd expect to hold me, like, long term. Yeah, like, I like Noita. It is a game I've tried playing on the channel a few times. That one, the problem is more along the lines of... It's kind of a visually noisy game once you start getting your wands going and everything. So it can be pretty rough to watch at times. And I'm not doing, like, the best of the best forbidden tech and, you know, the 1,000 wins or anything like that. Like, just playing regular... Like, I've got all but, I think, 1 or 2 of the achievements. I need you to die. We are so past exerted and everything. Yeah, we way overextended in that one. I heard a zombie over there. Yeah, no, I feel like Noid is an excellent game, but it's kind of one of those games you're into it or you're not. Like it's like someone new hopping into like a Path of Exile stream that's like well on its way. You have no idea what's going on half the time. Like you kind of have to have a certain awareness of the game for like the content to really hold. Oh, Stonehammer, you see it now? Yeah, the Stonehammer can be pretty rough. There's definitely a number of games due to the density of the game that it's hard for casual viewers to get into it. I also wouldn't say Noita is a particular game that is like drawing in a new audience right now. Like it's definitely a good game. Like I have played the crap out of Noita. That is a game I've got a lot of hours sunk into, and very, very much would recommend. But you know, when was the last time it did like some major anything to like refresh the game or new major content addition or whatever? Not that's been forever or anything. It's been a while though. Okay, so chicken leg is going stale, so let's just wolf that down when we can. And that's like, again, content creator kind of aspect. But you can usually see that. That's actually one of the things that can be dangerous as a content creator is if you play too much of a game that's got a very specific audience for that game. Like there are some games that the primary audience, that's the game they watch. What else do they watch? That's it. That's the game they watch. And there's nothing wrong with that. But unless you plan on just that is the only game you stream, it could be really risky to pop in for more than a little while because most of the new viewers you're going to get, they're kind of not your viewers. They're the viewers that belong to the game. You'll convince some to stay. Like it's not worth giving it a shot or whatever. Nothing quite that extreme. But it is definitely a thing that like the bulk of the viewers you start picking up when you switch off of that game are going to vanish right behind you. And so those games that have viewers that basically watch just it, it's kind of a get in, hang out for a little while, do that, but then you need to move on. Yeah, it's probably a good dodgy. Is that part of why you don't mod your games more than lightly? No, it's nothing. Like, the modding my games lightly has nothing to even do with the content creation side of it, typically. I've been burned so many times modding games, whether it's on stream or not. Like, give you an example for, like, an on-stream one. We were doing, oh, what was it? Stardew Valley Expanded mod and the Ridgeside Village mod. And I had people swear up and down, it's like, oh, both these mods work great, you played through them, done all this stuff. And it was only the mods that were required to run those were all I was running. And then we soft-locked our save because the portal that's supposed to open to do ending stuff, just for whatever reason, didn't work. And so then we were soft-locked at like 90% through the entire story for that mod. And needless to say, that was very upsetting, because we even had people who were involved in the mods try to unstick it, give console commands. I should not have left that running. I deliberately wanted to drive this slowly through the area so it would drag those zombies out from the woods, because there's been lots of them up there. And plus I had too much to carry. And we are deliberately driving very, very slow. We are on bodies. You can literally roll a car on a single body if you get going and you like try and take a turn. Product Zomboid car physics get pretty wild. Now, before you're like, oh, so you're gonna be driving your car back and forth? Nope, this is a one-way. The car has some gas in it, but it's like less than a quarter of a tank. And we don't have the generator or the magazine or easy access to a gas station or anything like that. Which all that means I don't reasonably have a way to recouping our gas. We're just gonna use enough gas to get this home. Park it up. Get the junk out of it, and it's going to sit there until we can get the generator and a magazine to a gas station. Because later in the game, ideally, this is kind of one of the things we'd do, is we would drive like a bull driver with a muffler removed home, and then the next day I would go back out the same route I came back, and kill all the zombies that kind of built up from there. Yeah, it's because you can find watching streams with heavily modded content difficult. Wonder if there's a balance for a creator. Yeah, well, I mean, there's some games that actually heavily modded content is something that community looks for. And even for that thing, for like example, RimWorld. RimWorld is a game that, generally speaking, the two types of let's say 3 types of content you see the most times in RimWorld that do well is, one, you have people who are just playing it on the absolute sweatiest, try-hardest settings they can come up with. There's definitely an audience for that. Okay, so I do have a book to carry with me. There's definitely a pretty big audience for just, like, the sweatiest of the sweaty, try-hardiest of the try-hard. And that's true of most games that have relatively challenging modes to them. Is that one of the big appeals will be that. So for, like, Project Zomboid, stuff like doing extinction runs and 16 times pop and all sprinters and all those kind of stuff. And yeah, so there's that. One of the other big draws is just very, very heavily modded runs. So you can see all sorts of like wild things going on. You know, the people driving around in the tank with the fully thing. Yeah, we actually talked about Noita just a little bit ago, and that it's actually a game that I played very, very heavily before stream. I've got almost all the achievements. I have tried to stream it a couple of times, but it just does not do well on stream. And part of it is like it has its core audience that likes it, that they will watch kind of the big names in that category, and that's just the game they watch. And also, like, if you're not doing like challenge run kind of whatevers, it doesn't, like, the viewership tends to just not really be there for just normal content kind of thing as well. So you're either doing stuff like no hit runs or speed runs or all these kind of things. Okay, I'll play that in a minute. Yeah, Noita's good. I like Noita. Alright. But now we're going to overeat meat and all that to an extreme, because we are losing weight. So I can prolong and all that pretty fast. Thanks for the reply and insight. You just chill and let you play the game. I know I've been asking a lot of questions. Yeah, no, it's all good. I try to be open because I know a lot of people are trying to do content creation. Don't get me wrong, everyone's got their own path to success and all that. What works for one person won't necessarily work for the other and yada yada. It can even be like the same content, the same people, depending on when, can be wildly different. That the stuff I did to grow when I started may or may not be viable now. Like, it is a evolving and changing thing as stuff goes along. But, you'll have a lot of people give the thing, it's like, play what you want, and all that. It's well-meaning, and it's not wrong, so much as it's incomplete. You can play what you want. But if it is something that, you know, no one is seeking out that content, it'll never go anywhere. It's the unfortunate reality. Like, if someone's breaking out, you know, EVO, search for Eden or whatever, in this day and age, the likelihood they get picked up is next to nothing. Even though it's a retro game that had a following once upon a time, it's not one of the retro games you really see much. Like, people aren't looking for it outside. Maybe you could get into speedrunning it or something, but I don't imagine there's much of that on the platform. Now, that said, if you're not enjoying a game, it will absolutely show in your content and people will not enjoy it. There's kind of a medium there. It's play something you'll enjoy, but also maybe, you know, take into consideration, is it content you would want to watch yourself? And if the answer's no, maybe it's worth considering something else. And that's a big part of how I consider my stuff as well. If it's something that I wouldn't be able to stand watching or just wouldn't enjoy watching at all, there's a pretty good chance I'm not going to make that content myself. Because it's reasonably fair to assume others wouldn't necessarily enjoy it. Granted, sometimes people surprise you. We did Farm Sim where we were just cutting down trees, and people absolutely enjoyed that way longer than I ever expected. Like, very genuine, I was expecting people to get tired of it, and I was just enjoying playing it. But man, that first time, we cut down so many trees. It was like literal weeks of playing that game and just destroying trees again and again. Okay. Yeah, no, for the record, EVO is an excellent game. It's a game that came out on the Super Nintendo, and people definitely enjoyed it back then, but, like, as I was kind of alluding to before, the big issue is there's not people seeking it out anymore. Alright, at this point we can just chuck stuff in anywhere, because it's all not going to be cold anymore soon enough. Because for those who missed, we're losing power in the next day or so. Watching paint dry over 3 million views on YouTube. Never underestimate. You'll get surprised. It is one of the things that we've talked about, you know, among other creators and all that, is you'll have those games, you're like, man, I don't know about this game. I really have low expectations for this one. And then it just resonates with your audience, and you're like, okay, well, we stream this now. And then there'll be that game, it's like, oh man, this is a shoo-in, we do this kind of content all the time, it's a brand new game, it's hyped, people are excited about it, and then you stream it, and it does terribly, like exceptionally terribly, and it can be a real bummer when you've gotten yourself kind of all into the whole thing. And just, you know, it's sometimes really hard to gauge. A lot of times you have things roughly right, but you can definitely get surprised where things you don't have high expectations of do well, and things you have very low expectations of absolutely blow up. Does it then remove the max pop setting? Is it about 7x? No. So if you go way to the bottom on the zombies tab, when you're making your sandbox world, there's an advanced tick box. When you hit the advanced tick box, it will show you the numbers. Just like they've always been. Let's see, out of curiosity, what would you say your best performing and your worst performing games number-wise? My worst performing game is probably Path of Exile. I actually can look this up, assuming the analytics website is working right now. Earlier it was not working great. But I can actually go back, and I'll just go by the last year, not try and go back to like all of history or whatever. Yeah, it's doing the same thing where it's just, oh no, it went. So right now, today, if we're going by the average viewers, technically Star Rupture did the best, but it was only for a 10 stream. So the first game that actually comes up here that actually has a meaningful amount of playtime. So I would say Product Zomboid, Hightail, are kind of in league with each other, and then RimWorld to be right behind that. Followed by Space Haven, then Outbound, then Parcel Simulator, Spacecraft. Like, all those we're within, like, you know, 10 or so viewers average. That could be one good stream or one bad stream difference. Let's see. The worst performing game would be Campus Life, which we did a sponsored segment for, and that was a rough launch game. That was a rough launch game, but yeah, but like Campus Life, Starbirds, Jump Space, Lost Skies, Plan B, Terraform, Shadows of the Doubt, Going Medieval, Pacific Drive, Keep Driving, all of those landed at around the same ballpark. But it's one of those things that you always have to take into a lot of consideration. Every time you watch someone play this, you realize that your UI settings are pretty unique. Everyone uses the bigger text. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind when you're watching, a lot of us are changing our settings with consideration of people who are going to watch our streams. I think we're looking into the analytics. You're very fascinated with what streaming looks like behind the scenes. Yeah. Old people, well, it's old people, people watching on TV, people watching on tablets, people watching on, you know, their phones, you know, mobile viewers and all that. All of that contributes. Okay, most likely we will be finding more zombies along the road than we have previously. And let's go ahead and pop this up. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that you'll change the way you play games for purposes of streaming. And that's not being like, oh, well, like you'll have times where you feel very strongly pressured to, you know, putting things like really sweaty try-hard settings and all that kind of stuff for stream, for content, or some like really wild out there settings, because it's more interesting for people to watch versus like you might, when you play on your own, play it far more casual. First thing you look at for is UI scaling rather than difficulty. Yeah, no, and that's fair. That's I've made the comment a couple of times that this channel, I actually have a higher than average mobile viewership on this channel, and it makes sense. I take the time to do a lot of stuff that helps people who are watching on like different things, you know, scaling the UI up a lot. You know, I do dictate a lot of what I do in game. So for people who can't see the screen at a moment, they can hear it and all that. You know, I try and be mindful of like the presentation of the stuff. Where I use dyslexic friendly fonts, those do make your life a little bit easier as well on the you know, on the mobile devices and tablets and TVs and all that. So I do have a lot of unusual like viewership because of that. But yeah, and that's the thing is like another consideration when you're getting into the content creation is being aware not all audience and all viewers are the same. Some audiences and viewers want to see you like overcome the sweatiest of the sweaty challenges. There's viewers for that. Some viewers want someone who is going to be a good conversationalist. Like they really don't care about the game that much. The game is just something that nudges the conversation along, but otherwise it's all about the chatter. That's another thing that happens. You have people who, they don't want to necessarily see the hardest challenge. They want to see kind of some really like weird and wild and different kind of things. That could be another one. Just, you know, I like to do a lot of strange challenges. Like RimWorld is probably the one I've done the weirdest challenges for, like the pollution challenge where we maxed out the pollution on the entire map. And just, we weren't allowed to take people who are immune to pollution. I wasn't allowed to just baggy it up and ship it off or anything like that. It had to stay on tile. And I had to figure out ways to manage it with, like, the Pollux trees. So it was a very slow burn challenge. That I had to, like, slowly have these trees absorb pollution little by little. And then you kind of move the pollution from where I don't want it to to the trees little by little. And it's just a slowly expanding thing. Let's see, some viewers also snap at 5 seconds when you swap to another game. Yeah, usually when you swap games, it's more of a trickle-in. But yeah, no, that's definitely a thing that, like... I'm not gonna name names, but there's definitely people in the community that the moment I go and I switch over to, like, RimWorld or Product Zomboid or whatever their preference is, that you'll have a decent number who will pop in the moment I'm in that category to check it out. But if I'm not playing that game... most of the time they won't. And that's, again, like, that's, to me, that's as much a viewer, like, it's that game's viewer that I'm borrowing for the week, more so than a viewer that's of my channel. Which, again, nothing wrong with that. Like, this isn't a complaint about that. People are going to go and seek out the content they want, and if you're not making that content, then they're not going to be here. And very genuinely, like, it does... Alright, one moment. Hey, Deliria! Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Oh, broke my weapon. 1 second. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout-out for Deliria, by the way? What were you playing? How did it go? All that good stuff. I'd get it myself, but I am in the middle of a thing right now. Your first play of Factorio, and it's fun. Nice! Factorio's an excellent game. We've done 2 playthroughs since Space Age, and absolutely a good time. I really appreciate that the Factorio community has improved a lot. It was kind of a known thing on Twitch for the longest time that if you wanted to be backseated as hard as possible and have the most miserable time, you just had to stream Factorio. But there was kind of a really big push for a while by creators and their communities in the category to be like, hey man, like, chillax with the backseating, you're driving people out of the category, like you are slowly killing this category on Twitch. And it was good. That happened a little bit before Space Age came out. And yeah, it went a long way to improving that situation. Because I knew a number of people who tried to stream Factorio and just got backseated so hard. But yeah, no, it's come a long way. Because, like, I tried to stream Factorio pretty early on in the channel's history. And it definitely was one that did not go great. Again, partially because of backseating, and, you know, they hadn't had a major change in the game for a pretty hot minute. And And then, yeah, it was just one of those things that, like I said, I couldn't even mention. There was a handful of creators that they mained Factorio, and it was kind of one of those things that they were sitting down with their communities being like, hey, you have to stop backseating. It's like we're watching the category slowly die on the platform because you are driving people out of it. You have to stop backseating. And like I said, I mean, they did a pretty good job of getting the worst of it under, under wraps. I'm sure there's still some of it out there. You had some very strong suggestions. Then you got sassy and they left. Yeah, that's always good. When you can get them to, like, not stick around. The first time you ever watched Woe Jess was her last Factorio stream. She basically rage quit it. Yeah, I can't... I think I saw Woe Jess play Factorio. Yeah, Factorio's a rough one for your first time. There's some of those games that, like Factorio, it's definitely when you first start, it's not too bad. And then you get, like, your basic automation, and that's fine. The massive, like, fall off cliff for Factorio is when you first get into liquids. Like your oil, water, that kind of stuff. We're doing that whole process. Because up until then, everything is very visual. You can visually follow it and do all that. The moment you get into liquids, you've got the mystery pipes that you can mouse over and see what's inside of them. But you can't really tell what's going on at a glance. Yeah, no, the Petrol Blue Science, yeah, that's the, that's probably the big cliff that a lot of people fall off, where you try and get into that, and again, it's definitely a layer of complexity over conveyor belts and inserters and that nonsense. And yeah, it's one that knocks a lot of people. And that's only counting people, like, the biggest cliff on almost any game is whatever the very first action you do, because a lot of people boot up a game and either won't run or something about it won't interest them and they'll just quit before they ever start. But once you get past then, usually there's like some friction point that is the next big drop-off. And you can't truly eliminate all the drop-offs in any game. Not while actually having a game still left to play. But there's definitely times where you see those drop-offs and you go, okay, like, is this something that not that you need to simplify it, is this something that needs a better way to communicate with the player what's going on? Is this something that, like, in the method we teach the player how to play the game, whether it's a tutorial or, like, breadcrumbing stuff to the player so they can kind of learn as doing or whatever the thing is. Is this way of teaching the player, like, not where it needs to be? Of course, that's too much. And I haven't done that on the game dev side, but we used to do that all the time in software dev for applications. Or, like, even websites and all that, being like, okay, you've got your process for doing whatever the thing is that your software does. Where's the point that people who don't see it to the other side, like, where's the main friction point? Where's the point where you see the most people fall off? Like I said, sometimes there's only so much you can do. That there's some things that are just complicated, and there's, like, you can try and manage as much as possible, but outside of just doing it for the person, there's not much you can do about it. But a lot of times that's a spot you can go, okay, maybe this needs a little bit of a tutorial to it, or maybe, we need to be a little bit more explicit or whatever. But yeah, no, I'd definitely say, I would guess for Satisfactory, it probably is still the liquids that has the big drop-off. But I imagine the aluminum is the toughest one. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the liquid, like petrol and all that stuff in Satisfactory is way, way, way easier than the aluminum. But I would say that's probably the first time the game, like, kind of ratchets up what you're dealing with. Because, like, the liquids in Factorio would definitely not be the most complicated thing. But it's kind of... it's kind of one of those things that, like, if you manage to get past the hurdle that was dealing with the liquids in the first place, you're probably going to get past the hurdle that is, you know, like, you're probably capable of getting past the hurdle that's, like, the aluminum, all that. That said, there's definitely things that, you know, after you played a game a good couple of times, you know, it's not even that difficult. You get to the thing and you get to that process that's complicated, like, you know what, I just don't want to do it. For me, with, like, the one I bring up is Terraria, which isn't even a complicated game, but I've done literally over a dozen full playthroughs of Terraria, and usually I'll start playing and be like, I'm having a great time, and I'll get right about to the point where I need to start, like, making a potion area, like a farm, and I'm usually like, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to do this. I've made this stupid potion farm so many times. I just don't want to. It's not even that hard of a process or anything. It's like just immediately getting to the point of setting up that kind of grindy farm, being like, you know what? No. I've done this well over a dozen times. I'm just not interested. And I fall off. For Factorio, for you, it was trains. Aw, man. Factorio, I like to go hard on the trains and do all sorts of shenanigans. I can go ahead and get a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, no, I noticed that, Ronald, that this... I thought Valley Station was on the list as places who got, like, an aesthetic update. I think it might just be this back road here that I'm going along doesn't have it. The building side of this game seems interesting to you. The farming, cropping rotation, etc. You love the idea. Yeah, I mean, kind of the unfortunate pro and con with Project Zomboid is like the building part's good. Like I'll just hands down agree. The unfortunate reality with the growing, like, farming side of the game is because they moved it from the way it used to be over to, like, realistic farming so far as timelines, that 99.9% of players, like 99.999% of players, don't live long enough to successfully farm anything. The crops just take way too long to grow. And for those who do live long enough, the amount of effort you put into farming versus what you get is just... It's not even that, like, oh, there's something better. It's like, no, it's objectively awful. Like, it is really, really terrible. It is one of the things I've complained about before. It's like, hey, man, like, you've got this game where the reality is you are expected to die. And most likely you're expected to die, you know, in not a super long time frame. You certainly have people who live plenty long, myself included, but I'm definitely way more in the exception to the rule than what, you know, should be reasonably expected of a player. Yeah, you can do that. It's just, the unfortunate reality is by the time you can successfully grow a crop, other than to be like, I did it, but like to grow a crops such that you could, you know, start surviving on them kind of thing, like, you just need so much space to dedicate to it, and you need to water them, and it is an incredible amount of effort. And then you get some cabbages, and they're only good for, like, a couple of the weeks tops. Or, as an alternative, you can get a fishing pole and then just fish. Or you can forage. There's no second part. So it's just unfortunately right now, with the implementation of the game, because they went with the realistic farming, it's just kind of out of sync with the rest of the game right now. Feels better multiplayer? Yeah, I imagine multiplayer could feel better. I also feel like it's one of those things you go into the mod settings and, like, or not mod settings, go into the world settings and just be like, yo, crank up the speed on those things growing. Like, really ratchet that crap up. Because, like, again, the idea that you're gonna sit here and wait 90 in-game days for stuff to grow, which if we're playing multiplayer where you can't fast forward, you're at an hour and a half days, means you are going to be playing for 60 straight hours per month in game, which means you're talking 180 real life human hours to get to the other. Yeah, to get to, well, is that right? Yeah, 180. No, that's more than that. The point is, it ends up being an obnoxiously long amount of time. There's a small group of players, when it was 0.14, 0.06, who had competition without trains in multiplayer. So one of them re-implemented the entire game without trains and ran it faster than the original engine. The CEO talked to them in red and gave them permission to talk about the details. Nice. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. Right now, I see the farming in the game as effectively a dead mechanic because it's just so wildly outside reasonable. And like in build 41, I would always have the farm going, and all that kind of stuff. But like right now in the game, it's just to give you an idea, with as long as we survived or like the last 3 streams or whatever, a couple streams of this. So I would be halfway to getting 1 crop up if I planted immediately at the beginning, like the very fast growing crops. Otherwise I would be, for the crops that take 90 days, I would be, what is it? 15%, no, yeah, a little over 15% of the way through. And by then I can clear out multiple entire neighborhoods. And thank you for the thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Do they allow you to adjust the farming time pre-game settings? I think you can. They lean too much of the realism on the farming now, especially with the start of July and not spring. I agree. Like it's a joke thing, like kind of a meme, but I actually have a tag on the channel that says anti-realism, and that's usually what it's applying to, is when you have a game that they make a decision for the game development for realism considerations at the cost of balance and at the cost of gameplay side. And so, like, the farming in this game right now in its current implementation, I would say is a very, like, textbook perfect example of where they've effectively broken the mechanic to the point that people don't do it anymore because they went for realism, when the reality is you gotta, like, if people aren't surviving 5 and 6 months, the farming is irrelevant. Like, they won't get a crop up. And I think, and as much as it could, and people are like, oh, well, they could have much better yield. It's like, but food spoils. So sure, you could make the yield where I could literally have a single square of cabbage spit out a literal million cabbage, and it wouldn't matter. I'm only getting a couple weeks of food because even if I immediately put it in the freezer, that's all the longer it lasts before it rots in the freezer. Obviously, it's not that ridiculous, but it means there's kind of a hard cap on the benefit you can get from it. Let's see, you used to like farming in your playthroughs? Sad that it's not that great. Now that we have the animals for our farms as well. Yeah, nut's a thing. It used to be my primary source of food. It ultimately quite often end up being fishing, if I'm being honest. But normally I would grow a bunch of stuff, and I would grow anything. Like, I'd grow pretty much any of the crops that I could get my hands on, and keep all that going. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Warren if I got one of my mods available? But yeah, let me finish my thought. But yeah, so as well as things like I used to farm very regularly because, it was faster than dealing with foraging every single day. But I would also not water them, so if some of the stuff didn't make it, I didn't care. Which was one of the things they were trying to correct, is that farming previously was a very low effort thing you could do, where you just chuck some crops in the ground, and that was that. You would just get to the other side. So it certainly did need a nerf, but they did a nerf of the nuke it from orbit, it's dead man. Alright, so bear with me for a moment. I'm going to start a character reading this book, and it'll get you a shout out and all that stuff. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this, which is a shout out for Warren. For those who don't know, Warren, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing some Product Zomboid lately. Also has played RimWorld a lot historically. So if you like either of those games, you can find it over there. Does like a lot of fun stuff there. So definitely someone worth checking out. So yeah, a lot of stuff in the game is inaccessible to most players unless they play on the easiest settings, and specifically focus on those things like farming, blacksmithing, animals, even fishing. Most players just rely on scavenging food and then die before it becomes an issue. You're not wrong. Still alive for almost a month so far. Nice. Yeah, if you're surviving up to like a month or so, you're starting to get that ramp up where you'll have your characters live longer and longer and longer. Because usually it's like the point you start seeing your lives really get longer is once you start consistently surviving the helicopter. Once you consistently start surviving the helicopter, basically the sky's the limit. Because, you know, this run you'll live a month, then the next one you run, you live 3 months, and then you'll live 2 months, and you'll live like a week, and you'll bounce it back, but it'll just gradually keep moving up. Alright, meta event, which way? Looks like straight north. Which should work out okay because we've been clearing from the south. Yep, Product Zomboid's 100% front-loaded difficulty. Every day you live gets a little bit easier. Because your stats go up, zombies get easier, you've got more levers to pull so far as like whether you've got your generator, your car, able to get a hold of weapons easier because of like crafting skills. Okay. Yeah, so you had a meta event that drew the zombies back north. Yeah, no, I would definitely say. You found a sweet river to keep them at bay? Nice. Oh, you got one of those situations where like there's a river on one side of you. So like when you're dealing with the zombies, you only have to worry about the zombies coming from the other direction because they get stuck up on the river. Because those could be some of the best defenses that you can get in the game. Because then you're pushing out in that one direction that the zombies can come from. So you get to only have to worry about one side. Like that's you have a lot of people be like, oh yeah, Rosewood Fire Department, oh yeah, this building over here that's got the tall fences and all that. It's like, nah. Even before they made it so you could break through, like zombies could break through those, is like, no, I actually would recommend against that. Those will end up getting you killed more than they'll help you. But yeah, having a straight up like wall of a river on one side, always a good one. You started using spears for the first time, mostly because you're leveling your carving and need to get rid of all the spears you carved. You find a pretty nice weapon. Yeah, so historically, spears were a meta in Product Zomboid. In Build 41, like, what was the best weapon was a hotly contested thing, which spoke very highly for the balance in the game. These days, the balance isn't nearly as good a place as it used to be. They made a lot of changes, and one of the unfortunate consequences of that is it screw up the balance a lot. Like, having to constantly sharpen your bladed weapons hurts them pretty bad. And a lot of that kind of stuff. Spears, they basically nuked them from orbit, made them very hard to keep a meaningful number around. Because it used to be you'd cut down a tree and you'd have like 50 spears laying there on the ground by the time you're done with all the logs, making them into planks, and then cutting the planks into spears and all that nonsense. So they definitely eviscerated that whole side of things. But the spears have some of the fastest DPS historically, and then their negative was their durability is absolute garbage. It's just where they used to be super easy to get a hold of materials to make tons and tons and tons of spears. It's a little harder now. Because you need the saplings instead of just the straight up, you know, straight up branches and planks. Alright, Ward, you take it easy. And thank you again for that raid. And I guess I should introduce myself for the people popping in here. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. It was 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. It was on ridiculous, sweaty, try-hard settings. And all that said, you'll probably notice there was a past tense on that, though. That record has been beaten quite a while back now, because once I got the record and it eventually got dethroned, it was definitely a thing that people were like, oh, you're going to try and take your record back. Nah, man. Those records take so freaking long. I'm glad I had it. The people who got it from me have earned it every bit. And I have no interest in putting in the time necessary to try and take it back. Like, regardless of whether or not I'd succeed, is irrelevant. I have zero desire to put that time in. It's basically, at this point, you kind of have to dedicate, like, a year or two of just Project Zomboid, full-time, almost exclusively, to have a chance at the record, because of how much that number's been blown up over the years. And I love me some Project Zomboid, but also, there is no game I want to play exclusively for that length of time. You also like that you can poke the zombies through fences and that? Yeah, you can do that with short blades, too. With stuff like knives and screwdrivers and that, you can also poke zombies through fences and all that. You do get a damage penalty when you do that, as a heads up. When you're poking through a fence or whatever. You get a... I can't remember what it was. It was a reduced amount of damage. It's not a huge reduction, but it's not nothing. Alright, so I've got this hammer's mostly spent. I'm expecting that place to be awful inside. So I hear at least a zombie banging on there. Yeah, there's a bunch in there. So let's try and aim for this house. Because I'll be able to get into the house and get it all sorted way faster than the other way. Alright. And we're getting exerted again. We got more zombies moving north. We just did have a meta event a little bit ago that brought the zombies north of us. Okay. Gunfire. It was a helicopter. That kind of stirs the pot, but keeps the zombies relatively near you. Meta events basically are just like, play a sound on that side of the player. And just kind of generally draw the zombies in a direction. Alright, that stone's going to stay on the ground because I don't want to go and push or carry weight too much. Alright, it's going to be time for us to get back soon anyways. We're down to a screwdriver for a weapon. You've been trying to use weapons you don't normally use. Hammers, scythes, cleavers, snow shovels. It's been hecking fun. That's actually one of the things I like about having a bit on the more limited loot side in some runs. And then starting with no stats. Is you do just kind of have to deal with what's the best weapon for me? What's the weapon I can get my hands on right now? That's the best weapon for me. Like, it's very beggars can't be choosers. I can get my hands on a shovel now. Congratulations, I'm using a shovel. I can get my hands on a screwdriver. Well, I guess we're using a screwdriver. And that keeps up until you get a couple of points in maintenance, and then you usually can keep weapons going long enough that you don't have to resort to just picking up anything not bolted onto the ground and start hitting zombies with it. Okay, and the power's going off like today or tomorrow. Surprisingly, it looks like this might want to be one of only 1 or 2 times I've played that I've ended up having the power go off before the water. It almost never happens. Is there anything you can do with all those bodies? Yep, I'm doing it right now. Right now, I am taking care of all those bodies. A couple days from now, they'll all be gone. So, really, like, solid hustle on those bodies. Just doing a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, no, it's one of the new player questions we get a lot is like, oh, how do you deal with all your bodies? Like, there's bodies everywhere. It's like, you don't. You just leave them on the ground and they'll go away on their own. Because a lot of people, it's kind of almost a rite of passage in the game that they'll try and drag the bodies on top of a fire and light the fire and inevitably accidentally kill themselves. It's just one of those things that people end up doing. And real fast, let me go ahead and do this, which is a shout out for Blue Spark, another fantastic content creator playing some Project Zomboid lately. So if you like your Project Zomboid, you can find it over there, but plays a whole bunch of different games. You have immolated yourself in-game like that. Yep. Almost everyone has either done it themselves or knew someone who did it and learned, vicariously. Oh, we got Pokemon cards. That is the only mod we're running right now, is that the zombies have a 1% chance to drop a Pokemon booster pack, so that we can collect all of our cards. That's not the motivation of this run. It was just something to toss on there for an extra thing. Campfires still terrify you? Oh yeah. You'll notice when I do a campfire, I have no problem using a campfire if I need to, but you will notice I give them as wide a berth as they could possibly get away with. Yeah, so you'll need the, I think it's like card collectibles core and then card collectibles like Pokemon or something like that. If you do exclamation mark mods, I believe it's updated and all that if I remember correctly. You went back to this after a few years just this morning. You forgot how involved it was. Yep, there is a lot in Project Zomboid. Yeah, I usually tend to run... Yeah, so those are the only mods I'm running, is those 2 mods. I generally run very, very light on my mods in games. Like, considering when we were on Ultra's server, Ultra had just 1 mod. Just 1 mod, and it was like a well-known and popular mod. And the next day it updated and made the server not work, so it had to be dealt with. And that wasn't like anything negative on Ultra's server, I think. It's just the nature of how mods can be. Or like, I think it was Drago ran into that had a mod the other day that went to boot up the game, like got on stream, went to boot up the game, and the game said no, that the mod had gotten delisted on the Steam Workshop. Luckily, I believe it was a mod that wasn't necessary to keep playing, so I was able to jump back into save, just remove the mod. But it was one of those kind of things where it's like, had that been a mod that couldn't be removed safely, that would have meant the run he had started arbitrarily got forced to an end because a mod got delisted. And we don't know why it got delisted or anything, it's just, it wasn't on the workshop anymore. Yeah, no, about the only time I recommend dealing with corpses at all is, say, like, I'm staying in this place, if the corpses are in the room I'm trying to sleep in, that's gotta go. At which point, usually I'll just drag it outside and that's it. But if it's not in the room with me, doesn't exist. It's not real. Can't hurt me. Okay. So we're gonna need to make more weapons. We can drop all these on the ground for carving later. They're gonna go ahead and eat an entire thing of bologna all in one go. Just unhinge the jaw and right on down. Drop some stones. Drop some branches. Okay, and we got those two napped, so we can go ahead and drop our flint on the ground. All right. So make 2 more axes. Yeah, no, it's unfortunate. We used to have a thing baked into the game where you could adjust all the individual sounds up and down one by one. Interesting. But they took that out of the game. There's a mod to bring it back, but it was very helpful as a creator for stuff like that, where that one specific sound can be pretty obnoxious. You can take that one sound and turn it down. So what I used to do is for stuff like the sirens on your vehicle, I would drop the sirens like 10% volume. Because especially back then, every time I was driving home from wherever, I would run the sirens to pull the zombies out in the street, so that way the next day when I went out, I'd clean out all the zombies that got pulled out of the woods and all that. Okay, so we got you all sorted. I'll worry about that later. Okay. So I got more tree branches here. Interesting, I can research that. I keep hoping to be lucky and, like, research one of these things. Yeah, so smashing the skull is the only thing we can do. Going just like that, we got jaw bones. We can make all sorts of bone carved things if we get more skill in carving. Apparently do something with animal teeth. We can make necklaces out of the teeth. Make a jawbone axe. So a jawbone axe requires leather straps, not just regular ones. But then we'll be able to do that. And for the bones, yeah, we'd carve those. Alright, that's fine. So realistically, what we're going to want to do here then is make sure I don't have a bunch of hammers in my backpack. Do not. Because I should have a pile of flint axes on the ground. I have more than 2. Did I put them in here on accident? Have we reached the... Yeah, we've reached the point that I've got too many tools that they're starting to, like, push farther out from the pile. Hi, wifey.
If you touch your skills,
We all make mistakes.
it's not a mistake.
And yet it is.
No, it's a conscious decision that's right. What? Why is that funny?
Because wifey's funny.
Yeah.
Love. Alright, so now we want to chop down this tree. Alright. Cool. So we got 2 saplings. Some more tree branches. Now grab the broken piece of flint so I can chuck it on a corpse to delete it from existence. Okay. Now we can go back around here. Exacerbate our problems by tossing even more junk on the floor. Okay, so we want more hammers. I'll have to pick up stones. If we want more axes, I'll have to pick up flint. How many branches am I up to? Not nearly as many as I thought, which is fine. Okay, so we can go to craft. Craft some long sticks. Okay. And that's chopping firewood, which I don't think we need. And we'll sharpen that. It might be a stupid question, but you've been lurking. Where do you get all the bones? So I've been mostly foraging and then finding them on occasion while foraging. As far as like finding more, you can actually have cows and then kill the cow and then you get bones. Oh, right, before we forget, we deserve joy in our life before the power goes off. So we're just going to eat an entire tub of ice cream. And so we're still losing weight for a minute. And we're going to eat an ice cream sandwich. Is that just to clean up the server, getting rid of Flint? Oh no, so I'm playing solo right now. The cleaning up like the broken Flint and throwing it on bodies is because what I'll end up doing later is I'm going to go like backtrack through those areas foraging and I'll keep finding the same piece of broken Flint on the ground again and again. So just to save my sanity, I'm going to go ahead and just chuck it on a zombie body to effectively delete it. But it's not like a server performance thing, it's just, you know, cleaning up clutter. And we're going to go ahead and eat another ice cream sandwich. We're still losing weight. And we're going to eat some popsicles. And that's because even though I don't need to be scarfing these down, just on principle, I don't want to go ahead and leave all these, you know, to melt in the morning. This is the last joy we're going to have from food in a long time. Okay, so we've eaten all of our desserts, and we're now neutral on weight. We're neither gaining nor losing weight at the moment. And I'm going to go ahead and shove an entire fish fillet in our mouth. Because the power's going to go out, and once it does, all that food's going to go bad in like 2 days. Well, most of it. There'll be like the sweet potato in there will stay for a while. But the bulk of it's not going to hold up. And there goes the power. All gone. Okay. We're still not gaining weight. Grab the bacon. Grab the bread. Grab the muffin. Oh, yeah, grab all that ground beef we're going to be putting on the weight today. Grab some ham. Grab the hot dogs. Grab the mayonnaise, the mutton chop, the pork chops, the salami, the salmon. I wasn't paying attention at all. It's fine. I imagine if something was terribly wrong, we would know about it. Okay. So what I'd like to do is give that a second to drop off. So that's 0.3, 0.3. There we go. We'll eat an entire ham. That gave me room for another hammer. You thick. Can I fit? There we go. This is Station Valley. Or Valley Station, sorry, other way around. Hey, look. We're gaining weight for some reason. How's the new build 42.2? It's good. Been having a good time with it. Oh, I didn't check to see the water situation. The water's probably still on. But we did lose power, which honestly, it's very, very rare you lose power before water. Yep, water's still on. Okay, so we're just going to run up here. We're going to keep on fighting. We are going to be highly inefficient in our food. We are going to eat every chance that drops off. We're going to shovel an entire salad in our mouth. Anything new? The big thing I would say more than anything is they've completely reworked all the old parts of the map. So far as like I shouldn't say all. They've reworked the major cities that were on the map forever. Riverside, Rosewood, Muldrow, West Point, and a couple of the smaller locations. They all kind of got a once-over improvement. So they're like wildly different from what they used to be. Like same basic guts, but like all the buildings have been completely redone. Be a lot more in line with a lot of the newer buildings. Because they were starting to properly show their age. There's a pork chop. There's some bread. There's some mayonnaise. There's some mutton. There's some sliced ham. Should put an egg on that. Add some steak. Salad, by the way. Yeah, so we made ourselves a salad. It is a steak, lamb chops, sliced ham, eggs, pork chop, bread, and mayonnaise. It is just a big old bowl of meat with some croutons and mayonnaise on it. All right, I'm gonna be back real fast. I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Oh, my LDLs. Well, we'll take care of that. We'll make sure it's all sorted. Not necessarily in the way your doctor would want, but it will be sorted. I like how it's just labeled salad with mayonnaise. It's like, it is a big old bowl of meat with croutons and mayonnaise. The nutrition is, see, but it's not that bad. I've made that whole salad and it is only 890 calories. That's not even that appalling of a salad. Hell, that's probably just the mayonnaise. You like man? Excellent username, Mayonnaise Jello. Okay. Oh, we're able to eat again. The whole salad. All 890 calories right in the mouth. We got a little up arrow. Still a little up arrow. We can do worse. Pork chop. Bread. Mayonnaise. I don't know. You go for some of those, like, you know, like, fancy salads, and, like, at the beginning, you're like, oh, that's not too bad. It's just a couple of 100 calories. And then you put the dressing on, and you're like, okay, by the way, that couple hundred calories that salad was, is now, like, well over 1,000 calories because the dressing was just an extra, like, 300 calories, 400 calories. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Always coming in here being super supportive, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that support. Means a heck of a lot. Yeah, dodging the leafy greens for their own health. Want to keep that digestion working correctly. No extra add-ons. The pea soup that is the fog today is not my favorite. Because if it wasn't foggy, we'd probably go ahead and forge the whole way up and see if we can't get a bunch of stones and flint and all that, because I'm going to have to do that at some point. I've been putting it off and I know it. But the good news is as these bodies disappear from, like, the 9-day timeout on them or whatever, I'll have to deal with less and less of, like, seeing random maggots and glasses and hats and all that been knocked in the ground. Why did you all come up as, like, one tightly knit bunch? Hey, Mark, how's it going? Okay. Oh, we just finished that? I think that deserves a salad. Because again, all this meat and all that I'm carrying is only going to be good for like 2 or 3 days. If that. So we are just like full send eating every last bit of this we can. We're still technically overweight. But it is one of those things that once, you know, like once we get through with this stuff, it's going to be a little while till we can start like reasonably getting more stuff to keep our weight up. So I'm kind of investing in the future by letting myself balloon the character a little bit. Reminds you of the 1,420 quesadilla explosion salad at Chili's. Me and Tomb actually went to Chili's for the first time in like, you know, 5 or 6 years the other day, and I saw like the quesadilla salad or whatever. I didn't get it. I ended up getting Cajun shrimp pasta. But it was like, what on earth? No, that's like, you go to some places like Ale House or one of these like sports bar places, and they'll have items on the menu. And you look at the calories like, oh, that's just a casual 1,800 calories for, you know, a meal for one person. That's fine. My entire daily calorie allotment in a single food item. You know, I really like a lot of Cajun and Creole food. This wish is actually spicy? Yeah. Yup. Well, we killed a zombie. Gonna go ahead and enjoy yourselves a salad. Another 700 calories. So how are we doing? Double up arrows yet? Nope, still singular up arrows. Cajun can quite often be spicy. It's not required to be or anything. Yeah, no, most Cajun food I find tends to be at least somewhat spicy. It's not like spicy. It's not like, oh man, this is on the edge of being able to be eaten spicy like some things can get. But usually I would argue it's got some pep to it. It's probably not going to push anyone's spicy limits or anything. Not unless you think of the idea of like tabletop pepper as spicy. Yeah, no, it should be at least a little spicy. Maybe you're thinking blackened? Yeah, no, generally I would actually consider both, I would argue both Creole and, Cajun stuff is usually at least mildly spicy. That's kind of the norm. Yeah, versus blackened wouldn't be either here nor there on the spicy side. It's what you do around the blackened. Oh, come on. It's fine. We didn't get injured or anything. I was trying to go and I didn't hold the ground attack button, so... Product Zomboid's targeting has always been a bit of a cluster. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the cursed image of Drongo. Come on. Okay. So that was a good couple zombies, so let's go ahead and have ourselves a salad. We need to back off from it and probably recoup a little bit of our stamina. And our screwdriver's starting to get pretty worn out. Hey, Luxray, thank you so much for the 290 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay. That was somewhat sweaty, but alright. Ah, you came in the back window back there. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and get our pork chop. Get our bread. Get our mayonnaise. Get our mutton. Get our salmon. Drop in an egg. Put a little steak in there. Go ahead and eat that immediately. For another, what is it, like 700 calories? Still not double up arrows. I'm basically eating a bowl of meat and mayonnaise. Alright, mutton. Salmon. Luckily there's no cholesterol in Zomboid yet. I feel like this is one of those times where it's gonna be like, you know, oh, we need to eat the entire giant heap of ground beef. It's gonna go funky soon. All right. Eating a bowl of meat and mayonnaise sounds like something Drongo would drink from a shoe. That's complicated. All right. We're just casually going to eat a pile of ground beef. Surprisingly only 300 calories worth of ground beef. Which is a little surprising that you get, like, what I can only assume is, you know, a 1 pound bag of ground beef or something. Okay. What's the ideal weight? You want to be more than 75, but less than 85 is the ideal. Being a little over or under isn't the end of the world. If you're a little under, it does, you know, nerf your damage a little bit. And if you're a little over, it nerfs your endurance recovery a little bit. So it's not a huge ordeal either way. But it can be felt. Like, you'll notice it. Okay. I should probably actually look at what got damaged. Because we had a zombie lunge at us and we didn't take an injury, but we did hear the fabric rip sound. Yeah, so let's take a quick little check. Oh, it's probably the boots, isn't it? No, the boots are fine. Tank top's fine, pants are fine, gloves are fine? What? I didn't get injured. I guess everything's just fine. Alright, 1 second. Because I don't like all this tree cover back here. You can definitely tell there's more zombies either inside or around back. Excuse me, ma'am? Ma'am? You can just knock on the door like a normal person, okay? Especially considering you have the keys to this house, I assume. Actually, put the Foraging 2 book back. We can't use that anymore. We're at Foraging 4. Sounds like that zombie might be in the bathroom. There we go. I was just worried about what side the zombie was going to be on. If I guessed wrong, our character would get hurt. How long does it take for the buys to despawn? About 9 days. All right. So this house is looted. And we'll celebrate by wolfing down a salad of meat. So pork chop, bread, pepper, mayonnaise. Zombie, I'm busy. Mutton. That stone's mostly spent, so you can keep it. And go down here. Grab myself a replacement stone. Alright. Egg. Salmon. Vinegar. Do you want to mark that gun? No, it had no ammo or anything. It's not a particularly hard to find type of gun either. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Am I responsible?
Let's see. Yes, you are responsible.
I'm responsible. I love you.
Love. And thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thorpe. We also actually do have a command for Tomb now. Treacle asked for it for her birthday. So, if you do !Tomb, it'll do a whole bunch of, like, the tomb taps. Not sure what residence that's for, but that's okay. I need to figure out why that's so badly delayed now. Because you'll, like, forget that it's even coming up. So thank you again for the Gigantify. It's like, oh, it's the sound. Right. That thing. I'm not seeing many zombies. Let's see what this auto parts and tools place is. Well, I guess it said machine parts, not auto parts, but same diff. There'll be parts of something. Bonk. I'm going to go into the corner all the way. My concern is if I'm not all the way in the corner, I can't turn an angle where I can see both directions. And a zombie strolling in like that could just be the end of it. Versus here, we can sit down. And I'm just feeling like it's time that I ate an entire pile of ground beef. And now I can chuck the magazine we found on the ground. But yeah, no, historically I know people would see a spot like this and be like, it's a place to set up a base. Because they just see the tall fences. And it's like, but really it's not. There's really a lot of negatives about a spot like this where you can get yourself enclosed in here where you gotta huck yourself over a fence that you may not know what's going on the other side. I've seen a lot of characters die doing that. Okay, there's a zombie in the bedroom over there. That window doesn't open. Okay, so they're banging on the stuff on both the ends there. Okay. That's a meta event. There's cereal there, but I can't get close enough to actually grab the cereal. Okay. Honestly, take the word sticks. I've got so many of those right now. Give me the book. You already have the other book. Where did you go? Where did you go? And amusingly enough, I don't know what's to the other side. They positioned this so I can't reach the other side of that cabinet. Yeah, this particular trailer's not well set up. There's a lot of stuff that you as the player would have to tear apart the furniture to get access to. Well, it's been just about a minute, so I feel like we could go ahead and eat ourselves an entire pile of ham. So let's get these ones out of here. There's probably tools in there. In hindsight, let's use the stone hammers first, because they'll break faster. Which will alleviate some carry weight. Okay. So I can get this other one over here. Yes, this is Valley Station. Alright, so zombies on the other side banging away at it. Okay. Yep, so we're getting stressed out because we're listening to the rhythmic banging of the zombies on the wall. Why'd you use the windows, not the door? The door was locked. So I had to go through the window instead. Okay, and we're getting a little bit overburdened. Also getting another big pile of ground beef, because the one it's all starting to go stale. Oh, and we can also go like this, because we have looted this building and this building. It means the next building is whatever that is, and home. Well, spawn point. Is this the gas station, maybe? No, it's like a bar. Okay. We're overburdened at the moment. Cool. So we can pop into this place, find a spot to rest. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, we have some that are cooked and some that are uncooked. I was like, why are those stacked differently? Alright, so keep reading this book. We need to keep wolfing down all the food we can. Because I demand the double up arrows. So let's go ahead and just slam another entire stack of ground beef. Yeah, so starting to see like the number of zombies really thinning out. And again, that's because we had like meta events and house alarms and all that drew them kind of in that middle spot, and we've kind of cleared through them now. So this end of town should quiet up a little bit until we get a bit farther north where it would have been too far to hear all that stuff. Alright, let's check that mailbox. Nothing. And the house right there, I believe, was our spawn house. That's what I marked. We'll know when we find the house with the door open. Okay. That's a mostly already spent thing. I'm going to actually chuck the broken branches on the bodies right now. Would you consider the nutritional information for getting double arrows for weight gain backseating? No, I mean, I'm aware of how it works, just to be clear. But we are just wolfing it down to see if it makes a difference. It's like the things like this where you have a whole thing of ground beef and it's only 300 calories. But yeah, so I wouldn't consider it backseating, but I am aware that there's like the fats and all that are going into like the double up arrows and all that. And that weirdly like meat doesn't do a whole lot of any of that. I'm just kind of memeing that we're just wolfing down a completely unreasonable amount of food and that you'll never get the double up arrows from it. Usually you need a lot of the sugary stuff, like you can do it with the tubs of ice cream pretty easily. It's just the power just got cut, and I've got a freezer and a fridge full of stuff, so it's like, alright, you can't waste it because it's all gonna rot anyways, so might as well eat it all. Because what you don't eat is gonna rot and be meaningless. Yeah, for the record, with who you're talking to and all that kind of stuff, actually I'm a former world record holder in the game. Like, when you played Product Zomboid, my name actually showed up on the front screen under Special Infected up until build 42.2, where they stopped having that list entirely. Alright. I accidentally brought an axe with me as well. I'm gonna go ahead and use that. Okay, what else is gonna probably go dodgy? Yeah, so we're not getting any carbohydrates, but we are getting plenty of fat. That's what I was hoping would not happen. My thoughts on new mode having sprinters? I still think sprinters don't work well with the game how it's designed. Like, none of that's changed with build 42. There's no feeling of progression with sprinters because when you start the game with 0 stats, congratulations, you need to pull them in 1s and 2s. If you pull more than that, you either need to run away or fence or window cheese, or get very lucky on your hits. Juggling more than that is a high risk play. And then when you hit 10 in all your stats, you're gonna pull 1 or 2. If you pull more than like 3 or more, then you're gonna either run or window and fence cheese. It's just the nature of it. Because of how the zombies can move faster than you, it just combat limits you from what you can do with them. I'm actually still surprised after how often they said they weren't ever going to like make the I think they said they weren't ever going to make sprinters canon, which they didn't. You know, it's a special mode. but it's, you know, similar. But yeah, and I don't enjoy sprinters, and I say that not as someone being like, oh, sprinters are hard. No, I used to play on Mr. Lamprey's sprinter-only permadeath server, and I don't remember how many resets he did. It was something like 9, and I lived but 2 of them the whole way through, and on all of them that I played in, it was like, I think it was like, you know, top 5 on almost all of them. I think one of them I died early, and I was short from the top 5. So it's not like a lack of capability. There's another gas tank in that vehicle. Yeah, I've got gas cans in 2 of the vehicles here. Well, one thing to keep in mind with those maps you find, unlike the world map now that does pause automatically, all the like annotated maps and like maps of individual areas, those do not pause automatically. Yeah, it figures much with their just like experience previous one. Who do you think they're appealing to with the new extinction? Honestly, they're probably appealing primarily to content creators pushing like the really like sweaty content, because there is an audience for people playing sprinters. It's one of the things that gets a lot of people to play sprinters, is that very genuinely, you know, when you're having just the zombies that walk at the pace and all that, it is a masterable skill. You don't get a lot of those, oh, it's so close, you almost got him moments. Because you could always turn on the sprinters before. Because in a lot of ways, even the extinction mode is not really that hard. It's kind of like your harder end of like apocalypse kind of stuff, but with sprinters turned, I think it's 1%. So he made noise there. So he should be good. You don't think we load up on all this? Already got tons of food. You don't want to run back and forth, and all that's going to be... Well, actually, the sweet potato's still good. Those will last a while. Yeah, so it's just like a little corner grocery store, whatever. Well, I could have spared damaging a bunch of cars. Alright, so we're gonna mark you. with food. Yeah, someone's got the tiniest bit of gas in it. Okay, so it's normally situations where I got the tiniest bit of gas in there. Alright, I don't know if this axe is going to hold up with me trying to do this. Let's take a quick peek out at the road before we start doing this. There's a whole lot of nothing there. The question is, does the axe or the door give up first? The axe does get a bonus against the door, but at the same time, it's also a flint axe. Okay, let's go. We've got a generator here. Got a ball peen hammer. Got a hatchet and a saw. Got some magazines. Okay, what the heck do I have in my other bags? You can have that. Gonna go ahead and eat that egg real fast. I've got a bunch of food I don't need to be carrying is what I've got. Put the cassette tape back up for right now. Grab the magazine. Grab this. Let's get that hatchet. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this real fast so we can go here and put a lightning bolt there. And add generator, books. We're overburned more than I should really be willing to put up with. Oh, it's also late in the day. Okay. So all in all, that was a good day to clear a bunch of stuff, though. We got all the way up to this place. It's got a ton of food left in it. But I went ahead and didn't grab most of it because most of it, you know, most of it would end up spoiling before it became too relevant. We're gonna got tons of food at home. We're already just aggressively wolfing down as fast as we can. Wait, the dry ramen noodles are fresh? Dry ramen noodles go bad now? Okay. The single most unrealistic thing in the game? It's certainly a head scratcher. Like, obviously if they got, you know, exposed to moisture or something, sure. Sure, I can get behind the fact that they go bad then. But it's like, what? Okay, so we're just going to work our way back home. At which point, this point, like, most of Valley Station's cleared out. We'll have to see where we're going from here. I guess they do have sell-by dates on them, but that's usually... Well, there's a difference between... So, in Product Zomboid, it's not a sell-by date. It's a... You literally eat it when it expires, and it's rotten and it kills you date. Because there's sell-by date, and then there's expirer date. The expiration date is basically, hey, past this point, you really shouldn't eat this. Did I see a friendship bracelet? Will you be my friend? I have a friend now. The date is more for the seasoning packet? Probably. Because again, as long as it doesn't get a bunch of humidity or moisture in there, it should last a very, very long time. Not forever. Like, not forever, ever, but it would be a very long time. And if you store it correctly where it does not have to worry about, like, sunlight or all that kind of stuff, or temperature changes being a major problem, yada yada. That probably also helps. So we're going to slam our giant salad. Try and clear up some weight. Main problem with ramen is the fats can go rancid. Oh, does, like, the ramen have some type of, like, fats on the noodles? That those go bad and compromise the noodle then? Because that would make sense if that's the case. That's the things on the noodles for making it ramen and all that. That's the problem. Okay, normally don't jog, but it's getting properly dark. We do a little bit jogging back home. Because we're now running into the problem where I likely want to start stopping at some of these houses on the way home to sleep, instead of running the whole way back. As the dried ramen noodles are deep fried to make them crisp and give them texture. The fats residue can go rancid. It just makes them taste a little funny. Okay. So it's not like genuinely that dangerous, but it is definitely a thing where it would make them unappealing. It's so weird having the water still on after the power out. It can happen, obviously, because, like, it has. But, it's very rare it works out that way. Alright, do you have anything stale? Anything that needs to go in the mouth right now? I'll eat my muffin while it's still good. Which in Zomboid made you go into deep depression. Yeah, no, it's funny with Zomboid sometimes, where it's like some of the stuff that really runs your character up the wall kind of thing. You're like, really? It's not that bad, man. So we got the tailoring book to read still. Got those 2 magazines, we can read those on the go. Glassman can go on the shelf for the time being. Alright. So now we just need to find a generator magazine and a gas station. Okay. Sorry, generator magazine. If I said generator, I meant the magazine. We found the actual machine, but we don't have the magazine. The alternative is nowadays you can actually go, and instead of the magazine itself, you can just grind up electrical. I think if you hit, it's something like 3 or 4 or something like that, that you also learn to do generators. You don't see anything stale. So we'll keep the TV in here. So let's go ahead and... Oh, do I have a screwdriver on me? I probably don't, right? Let's see. There. You notice a lot more books in the game? Yep, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to do a quick little stroll down here. And we're going to start taking apart televisions and that nonsense. There's only a couple of houses down here, right? Yeah, I've got 5 houses down here. So we'll take their stuff apart. We start taking apart TVs on the way up and all that. Yeah, so it's a welding thing. So nothing in here to scrap. It's also things that haven't been down this way in quite a while. Just making sure we don't have any like zombies that have, over the many meta events and all that, got looped back. Yes, unfortunately, getting electrical skill with no book. Yeah, so at least one television was about 10% of a level. But yeah, we can start just taking apart everything. Yep, nothing in this place to care about. I say that, but we can just go ahead and take all these apart. And we get ourselves set to forge the whole way. Yep, already a third of the way. Okay, and we can go to you. Another VHS I could use. Okay, we'll equip you in the secondary real fast. All right. And the power grid is out. All right, that's the last house down there. Yep, so we got about a third of a level in electrical going down there because we can get our levels up on electrical enough. You can just straight up get the ability to hotwire, or not hotwire, sorry. The just double checking. Go ahead and slam a ham. We can get the ability to hook up the generator without the magazine. Okay, pretty soon we'll stop being super duper wasteful on our food. I'm more or less just trying to keep consuming it as much as possible to keep ourselves on an up arrow, as well as use it before it rots. Because we're on day like 14 or 15 in the run, so anything that wasn't in the freezer is basically pretty much gone outside of like potatoes. And other stuff is going to be short-lived from here. So let's remind ourselves. So you have electrical 24.38. I'd be curious if I actually see a zombie with a watch, like what XP I get. I don't think it's much. Because I want to say it's like 1 XP or something like that for tearing apart a watch. Yeah, we'll be eating all those later. Okay, there's a TV in this place. Let's see, you're trying to 16 times pop, but the lag is horrible. It lags when you have more than 40 zombies on the map. What should you do? So if you're running into lag issues when doing 16 times pop, like one of the things you can do is try not to start inside major cities. I mean, you'll start there, but like try and get into the outskirts and get back in. It's definitely one of those things that when you get to like the really busy towns, it'll make your game lag and crash and all that sort of stuff. That's just, you're pushing the game's engine to its limit. It can also be possible that it really depends on your CPU on how well the game will perform on those things. And it is possible you're pushing your CPU more than it can handle. Because otherwise there's not a whole lot you can do. One thing you can do is if it's not the beginning of the run, like you've actually gotten a little ways into it, consider looking at the blood decal setting and turn it down to like off. Blood decals will cause really nasty frame rate issues, especially on like longer runs. But it is just the thing when you have lots of zombies on, you're gonna have some frame rate issue and lag issues, that kind of thing. The other thing you can do is turn down the cognition of the zombies. You can turn down the memory on the zombies. Obviously, that makes it easier to play, but like that can help as well. So the zombies just forget you're there and therefore are not doing pathfinding. I thought they fixed the memory leak. There might be another one, but yeah. That's carving. The game is like old buckets or so ice in our leak. I mean, you're not wrong. With as many systems as the game has, it'd be very difficult to ever like truly be like, oh yeah, we fixed everything. Hey, Leafy Pew, how's it going? There'd be nothing in there worth taking apart. Okay. So there's a digital watch. So currently our skill right now at electrical is 26.33. If I disassemble you, it's 26.98. So basically it's like half an XP point. Give or take slightly. So it's not the end of the world if we have to resort to that. But it did remember it's pretty terrible. Versus, if we consider these skills now, I am at 26.98. And that jumped us up to 30.23. So that was 4 XP. So taking that apart was the equivalent to taking apart about 8 watches. Yes, 0.6 XP is what that watch gave me taking it apart. Please die. I'm a little closer to that tree than I'd necessarily like. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like some zombies between the meta events, the helicopter, everything else we've done since we were in here. Got shuffled around a bit. A large knife, love to see that. Okay, we'll eat the sausage that's gone stale. Okay. And look, there's not too many houses. And at some point, we get exerted. And then once we're exerted, I can stop and read those magazines and get those off of our person. All right. Hey, Slayer, how's it going? I hope you had a, Actually, no, you weren't streaming. You were hanging out on the channel. Never mind. It was fun seeing you in with, I believe it was with Bees and everyone hanging out. Like, you weren't streaming. You were just hanging out there. My brain was just like, oh yeah, you were there. Right, not in streaming capacity. But yeah, so for those who don't know Slayer, absolutely fantastic content creator as well. If we can get a shout out for Slayer, I would appreciate it. But what all have you been up to? I hope you're having a good time and all that. So, Big Lamp needs to be that. Yeah, Vibe during the big event. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was doing, is I was trying to hang out as much as I could for, like, birthday stream, all that kind of good stuff. Alright, so we checked these houses for more stuff to take apart. Just doing what we can. Now, ideally, I would have had the magazine. Do you know the crafted axe is the same as the wood axe or firefighter's axe? Oh, no problem. Like, you don't... If you're driving, you do not need to respond, Luxray. As well as things I'd take care of in a minute. Anyways, if I don't see a mod jump on it. It's all good. So again, check out Slayer, playing Project Zomboid as well. So if you're looking for some Project Zomboid, you can find it over there and also. Do you know, so when you're saying the crafted axe, which axe? Let me check right here. Because we got the jawbone axe, the large axe. I believe the large axe, if I remember correctly, is the equivalent of the wood axe. Whereas the jawbone and the crude stone axe are smaller. If memory serves me correctly. It's literally called axe. The blacksmithing... Oh, I can't look at the blacksmithing version from here, I don't believe. I have to have the actual stuff there. I honestly don't know at the top of my head. Unfortunately. It's been a while since I've gotten any blacksmithing done. So unfortunately, I don't have the ability to answer the question. But yeah, so I don't know which one. I would suspect if it's just called axe, it would probably be more along the lines of the fireman's axe, especially when we consider that the large axe is kind of already the wood axe. It'd be weird to have multiple wood axes, but no equivalent for any of the other ones. There's nothing here we care about for disassembling. Yep, and all the bodies are disappearing. We're able to get farther and farther up the road before we find any viable bodies. I take that back. We had already found a generator. So we found the generator up there. I had a generator in this closet down here, too. That's fine. That means I got a generator for a gas station, a generator for at home if I decide not to live at the gas station. Okay. Yep, so we're almost 2/3 the way to leveling up our electrical. Hey, John, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for... Well, actually, here, I can get it. Alright, so for those who don't know Jonathan Ong is another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of music streams and all that stuff. So it isn't simply just, like, performing songs. Actually, it's this whole process that, you know, you'll bid to have a song played and all that stuff, and when, you know... when he goes and plays it and all that, we'll work through the entire thing, start to finish, you know, figuring out all the different parts and all that. It's really, really fun to kind of watch the whole thing. Definitely a good time. Great stream to just kind of have as, like, solidly just a hangout, background noise, that kind of thing. Definitely a channel I wish I was awake more of the time that you were streaming so that I might partake of more of your stream. I do catch it after my stream sometimes. But it's definitely a good time over there. Strongly recommend. Oh yeah, no, John's amazing. Alright. And how are we doing in this front? Still about 2/3. And we're just grabbing anything we can for electrical skill. With the generators now, all we have to do is get to a gas station, clear it up, drop a generator at that gas station, and I've got like 4 or 5 cars that are functional that just need gas. And some of them have a little bit of gas, just not enough to be using day to day or anything. All right. Do we have anything getting ready to go bad? Nope. Okay. Let's just go ahead and eat the bacon now. Are we losing weight again yet? No, we're still gaining weight. That's good. So enjoy yourselves a little bit of bacon. All right. It's also a thing with these, you're doing gaining weight and prefer not to. I mean, in this case, we want to keep our weight going up. Because of, you know, starvation concerns and all that. We're still technically overweight, but we did just have the power go off and everything. So we're gonna start losing all the stuff that's good for keeping our weight up. Then just making do. Okay. Now, good news as well. This is taking me time to run through and do all this. Very, very quickly after today. We'll have already gone through all these houses. There won't be a reason to go through them again because we'll have already taken all the electrical stuff out. I'm not going to sweat too much about trying to get everybody's. Yeah, so only 15 XP from our first level. And I do not remember when exactly we get the generator thing. But we do have the thing that we learn stuff faster. Okay. I remember for, like, leveling up your electrical as high as you can, it used to be the things that go over top of your stove to, like, collect the steam or whatever coming off of your whatever you're cooking. They were considered electrical constructions. So you would just go there and take them apart. Like, some runs are blessed you find the Jenny magazine day one. Some are cursed and you grind electrical 3 without books. It takes 2 months of struggling to maintain weight. Yeah, I've been... Legitimately, most of the time I've been pretty lucky. I just don't know the area well enough to really know where else to start hunting for the Jenny magazine, because I can't really push for Louisville. There's the university in there, which would certainly have the Jenny magazine between how many shelves are. But that's, like, way up in Louisville. Yeah, no, I've had the generator magazine in the spawn room a couple times. I've also had times it's taken me many, many in-game months to find the generator magazine. Excuse me, sir. No soliciting. Cool. That was... Alright. As I heard one pop through a window. Okay. Taking apart all the hair dryers and hair irons and everything we can find. It's funny. I've gone to the habit of just looking over the VHSs and not even considering them. Because I basically never have, you know, power televisions in the early game, and by late game I don't care anymore. And now that I'm looking for the electronics on every one of these shelves, I keep finding all these VHSs like, oh, yep, could have used that VHS. Would have been helpful. None of them that were urgent or anything. Okay, so finally through this whole building. Wasn't anything down here, right? Oh, hey. Crackers and cereal. I'll take those. Maybe. Alright, I gotta make room in my inventory for that. So let's just go ahead and wolf down an entire ham. What month do you need to be serious to consider winter supplies? I mean, you don't really? It's one of those things that, like, the game makes you feel like winter's gonna be way, way rougher than it really is. Winter doesn't technically start till the beginning of November. Let's have a bunch of food in there. It's fine. All gonna rot. Don't care. Like, generally the game isn't hoard up a bunch of food so you can outlast the winter. Like, you could do that with enough stuff, but that's not really how things. So usually what you end up doing is, like, you can still fish during the winter. It's a little trickier because you'll take a penalty, but it's not like it was in Build 41. In Build 41, if you didn't have a fishing pole and or a couple levels in fishing, you would not be catching fish during the winter. Build 42, you can get by. Like, early on, you'll struggle a little to keep your weight up with what you catch. But, you know, with a little bit of work, you'll start leveling it up, and then you'll start getting, you know, decent enough fish. Okay. Okay, you're all good. Cool. Eat an entire loaf of bread. Eat an entire second loaf of bread. I miss that this is a good source of carbohydrates. Because I'm basically just going to go ahead and put a little bit of weight on. That way, while I'm dealing with everything else, you know, get a little bit more buffer before I have to worry about, oh no, I'm getting underweight, yada yada. And we'll eat another loaf of bread. Okay, we can disassemble the earbuds. How annoying is the muscle strain? Not that bad. Generally, because I normally start with no stats anyways, so I'm kind of in the worst case scenario. But because my endurance is already a bit on the low side, honestly, most of the time, it's my endurance that's the limiter, not the muscle strain. That said, some exceptions, like using stone hammers specifically, are pretty awful for muscle drain. Welcome home, Luxray. So you got a lot of carbohydrates. Give me that cereal, man. Aw, yeah. Double up arrow. Putting them pounds on. So put a steak in here. Pork chop, sorry, not steak. Pork chop in there, orange. Give it a little mayonnaise. Put some mutton in there. A little bit of salmon. Hey, Fenrir Star, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. A little vinegar on it. Toss some egg in there. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Fenrir Star? I would much appreciate it. But yeah, so like muscle strain, for those who don't know with the muscle strain, there's a couple things that it considers. How heavy is the weapon? What is your weapon skill? The lower your skill and the heavier the weapon, the worse it is. Two-handed weapons have a little bit of a benefit over one-handed weapons of that consideration. So it is worth considering as well. And playing some Ark. I hope you had a good time in Ark and stuff. Why so thick? Basically, we are going ahead and just what food we've got left. We are eating it now. The power did go off, so food's going to start rotting. So we will run into a thing where food's a little bit of effort. So by getting ahead of the game and putting a little extra pounds on, I can basically just give myself more time before I have to stop and start fishing or trapping or any of the other things to keep weight up. So it's not like, oh, I need this strategically, I better get on it. It's more just, I have a food, it's all gonna rot. So rather than just letting it rot in the garbage and do nothing for anybody, I'm choosing to gobble it all up aggressively. So put a bunch of weight back on. And thank you, Rongor, for the 75 stream streak. Yeah, the receivers, I'll keep the battery, have the scrap. Yeah, better in the belly than the bin. Pretty much. Just a random thought, but is there roadkill or rodents to eat? You can hit the animals and then eat them, but they do take a significant penalty to the amount of food you get out of them if you run them over. Yeah, they nerfed hunting with cars. Yep. Honestly, it's probably good. At the same time, they really need to buff actual hunting. Because actual hunting, like, you really don't get much food from the animals. Even with, like, high levels in butchering and the butcher's hook and everything. It's still pretty bad. And that's whether you're farming, like, domesticated animals like pigs and all that for eating, or you're hunting. Oh, we're getting sleepy already. That's honestly very concerning that we get sleepy. Considering today has been, like, a low-effort day for my character. So how much farther? Okay, so we're like one set of houses before the place of the food in the freezer. Let's go to make it nice and clean. Even though we're a little bit tired, I'm gonna work my way up to where the Oh, that's a magazine I can actually learn things from. Cool. We're gonna work our way up to where the food place is, and then we'll turn back there to drop off. That's because otherwise I just won't keep track of which house, and I don't want to have to go and mark everything up. Yeah, I think so. Why is the text gigantic? Because I made it bigger, that way people watching on televisions, tablets, phones, all that can actually see it. Or for, people even on their desktop where it's like over here off to the side, screen's not so big. Plus, it's nice to not have to like squint to see everything. Because like Build 41, the Moodles were just tiny. Probably on the other side of the wall here. Yep. Gotta remember that we're sleepy. Shouldn't be picking fights. The cellar isn't worth looting? Did I miss something? What do you mean by cellar? If you mean the last house, I already went through it. These are houses I've already looted previously. We're mostly just popping into the rooms to grab any electrical stuff to take apart since they've got multiple generators. Yeah, so if you look at my mini-map, they all have little X's all over them. You might not be able to see them very well because they'll be kind of small. Hey, Baghdad Bob, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. I really appreciate catching the last 30 streams, not miss a single one. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Yep, no, I've been playing a bunch since Build 42.2. Taking the occasional day off here and there because, a bunch of other games are coming out at the same time. The classic everyone coming out the games at the same time just so you can't have any way of catching up on all of them. Let's see, does anyone get this game to the point that they can survive indefinitely? Yeah, no, actually, if your only goal is to survive for as long as possible, you can actually do it pretty easily. Do you call it a basement in the US? Yes. It's actually not very hard to just live indefinitely. If you get yourself, like, just one or two different things, like a cooking pot or whatever, you can just kind of run off into the wilderness. And between, it's basically, once you can fish, you can pretty much live indefinitely, or any source of gaining weight. You could just go out in the woods and then just never have to worry about it ever again. It's just the reality is that'll get very dull very quickly. Like, as strictly from the survival aspect, if you got rid of the zombies, the game would be very, very trivial. Yeah, the main mechanism of death is percent chance something goes wrong with the zombie encounter. Yep. So when you look at a lot of the things you're dealing with, like people wanting to get the generator magazine, the generator, all of those are nice to haves, not need to haves. But if you just go out in the wilderness and you have what you need to make a fishing pole, you can just fish to keep your weight up if you need to. Let's see, either basements are always beneath the structure, a cellar isn't always, like a root cellar can be under house, but can be independent from it. Gotcha, makes sense. You don't need anything with the world you can survive from foraging and fishing in a single pack of paper clips. Right, well that's the thing. It's just like the paper clips or nails and then the ability to make the fishing pole. That's pretty much what it is. Once you can make a fishing pole, you're set for life. Or if you can find a cow, and then, you know, get a butter churn, you can live forever. There's a bunch of different ways. Even just like trapping, between foraging and making traps, you can live forever. Just the, like as a raw survival game, it's not a very hard game. It's just, there are the pressures that will make you want to go where the zombies are. You know, it's usually loot greed is kind of the big one. Loot greed gets you to go where the zombies are, which then gets you killed. If I remember correctly, it's commonly called a basement as it's attached to the house. The cellar, if it's detached, either externally. You're not sure of the technical definitions. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it also might be what you keep down there. Like, if you're storing, you know, stuff down there almost like it's a freezer, often it'll be considered a cellar. Like, not just having a freezer down there, but like having like a cold room down there, broadly speaking, you would more likely to call it a cellar. Versus if I toss like my laundry machines and maybe fitness equipment down there, then it would be a basement. But yeah, I think, what's your favorite town to base in? That's hard to say with all the changes in the game, because all the towns that, you know, I used to base in for the most part have all changed. And I haven't got a chance to like really dive into all of them quite yet. Oh yeah, and we're going full on depression because I'm eating a bunch of stale food. As you do. So how do we do for our first day actually pursuing electrical? We got a full level and about a fifth of the way to the next level. Rip Riverside Rich People District? Yeah, I mean, what I saw at Riverside definitely seemed like it was, for the most part, just an improvement. Oh, they shrinked it down to like 10 houses? Gotcha. I mean, to be fair, on the other end of town where it used to be a bunch of like manufactured trailer park kind of homes, not quite trailer park, but like manufactured little tiny homes or whatever, that definitely got buffed in a big way. A lot of those houses got like absolutely blown up in size. Okay, and anything else going stale, we'll eat the stale sausage. My character's just getting more and more depressed. Yep, so reading all these magazines about knitting and metalwork and all that kind of stuff. Got 2 copies of the same VHS. So So I did see there's one corpse down here. Well, just copying Claire's motif? What? Oh, you mean the sun hat? Because I've been doing the sun hat since Build 41 Venus Orozco. Because the sun hat's objectively cool. Let's eat the stale salmon. The sun hat just... You haven't seen you in the sun hat yet. So I take that back. Oh yeah, no, my big run in Build 41. Yeah, and this is... I'm not upset about it. I think I was like, what? In Build 41, the big run I had with Venus Orozco, where like 200,000 kills or whatever, that character, that was kind of her whole thing, is she would wear a sun hat. Like, canonically, we decided she was a fashionista. So she had her like dress shirt, her pant, like her kind of magenta pantsuit, and her sun hat and all that. Yep, my salad bowl's full. That's the thing, I can't eat the food fast enough for its rate of going bad. Because we hoarded and now it's falling behind. Drop the vinegar off there. Drop one of the water bottles there. I don't need to be carrying two. That's a bunch of extra weight. We got a tire iron. I'll drop one of the pairs of scissors over here. Put the crackers in here. At least it's obvious when it falls off. Yeah, and that was, we took some high-risk reclaims of the hat when it fell off in that run. Alright, for those who don't know, Ultrasaurus is another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Also has done like RimWorld and a bunch of other fun stuff. Lots of simulation games and all that. So if you enjoy the content here, it's very much the same kind of thing over there. It was also fun seeing you play Water Park Simulator with bees for the birthday thing, which I found it funny because at the beginning, everyone was running around with like the flyers and just accosting everybody outside the park, trying to get them to come in. And I look over and it's just you in there repairing and like doing the actual ticket things, and it's cleaning up something, then going back to repairing. It's like, I was like, I'm just sitting here, it's like, yep, so Ultra's like actually running the park and everyone else is just attacking everyone. But yeah, that was fun to watch. If it wasn't for the fact that I was like going to be starting stream in like half an hour, I would have been like, oh, I'd get on and on that. But yeah, no, it looked like absolute chaos. I'm not sure. Have you played that game not in the context of that like collab? Because honestly, I think you'd really enjoy that game if you haven't. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of like low-key, low-effort, yeah, it's too dark. Low-key, low-effort stuff for like the simulation genre. But that's what's like, no, this one's actually pretty decent. I think they did a really good job with it about giving it its own personality and character. It's got some jank. There's no question about it. It's got some jank. But a lot of it's more the, like, fun and endearing kind of jank versus the, I'm going to rage out and throw this through the TV, like, throw this through the window type of jank. Alright, so it looks like I've momentarily caught up on all the stuff that was going to rot soon. Oh yeah, we've this has actually been one of our nicer salads. This salad is a pork chop, mutton, salmon, an egg, and an orange with mayonnaise and vinegar on it. Earlier we were eating, it was steak, mutton, pork chop, salmon, egg, bread, and mayonnaise. Salads. Salad, by the way. Just a big old bowl of meat with a bit of bread on it. And a big old scoop of mayonnaise. We had the wet noodle earlier. It definitely feels like it's taking a lot to get the wet noodle. Like, because we were out in heavy rain in the outfit we're wearing, and we got to, I think we only got up to moist. So we were gradually going that way. That said, earlier in the run, we did get caught in a tropical storm, and that solidly got us into, like, the absolutely, like, soaked Moodle. Alright, let's go ahead and break out our radio. Water's still on. Power's been off a couple of days now. Water's still holding up. It's not very often that the power's out before the water, let alone for a decent amount of time. What's our weapon situation looking like? So we got the hatchet. Got a large knife. We got a tyrant. That's not terrible. I mean, we'll throw the stone in the ground, though. Gotcha. Maybe they just turned it down. Could be. There's a lot of systems that interlock and are based off stuff you wouldn't expect in Project Zomboid. Like, what was it that was based on frame rate? That is... Oh, okay, that's not what I like to see. Alright, we have planning to do. So, we've got you here. Get this radio and put in there. For those who missed, the helicopter's on its way. Alright, considerations time. So, looking at what we've got, the last helicopter we took down here. That was fine. We took it over here, we just ran it over to this area, and all that. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to go to the right here, and we're just going to start going up the highway. I don't think we're going to try clearing or anything, we are just going up the highway. And that's because somewhere up there we should have the, have the, what's the words I'm looking for? The checkpoint, which means I could score a bigger backpack and a bunch of goodies. So we can go ahead and do exploration. Now keep in mind, that area is going to be stupid spicy with zombies. So we're kind of taking this as a, what is in the surrounding area, because I haven't been to Valley Station in, I couldn't tell you how long. So very genuinely, like, I remember, like, the bottom row of houses, and, like, a little of this here, that. Pull for death? I mean, I could do a pull for, well, not pull for death. I assume you mean a prediction? Prediction. Well, should it be a prediction for death or a prediction for when the helicopter shows up? Because I suspect for death, is probably going to be, like, let's do a prediction for when the helicopter shows up. When the helicopter arrives. Let's give it 5 different windows. So let's see. So it could show up anywhere from 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. And this is the arrival time we care about. I mean, if you want to pull chat for dying, you could do that too. But yeah, pull chat votes you die and just hug the first zombie. All right, so we have from 9 to 7. So it's 3 hours. So there's a 10-hour... Wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, 3 hours. So it's a 10-hour window it could show up. So 11 or earlier. Let's say 11 before we have someone get cheeky. 11 a.m. or earlier. 11 to... be 11 to 1 p.m. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then after 5 p.m. Okay. So, let me adjust this. And the reason I'm going to adjust this is because the helicopter arrives on the hour, but you don't necessarily hear it for like 10, 15, 20 minutes in game. And I want to make sure it's going by that time. So I'm going to actually move the times all like 30 minutes later. And that's just just to accommodate for the fact that the helicopter has a little bit of a lag before it arrives. But that would be basically all of them having a 2-hour window for the helicopter arrival time. Okay, so put that up for, let's say, 5 minutes. All right, get your gamba on of when you think the helicopter is going to arrive. So the helicopter can arrive as early as 9 a.m. in game and as late as 7 p.m. in game. Now with that, it'll actually arrive like 10, 15, 20 minutes after that time, but it will have spawned in at that time. So each one of those is a 2-hour window and all that. And you can put as many or few points on it and all that, but that's the arrival time. That's when we very first hear the helicopter. Not how long it stays, but when we very first hear the helicopter. We're waiting the helicopter or just setting up the plan. So what we're doing right now is I am going to go ahead and get back to moving. But what I am going to do is if the poll is still going, or not poll, the prediction is still going by the time 9 a.m. arrives, I'm going to pause as to not skew the results. But what we're doing is kind of taking a look around. My plan is just to go north. The big thing I don't want to do is drag zombies back into the area I've been clearing. Oh, for a moment it looked like it's a rifle. I was about to say, excuse me. But yeah. So go ahead and get your predictions. And again, this is the arrival time of the helicopter, when we very first hear it. Because it can arrive from anywhere from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It can stay well after 7 p.m. But it's when it first... Ooh, bull driver. But it is when it very, very first shows up that we care about. Yeah, sticks and all that. Yeah, so it looks like we got a diner. Yeah, so it looks like we got like kind of a diner looking thing here. I got a bunch of vehicles in this area. And all in all, good times. Not sure what that is. It looks like it's split up into a couple different rooms. Okay, well that had a car alarm. Alright, and unfortunately what we're going to need to do here in just a second is we got to pause, because the helicopter technically could show up, and we still got like 2 minutes left in the prediction, so I don't want to skew the results by like, obviously if we heard the helicopter here in the next minute or so, then, you know, that kind of spoils it. We'd have to just cancel the prediction out entirely. But at this moment, the helicopter could exist on our world, and we just don't know it yet. But, I think for this in-game day, I'd probably want the helicopter fairly late in the day, but not at the end of the day. Like a nice solid, like, 3 or 4 p.m. helicopter would be, like, just in the sweet spot. Enough that I can get kind of to the other end, have it show up. Not so late that I'm sitting there and it's like 11 p.m. and the helicopter's still whirling around us and going, oh crap, like it's getting to be pitch black, you know, trying to use your flashlight to look around. But yeah, we'll have this here in just a minute. But yeah, now generally speaking, when it comes to helicopters, for those who are not familiar with the helicopter event in Project Zomboid, normally it is a one and done event. Unless you're playing on Extinction mode or whatever it is. But the base game, the Apocalypse mode and all that, it's a one and done. The helicopter shows up and it goes away. And what it does in practice is at roughly 7-ish days, it's like, you know, 6 to 9 days or whatever it is like that. It shows up And what it does, it kind of spawns in, it comes to player, and it circles around you. And it can do that from 1 to 4 times. Sort of like go in, circle you, go out, and then come back and go in and do it again. And the problem is the helicopter is loud as hell, and the zombies move towards things that make noise. So you've got something that's just basically screaming, hey, the survivor is here, circling around you for 4 in-game hours, potentially up to 4 in-game hours. And needless to say, it just riles up the zombies and has them going everywhere all around you. Before people are like, oh, we'll just go hide indoors and it doesn't do anything. Wrong. It still circles around you. If you could predict you'd go for 3 hours, 30 minutes, 2 passes, is sadness not a concern? No. So sadness only penalizes your action speed, which is basically the bar above your head that it will like slowly fill up. It'll make like when you're crafting, it'll make the bar fill up slower. It can be annoying, but it's very rare it's going to cause you problems. So predictions over. So now let's see when we get our helicopter. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. About the game the other night, so you're here to sponge, and thank you for explaining things so clearly as you do. Well, thank you. Yep. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I'm actually a former educator. So like where it's like, you're good at teaching. It was literally my job at one point. Well, 2 points, 3 points, 2 points, depending on how you define it. Taught college courses when I was very young, like 19, 20 years old. I was teaching PC Repair Advanced, PC Repair CompTIA A+ certification. And then way later, after doing like 10 years in software dev, I was still doing software dev, but it was also for educational purposes, where I was authoring courses that what you'd do is be able to jump in. We would not just simulate what you were implementing, but like we'd actually run a sandbox and everything, so you'd submit your code and run into it. Which is funny because we had a lot we had to deal with, because effectively we were giving you the right to do remote code execution on a virtual machine. Now, so you're an instructional designer by day, so it's awesome to come across another educator and gamer. Yeah, no, I've done a bunch of stuff in the background for instructional design and education theory. So we get, like, we've had conversations about, like, the modalities of teaching, you know, active and passive modalities, and, you know, more and less effective, and yada yada. We've had those conversations on the channel before. It's a whole big basket to get in. Can you disassemble the railroads? I don't think so. Yeah, so I can't pick them up. And I'm pretty sure you can't disassemble them. If you could, there would be no... I mean, maybe if you were allowed to, like, take the rails and make weapons out of them or something. Or, like, probably more realistic, the rail spikes. Is there a train in this game? Not in the sense you can drive. Okay, those are all locked up. Yeah, so we're venturing north, so that way when the helicopter shows up, it doesn't draw zombies. Because you'd see where we've been clearing is right over there. And we're trying to not draw zombies there. There's smithing now, rails that... Yeah, no, when it gets to mod, there's all sorts of wild things. Like, there's... I still think one of the most interesting mods, and I don't think it's working right now, but there was a mod where you could have yourself, like, an RV, and you could, you know, step into the RV, and it would actually, like, mechanically behind the scene, it was teleporting you to a separate part of the map. That was the interior of your RV. Then you would, you know, exit and teleport back. So it was a little janky, but it was pretty cool. I don't know if they got it working with Build 42 yet. It's not one I'd reinstall. Like, it's a fun one to tinker with, but it's kind of cool to have, like, your base you bring with you. Nowadays, with the sheer depth of, the depth of crafting, there's not enough room in your RV to do all that stuff. Because you got, like, the charcoal pin, the blacksmithy, and the leather thing, and the drying thing, and, you know, your milk churn and all that. Okay, so it's safe to say it is not 9 o'clock. Got updated, but it's got a nasty bug where zombies spawn in the RV interior due to wilderness works now. That doesn't surprise me. Okay, so we got more houses up here, because I'm also trying to get a gauge for how much more we have to clear. Because we look at our map real fast. We spawned, I thought it was this house. It's one of these two. But we've cleared up to here. We haven't gone to the spawn house again. And we're just going to see how much far north. I expect it's probably only a block or two. I guess right now I can just hide that. There's nothing to really look at. That looks like that might be the end of the neighborhood. I remember way, way, way back. This was before Louisville, back when this was called, when the current build was called I Will Back Up My Save. Yeah, that's... Oh, there's another house tucked up there. I distinctly remember there was a pair of warehouses up here. Louisville wasn't here. And it was before I had sat down and done the math on respawns. And so I turned the game on, I believe it was 16 times pop. And we went up to the warehouses way up here. And I hadn't turned off respawns. Because I hadn't done the math to see how broken that was. So the warehouses up here were one of the highest density places in the map. Like, the mall in that was higher. But it was up in that general, like, threshold of just entirely too many zombies to reasonably tackle. And so what ended up happening is I ended up getting stuck up there. And that was back in the old foraging where you just right-click on the ground and you fast forward and stuff happens. You are all moving out directly across the road, which is very curious to me. Yeah, so we got like a lodge of some kind over there. But yeah, I remember there was... I think I still have the clip around. Like, I don't remember the character's name, but it was that, it was just this ridiculous thing where, like, there's a zombie just coming across and me, like, maneuvering through it. You know, just not even getting harassed at all, just managing to, like, weasel my way through entire large... like, just saturated with zombies. It's one of the first times I did that when I was still kind of figuring out how to make that work. Alright, so we got trailers over there. There's a gas station there. It says Ruby Gas. So that could be where we get our gas. So, as the computer mods is a new favorite. Makes computers in-game function. Adds a bunch of CDs you can install and play games like Pong and Snake. And of course, while you play, the whole time, you know, zombies can hear you. So occasionally it's like, what the heck was that horror game that came out for a while? That it was basically you're like renting Duck Hunt, but there was like the dog from Duck Hunt was stalking you and like trying to like murder your family and you while you're playing Duck Hunt. So you're just kind of like plunked down in your non-specific 80s, 90s home. I think it was VR as well. You think it was called Duck Season? That sounds right. Duck Season sounds right. So it's just like this wild, like, okay, you're just, you know, 90s, 80s, 90s kid. You got, you know, your Nintendo with Duck Hunt. You know, rented it from the local Blockbuster or whatever. And you're trying to get the most out of your game before you have to return it. But also, the dog is trying to murder you. So it's something like you had to shoot all the ducks, but if you hit the dog would show up and, like, you know, bad things would happen. And there would be times, like, you'd be just minding your own, playing the game, and you look up at the window, and the dog would be, like, glaring at you through the window. That kind of thing. Alright, so, unfortunately, unless we hear a helicopter in the next couple seconds, those who went for the 9 to 11:30 time frame... the 11:30 or earlier time frame. You only got a couple of seconds before this helicopter shows up before you have, unfortunately, been eliminated. Yeah, these warehouses up here. I should stay on the road, but I want to go look at the warehouses for fond memories. Yeah, this place used to be way... Well, I mean, that was also 16 times pop. This used to be way thicker, and yeah, so... I went up here, and there should be a really tall building around here somewhere. Actually, no, it wasn't that tall. This would be back in Build 41. It's probably only the 2 stories. Because I want to... Yeah, because it would have been like 2 stories, because it was inside, there was a second floor. Yep, and I was sleeping on that chair on the roof. And I would just climb down... I feel like there used to be a fence around this building. Or maybe it was just the northeast corner. But I would go to the edge of the fence. And I would forge. And there was like 2 spots I'd get away with forging. Yeah, there's the fence. Yeah, so I'd forge over in that corner. And then I'd have to scramble back up to the roof. And then spend the entire next day fighting just to get back to where I could forge again. Yep, so for the 11:30 and earlier, unfortunately, there is no helicopter yet. So gas can, leather gloves, and all that, that's fine. But yeah, so the warehouse is still there. I thought that warehouse got moved and changed, but no, it's still just straight up there. My own prediction is going to be after 5:30. That's what my prediction is going to be. Only because that's the worst case scenario. So I just assume Product Zomboid is going to do me dirty. Oh, 60% of the votes were there? Whoa, Randall Thor. Hold up. Randall Thor declaring victory on Twitch for 1.64 million points. So let me go ahead and get you on my list here, because I need to put this in electronic format. So, Randall Thor. There we go, and you have declared victory. Yeah, we've got a pretty good number who have declared victory. I think we're up to like 12 or 13 or something now. And also check out Drongo, or Bloody Drongo, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator who I highly recommend. Has also been playing Product Zomboid, also doing like, for the record, I got the idea to do the Pokemon mod thing from Drongo. It's not the focus of my run, versus like Drongo is trying to collect all the original series. I'm just doing it for something extra to do. But I got that idea from Drongo. But Drongo also does like lots of RimWorld, Product Zomboid. Basically, if you see it here, probably happening over there as well. Good times. But yeah, again, Randall Thor, thank you so much for that. Absolutely absurd. The 1.6 million. For those who don't know what to declare your victory over Twitch, you'll probably notice there are 2 redeems on the channel. That there is one to increase the cost of winning Twitch. There's another one to decrease the cost of winning Twitch. That started at about 100,000 points. You've noticed it's about 1.64 million points now. Can you guess which of those 2 redeems gets more mileage? Because while you do have both redeems get used, they are not used in equal measure. Not even close. Hello, hello, hello. I will just take 1 magazine, and I will immediately follow that up with a second magazine. Oh, hold up. I would actually like that ratchet. . Thank you. I can't tell you the last time. You're so close at 1.2 million that it got pushed up to 1.7. Yeah, it's one of those things like it won't get a lot of action on the increase or decrease redeems for a little while. And then suddenly there'll be a wave of just people piling in on it. So gas can. Well, actually, rubber hose will let me siphon. Ratchet. You're close. Yeah, it's a conspiracy by the art people who won. It is a bit of a meme that people will win, and then they will pile on making it more expensive to make sure it's an exclusive club. Okay, so the military checkpoint here has two sections. It's got an outer section here that is civilians mostly, and then there's an inner section. The inner section has the ooey gooey goodness that we want from this place. The inner section's the place that has, like, all the, like, military gear and that. I would certainly love to get my hands on that. I don't think that's a reasonable thing I'm doing right now, especially considering I got a helicopter here pretty much any time. Now I'm trying to remember. So, ooh, I want to look at that bull driver. Because bull driver is my favorite vehicle in the game. You rip off the muffler on that thing, and you can hear it from, like, a zip code away. Go slap some windows if you don't mind. Yeah, so I'll have to check that out later. But yeah, for those who don't know, this chain link fence goes almost the whole way around Louisville. Like, it goes far enough east that eventually ends. We're not going to go way over there. But there are a few places that there are holes in the fence that you can... Alright, the 1 PMs. The 1 PM, you've got it. We had a 1 PM helicopter arrival. So let's go ahead and get that prediction sorted before anything else can happen. So prediction. And we have choose the outcome. That it is between, it's number 2. It happened between 11:30 and 1:30. Choosing the correct one, double checking my time. We are good. You failed me again. I think you mean you're welcome. Alright, and complete the prediction. And who is the big point earner on this one? Who made out like a bandit? So 430.2 thousand points go to Box Fox Merle and 9 others. So someone is getting some solid points. So congratulations to the winner. Yeah, you'd have to take into consideration like how many points they put in. I didn't see how much it was that they made. But congratulations. That just jumped you a good step forward in potentially winning in the future. Some people put some big gambas on there. So we got some nice trucks. So I believe this is the train yard south of Louisville. I honestly don't think I've been here but like one time right when they added Louisville. And before someone's like, you're pronouncing it wrong. There's like Louisville. We've had the conversation many times on the channel about how you pronounce it. And I've had people who live there argue to no end about which one's correct. Accents exist. Yeah, we can take a tire iron. Alright, so let's get that out of the way, because if I recall correctly, there is a hole in the fence over here. And I'm looking for military. Alright, so we're by a ridiculously high population area, so expect to hear, like, the audio chop out and all that. Oh, 1 second. So it's the 27th. 1 moment. We gotta write notes down. So we were around here-ish. So let's go ahead and so around there somewhere. Add a second helicopter, and it was 7 slash. Was it 27? If not, I could correct it after. So it's somewhere up here past these dumpsters. There was an opening in the fence. And I know this because I did a run in Build 41 where we never left Louisville on 16 times pop, and that character got to about 200,000 kills. Never did die. The character is still technically alive, but still, you know, still hanging in there. But there was a bug relatively early on in that run, like 3 months into the run, that the zombies got farther than pinpoint hearing for a good week and a half of real life time. Oh, and here's your train. But so got like well past pinpoint hearing, and I was living in that checkpoint at the time on 16 times pop. We had not cleared out much of the area. And this corner up here, where's the corner? I think it's actually farther up as the corner I have in question. Yeah, so somewhere along here there'll be a gap in the fence. Or was the gap on this side? I actually don't remember. There's a gap, I just don't remember if it's on the inner or outer. I think that's the gap right here. So it's both. But if we walk up here, there was a corner up here that once we had gotten into that run, and that happened, and we had our helicopter, that had over 20,000 zombies in an area that was a little bit over the size of one screen. Yeah, it was right over here, because over to my right a little bit, I believe, is where the burnt out, or not the, yeah, so like right over here, there's a set of houses that are actually inside this, like, gap. But it was over here in this corner up here that we had about 20,000 zombies trapped in where those trees are. And it was just all the zombies out here had gotten pulled up to that area because they had higher than pinpoint hearing. And I would have to go over here and just spend day in, day out trying to kill as many zombies as possible as my frame rate would drop down to like 1 frame per second, just struggling to run the game. I don't actually want to be up there. What I'm kind of low-key hoping is while all this helicopter nonsense is going on, maybe we see if we can't sneak in while we're up here to snag a military backpack. No, so I don't use fire. And we did have the rule that I wasn't allowed to leave, Louisville. So I did have times where I, like, ran through this fence area in between using the fence to give me some protection, and moved around using that kind of the gap in between as a defensive measure. But yeah, that's where we want to go, is in there. So I'm kind of going to wait out the helicopter, let it do its thing. Because I've got this barrier on one side of me, that means the zombies can't really get back and forth. This is going to probably not be that bad of a thing. You can stab through the fences? You can stab through the fences, as long as the thing is, like, right there on the other side. But yeah, so this will be a dangerous thing I'm getting ready to do up here. In fact, this might not be a bad time to cross through while the zombies are trying to go northwest. Because as I mentioned, there's a gap up here that the idea is someone rammed their car through the fence line or something. Yeah, right there. Because I ended up having to wall that off to try and keep the zombies from going through. And the good news for those who don't know, if you build a wall like that and you're worried about the zombies just breaking through it again and again, because they will, what you can actually do is, if you go and you don't get near it, the zombies won't attack it as long as you're not close enough for them to be aggroed over to it. So we need to get out of this. This is really dangerous here. Okay, we're in the open now. So this is a very high pop area. One thing I have noticed in this build 42.2, where they've got these new fancier tents, I have not been able to pick them up, which is a bug. I do not have a whistle. Oh, those rain barrels used to be the only place you get metal rain barrels. There was like 7 or 8 of them up here. And that run I managed to grab all but 2 of them. Unfortunately, the zombies, if they bump into them, at least they used to, would attack them and destroy them. Just like running around trying to like suss them out. Also, these are guaranteed spawns for generators. So if you ever really like, I just cannot find a generator, there is always a generator right there. There's also another one down here. There's a bunch of them. Don't do that. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, you can also turn off Zed damage. That is certainly another option. Yeah, so I can't pick that up. I done goofed in a big way here. So the reason I goof here is I picked up the sleeping bag. I can't pack it and I can't put it down without taking a bunch of time. Which is a problem. It's a big problem because now I'm very overloaded, which is going to very quickly turn into me dead. But I need to, and I also won't be able to run. And I also walk slower. There's exerted. We could potentially use this to our advantage. Because for now, we're faster than them. There shouldn't be too many zombies inside this gap. If I can pack it, I can hang it on the bottom of my hiking bag, which is what I wanted to do. I didn't realize I couldn't pack it while moving. There we go. So we've rectified the problem. Okay, let's try and deal with the one following me. Because we go down there, that's enough that they can knock that fence down. Yeah, but we're only at way down versus we were at way, way, way worse than that. Don't worry. Do you mind? I'm trying to read here. It's really hard to concentrate. I'm trying to learn about making stone tools. My character's just a wee bit super stressed out. Alright, so now comes the real trick. Can I go back the way I came, or is it completely overrun? What the heck do you have? What the heck is that? Oh, you've got you're a bug sprayer, okay. So we deliberately baited them up here so that they'd all follow me to the one edge, so I could just walk right on by. Okay. Yeah, no, you're all good. I have done this many times, and I have done far worse than this. Like, don't get me wrong, this is dangerous what I'm doing. Like, it very easily can go bad by just one missed position or whatever. But we do a lot of pretty sweaty things in here. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and celebrate with a hot dog. The trees in the game are scary. Yeah, the trees... There's a reason I have a tree, like a tree emote about like an evil tree cackling. There's a reason that emote exists on this channel. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gigantifying that. It is just a thing in the game that things get like spicy like that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That new tree rage bait game, right? Honestly, I'm waiting to die to those new trees. I know sooner or later the new really giant trees are going to kill me. Have I played You Trees Hate You game? I have not. I've had a number of people suggest it, and it does look like something that'd be fun for like a one-off just silly thing. New giant trees? Yeah, so in build 42.2 there is a full-size larger tree of all the types. Unlike the old trees where you can walk through the biggest trees, you're just slowed and lose line of sight. The biggest size tree are solid and you cannot walk through them. So if you just cut through the woods, occasionally you're going to slam into a tree you cannot walk through, and yeah. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. I don't know why. It seems to be only the Gigantify. I need to look into what's going on with that. I suspect it's like I think it's a Twitch alert I've got going on. Isn't this View or Brandon checkpoint? This is the Louisville checkpoint. The good news is they drew all the zombies away from here, which is kind of hoping. The bad news, I think they're going to bring a pain train in behind me. Like I said, my hope is while we're up here, taking a little bit of a risky detour, and see if we can't score ourselves a military backpack. Because that would skip us up like 3 sizes of backpack to the biggest. And even better if we can get webbing and all that, but like, I will take what I can get. Now you do gotta watch, because these barricades are solid. They can get stuck on them pretty easy. Alright, so we're taking a risk it for the biscuit. They're also ban-proof. Most rigid objects in the game, your vehicle will absolutely get ruined on. So I clearly didn't kill this one. Oh, we're gonna lose our mutton, so we're gonna eat that. What is the end game of the game? Whatever you want it to be. There is no formal end game. Basically, it's a sandbox, which means you do what you want with it. There's not, like, a big story to pursue or anything like that. No. You don't need to spread out. No. Stay grouped up. Alright, I'm gonna make bad choices. I'm gonna make real bad choices. Alright. This is greed getting you killed. Because that's where all the zombies got stuck up here. And so now they're trying to spread back out. This is a bad idea, because they're... Witness me. Don't fall for the sucker duffel bag. It's not what we're here for. There's a house alarm in here? What have you done? We need to get as far to the right as possible. With that house alarm on the left, it's going to draw the zombies this way. So we want to go where the zombies are coming from, not where they're going to. It's fine. I've done worse. Bucket. Ham radio. Marine Army radio. Baklava. Balaclava, not baklava. Very different things. Oh yeah, no, this at 16 times pop. Absolutely would not even take a chance in going in here. Officer outfit, don't care. How many days survived? 15 or 16 would be my guess off the top of my head right now. And you probably notice I'm not taking any time to fight at all. There's too many zombies in here. If I start fighting, it's just going to be a downward spiral. So let's ditch these zombies. So I'm going to zig to the left. Turn around the next corner so they lost sight of me around here. I'm going to zig to the right. Cut across this corner. Small protective case. So I'd like to have more time to go. It's a duffel bag again. Come on, don't tease me like this. That's too close behind me to take that kind of a chance. All right, I want to say this one often has the armory, like all the guns and all that. So protective cases and all that. Big ammo crate. Scanner module. Empty canteen, military pants. Hey, I got through that. Well, that's it. We died. Do they not have military stuff up here? Yeah, no, like it hesitated when I went to climb through the window. I wasn't sure what that was about. That's still not the big military backpack. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not sweating it. What's surprising me is normally you find a ton of military backpacks just on the zombies here. Oh, there's no windows there. Well... Ah, they can get you through the window now. That one clearly got me through the window. Okay, that's new information. They didn't used to be able to hit you through the window. You think it only happens on this tents? Gotcha. It's not all windows, just the open windows with no frame. Okay, so there's a military backpack there. I was about to be like, I'm not seeing any military backpacks. Considering how much we got through there. That's fine. We weren't really seeing any new areas in the whole thing, so I was under the expectation that Valley Station was one of them. I need to stop and actually read the news thing, because, like, and all that stuff. Yeah, so that wasn't, like, an amazing run or whatever. I'm not too worried about that. Are they intensified the work, the music as worse things get? Yes! So Product Zomboid does have dynamic music that, like, as you have, like, one person you fight, it'll be just a little combat music, but it will escalate as things get bad. But yeah. So that's new information to me, is I didn't realize you could actually get hit through these windows here. That was the reason why when we got that first bite, I was like, hold up. I was on the other side of the window, I should have been fine. I didn't realize that these windows had that problem. Because other windows, the moment you start the animation to clear it, you'll see all the zombies grab and won't do anything. Okay. So we're gonna quit to the menu because we're dead. And bear with me, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom real fast and figure out what the heck we're gonna do for the rest of the stream and all that stuff. Yeah, also barn windows too, the unframed one, so be careful. That's interesting. I actually would argue that should be considered a bug that you have inconsistent. Like, I actually don't mind if they're going to be able to grab you and hurt you through the window. I can live with that, but it needs to be one or the other. Not like, sometimes it does. All right, bear with me. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I'm going to figure out what we're doing for the rest of the stream, whether we're going to do more Product Zomboid and, like, what we're going to do in Product Zomboid, or if we're going to switch out for something just to wrap up or whatever. We'll figure it out. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. So, I am thinking, do we want to give the top of the world challenge another go? So basically, the things I'm debating between right now is we go to the challenge modes here, and there is top of the world, where you start on the top of a skyscraper in Louisville. I want to say the building is like 27 or so stories tall. As you can see, that was only from, like, the one spot where you fall, like, 10 stories. The last time we did this, I got about 8 floors down before... I don't remember what happened to us that we died. I mean, I obviously got hit and hurt. I just don't remember exactly the way it played out. It is going to be a lot of abusing a lot of things. Because there's, like, no weapons. So, gets ready to see gravity weaponized. Yeah, I think we might do top of the world. Let me go ahead and update the title here real fast. And we are leaving the Pokemon cards turned on. Well, actually, ooh, you know what? I don't know what's going to happen with the Pokemon cards here, because you don't get to change your world settings. So, maybe it'll be on the default setting of 1%. Maybe it won't do anything at all. We're going to find out, I guess. So let's see, fresh start, top of the world, challenge map, 0 to hero, big, business, nah. Gravity is big business. I don't know. This is a terrible title. It's perfect. And done. So yeah, we're going to go top of the world challenge. For those who haven't seen this challenge map, it's a cool challenge map. And for the record, the challenge map is in Louisville. So if we do successfully extricate ourselves from the skyscraper, then we are in Louisville. And we can continue the run however we feel like. So I'm going to go here to my 0 to hero challenge map. Or my 0 to hero character. So puny, unfit, conspicuous, slow metabolism, slow reader, overweight. And we got a whole bunch of these. None of these give me stats, but they do give me stuff like weather will be less impactful, we can see a little bit better in the dark, yada yada. We have 0 strength and 0 fitness. Now, one of the key aspects is I have no idea what the main settings are for this challenge map, but I can only imagine if the power goes off, this is a nightmare. Because if the power goes off, I won't be able to see anything. So we're going to go ahead and pop in here. I don't care what your name is, person. We're going to jump in here, and we are going to go and get ourselves going. Does the custom game preset have it? No, when you go to the custom game, like the sandbox option, it doesn't show top of the world. We could easily figure it out by going into, there's like save file editors and looking at the configuration file and all that. I haven't done that but like once or twice in Project Zomboid history. And that's like the one time where they there was a bug where it kind of switched you on your settings. You never seen anyone live long enough for the power to go out in this challenge? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think you'd be worried about starvation before... Well, I mean, it depends. I have no idea what the settings are. It could be set that the power doesn't go out. I have no idea, because the game doesn't explicitly tell you. Yep, so here we are. We're on the skyscraper. The game has begun, and already all hell is breaking loose. Expect every window on this place to be forfeit. And you might be going, wait a second, you spawned into the world, you have no weapon, you have nothing. How on earth are you supposed to do this? Well, I'm just going to gather a bunch of zombies around real fast, and we're going to go ahead and take a little look. Because I do hear that there's a very, very lovely view off the edge of the building. So zombies, if you would like to just go ahead and look off the edge of the building here. Isn't it such a lovely view? Really just, it gets a surprisingly good look at the city. Low-key, if you're someone who wants to learn to like move around with the zombies and maneuver them, this is probably a good challenge for doing that exact thing. This one and the It's Raining Men. You know what? There is a pretty good percentage of those that are men. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Man, I don't remember the song. And you might be like, oh good, you killed them all. No, unfortunately, they will climb back up the building to do a round 2. And a whole lot of them are going to become crawlers. A obnoxious and dangerously high number of them will become crawlers. Hey, Madame Diablo. Good to see you. If we can get a shout out for Madame Diablo, by the way, another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly recommend. What we're going to do is we definitely have too many people. Ooh, you have an axe. We'll be also playing some Project Zomboid. Good times over there. Definitely someone to check out and all that good stuff. I know I don't have to. That's why it means something. If I had to, it wouldn't be special. I mean, not that a shout out is like, you know, the most ridiculous thing. Oh, did you just do your first playthrough of Project Zomboid? Nice. Enjoy it. You only get to be new one time. I saved the door from destruction. So for anyone who's done the really CDDA challenge, this plays out a lot similar to it. Except for in the really CDDA challenge, you end up using fire because your house is on fire when you start to kill a bunch of the zombies. In this particular case, you use gravity. Oh, we're doing this again. I'm sorry, we don't like... Excellent. Don't like apartment building conflict. Well, don't worry, it's not apartment building. It's a skyscraper. Yeah. Yup. Oh, man. Nah, Drongo, I think you missed it. We had, it was sadly a regular event around the channel for a long time. That just, we switched to doing multiplayer with Ultra, and was just like, oh, I don't like multiplayer content, I'm leaving. And I was like, hey, like, you don't need to announce it. Like, I get it if you don't like the content, you know, you're gonna go. That's just reasonable and fair, but like, you don't need to announce your departures. Because it's a thing that, like, it's a very feel bad thing. And, like, it, you know, it was kind of like gently, it's like, hey, like, that, you know, that's kind of rude. And they're like, well, effing ban me. And then just got, like, super duper personal attacks. It's like, holy crap. Oh, I'm sorry, you want to just tell Ultra Art? That's fair.
Hey!
My apologies. Go ahead and go for it. Just know you're telling off a mod, and,
Hey!
I let my mods get away with quite a bit.
Hey!
Just saying.
Hey! Hey!
Let's see, sometimes someone can flip like that. Nice viewer can turn into a entirely different person. Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Hey!
Yep, no, I've had a few over the years who... That was probably the most, like, overt 0 to 11 flip out we've had on the channel from, like, someone who wasn't, like, you know, first-time chatter, and then just, you know, immediately escalates. Could you, like, pick up the pace, zombies? The big thing is I have to be careful running near the edges. You can lunge off the edge. You let the mods get away with a lot. Yes. That could have been dangerous. We elbowed that one. We are 0 stats. We very easily could have gone right up to the edge and right on over. Ooh, playing some Hotel Architect. Nice. Oh yeah, anyone who's new to Project Zomboid, step 1 of Project Zomboid is being absolutely... That was closer than it needed to be. Everyone's first time playing is just being really bad at it. And that sticks around for a while. Oh, we did trip. Hey, don't do that. I'm actually surprised I didn't get hurt. Okay. We're getting really sad because we're listening to zombies smash on every door and window in this building. And it's just stressing our character out for some reason. Just wait, this gets worse. This gets so much worse. It gets, like, this is, at least you see, like, very formulaic of just, okay, keep maneuvering around the zombies, get them to jump off the roof. The point where this gets really, really, really awful, really awful, is when they start all coming up as crawlers. And so when we hopped into multiplayer, your last skyscraper character was still alive, though, yeah? Was I on my skyscraper character? Probably. I think so. It would have been pretty close to around then that they did ultimately die. I genuinely don't even remember how they died. I know they got a zombie injury. I think they got... Oh, yeah. It was, Was it I went to shove past them? Was it that I went to shove past them and I, like, bodied them instead? And so then I got grabbed, and it wasn't, like, didn't even matter what the injury was, because, I just got, like, overwhelmed. Does the falls... No, environmental damage never counts for the player, whether it's fire, cars, or, whatever. The thing is, I don't want to commit to start stomping on them. Yeah, without mods. Well, I mean, with mods, nothing matters. Like, literally, all the rules are irrelevant with mods. Yep, doing a little shrimping. We'll have to figure out where those light switches are. I remember that was a whole thing last time.
Hey! Hey!
Alright, so we're getting pretty close to needing to window abuse. So, like all good people, we're going to take off our socks. I'm going to grab my socks. Oh, wait, you can't put them in your hands anymore? What? I want to put my sock in my hand. We'll put our sock back on. We're going to take off my shirt. It's fine. Is the door... Yeah. Yeah, the door sound is in-game. Because we are on a 27-story or whatever story building, and we've aggroed a bunch of zombies all over the place, a bunch of them are trapped in their rooms and all that sort of stuff and just banging away at their doors. Over time, they'll start breaking through them, joining the party up here on the roof. I'm surprised we're not seeing more up here. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to need to get myself something I can put in my hands so that I can start removing glass from these windows. Because what will ultimately happen in the long run is I'll start tearing out windows like this corner window. And the reason I'll do that is that way I can kite the zombies around, hop through the window, and that gives me line of sight to start dropping the zombie, like, dropping aggro from the zombies. But I am deliberately not fighting them because we won't have the endurance to keep up. We will eventually go, because you've probably noticed they're not backing off to give me a chance to rest or sleep or anything like that. And that will be kind of the deciding factor of how this run goes, is do I get the opportunity to break away and rest? If I can pull that off, then we'll be fine. If I can't pull that off, then I'll die tired and alone and on a skyscraper with my billions of dollars, because the story behind this one is you were the person staying in the penthouse suite. I'm gonna wear that one instead. Oh, and a fanny pack? I chose the right one to go after. You can have the camera and the swimming goggles and all that. You know what? Give me that too. So I need to take off the shirt. Can you explain the key rings and how they work? Can you combine them? How do you know which key ring opens what? So you can't actually tell what key opens up what. The best you can kind of do... I take that back. I think if you... One second, let me see if I'm correct. No. Oh yeah, so if you watch here, this door, it'll turn orange when I put the key over... my mouse over the key. It will show what door opens. But as far as like glancing at and knowing which house it is, it won't give you that information, unfortunately. What if you aren't next to it? Nope, can't tell. Usually the zombie that'll have a key will have the key for a house or car or whatever really close by. Sometimes they won't. So what we're going to do here is we're going to rip this shirt. And even though I don't care about those, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to equip this in my primary hand. I'm going to remove the broken glass. Isn't there an option to rename the key? I think so. I think you can label them. As far as the key rings go, they're considered a container like a backpack. So I've got my inventory here. So if I went to this zombie, that's got an inventory. I have to either put it down on the ground or secondary hand or something like that. Yeah, so we managed to remove that broken glass. And I'm doing this that way in a pinch I can jump through those windows. Because I'll end up needing that when we start running out of steam, so that I can ditch the zombies to sit down for a minute. Okay, so all the broken windows in the front of the place we got sorted. This is an excellent window to have broken. That gives me a place where I can ditch the zombies twice to get them to path after me through there, and then I can jump out that window to force them to go the whole way around. Hey. You seem to have something there for me. You mind sharing? Whoa, where are you going? I know I accidentally chose to smash the window, but I don't actually want you to smash the window. Okay. I'm surprised we're not seeing any zombies now. Okay, rotten food. Bunch of crap we don't care about. A red stapler. Does it have ammo? 5 shots. A worn trowel, technically a weapon. How many floors down can they hear the gun? A lot. Later. Here we go. That's what I've been waiting for. Okay. Come on. You saw a bag? That's cool. That doesn't help me because, like, singling a zombie out for that is not going to be a thing we worry about. If we get the opportunity, I'll certainly take it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Be a good little zombie. I believe that's it. You can have your gun back, sir. Alright, we do not want to try and step on them when they're packed up on top of each other like that. I'll hit one and the other one will just go for my ankles. Nice fishnets. Definitely a solid 90s. Solid 90s outfit. Mini skirt and fishnets? Solid 90s. Actually, maybe more 80s, but still. She was your +1 to this night. You miss 90s fashion? There was definitely a fun with it. But yeah, more and more of these zombies will end up being crawlers up here. So you saw I went ahead and used the gun to kill the crawlers. That's because stomping on crawlers can be pretty dangerous when they're grouped up. So it's a way to go and do that. And plus, a lot of these zombies do seem to have firearms on this map. I think it's just because they're in this giant building, just one of the, there's like a security guard outfit or whatever that just commonly has guns. What I'm trying to do is draw away the walkers. Then the moment they got split up, so we got ourselves our first backpack. Not a particularly good one, but it is one that exists, which makes it better than what I had before. We're keeping the money. Alright, so somewhere in here we'll be able to get food. I believe it's going to be the upstairs part. And that's where things are going to get spicy. Why do you need money? You don't. That's the meme. Ah, it's got holes in it. Surprisingly... So the last time we did this, I was being overwhelmed by crawlers coming up here. And we are really not seeing very many, which is throwing me off quite a bit. Well, if we need booze for liquid lunch, we do have booze. Oh, here they come. Here they come. That's what I'm used to seeing. So what we want to do here is we are going to need to try and separate them out. So I'm going to go ahead and ditch them there, because fortunately they're slow. Not gonna lie, that's scary. Oh yeah, no, if I go to stomp on that. Are those all the zombies tricked over? It's some of them. A lot of them will have fallen to death, but there are going to be ones that have survived the fall, but, you know, became crippled because of the fall. And that's the ones that became crippled. Okay, we did manage to score ourselves a radio. What do I have in here? Oh, I've got a worn garden tool. Okay, we're going to eat the ice cream sandwich right now. Got the important maple syrup and chocolate. I do have a meat cleaver in here. That's an actual legit weapon right there. Oh yeah, no, our guy's gonna be... Steak is still in the inventory? You are correct. Thank you, Randall Thor. I appreciate that. You only input 2 of the 3 meat. Yeah, no, I see that. Thank you for the heads up. It would have been too long, like, too bad, because it's going to take a while for us to be able to sleep. The challenge is going to be, we're going to have to run around with those zombies that are all crawlers, and one by one, systematically stomp them out. I just have to, like, separate them off by, like, dragging them this way and that way till 1 or 2 of them are broken off on their own. Kill those 2, and circle back. Then occasionally I'll have to corral them again. Yeah, the bull's a huge score. You're not wrong. Sadly, the ground beef, I don't believe we can do anything other than just munch on it directly. Which is fine. The important thing is that I get this all cooked so we can drag out this food as much as possible. Because as you can tell, not like it got a lot of food sources up here. So unlike the last run where, you know, my food is all getting ready to go bad, so we're just wolfing it down aggressively like there was no way to waste it. I need to try and milk this out for what we can. You want to go with the RimWorld option of food? If you're saying cannibalism, not a mechanic. Honestly, if you're dealing with, like, for one, you shouldn't eat that which you are, because it means any potential disease is likely to affect one will probably affect our. So it looks like I can only make the steak into salad. Oh, please let me put the maple syrup on this. No. What do you mean I can't put maple syrup on my steak? It's fine. I'll let them just thaw normally. And we can drop off my ID in there. Yeah, I was gonna say, I would get down with that. I'm not much of a sweet tooth, so I probably wouldn't want to do it too often. But like, okay, so you want to avoid drawing the zombies up to that second floor if possible. Didn't want the nice watch? Oh, I probably should have grabbed it. I just, mentally, because of how long I usually survive in runs, I just assume I have a watch most of the time. So if you could go different directions for me. Okay. Both with camera. I was trying to put on my fanny pack. Do you mind? Okay. That's a weird animation. Please stop doing that. Does it keep spawning zombies? No. We're just on a skyscraper with many floors to deal with. There we go. I see you down there. Got a gun to go with that? Well, that's the end of that gun. Okay. Let's see. Why is everyone crawling? Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got him to jump off the building a bunch of times. Yeah, no, we would need more ammo to make it worthwhile, but that's okay. Come on. Come on. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? That's a good zombie. Okay. Why do all of your shirts have holes in them? Sir, I know that's a nice painting, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You're not on my guest list for my penthouse. Dude. Don't be rude. Okay. Let me catch up. You also can't imagine how exhausting hauling yourself up 27 flights of stairs with just upper body would be. Oh man, like the whole zombie's not viable and all that. Let's see. Good to know. You only have the game. You only just got the game, so you haven't done much. Still trying to work out the controls a bit, but you're putting your cursor in the wrong place when you're fighting them. Yeah, so one of the big things with fighting the zombies, you don't need to put your cursor on the zombie. You want to put it behind the zombie. You're more concerned about like what direction you're facing than any distance, with the exception of when you're using a gun. It'll make a crosshair that you want to actually aim at the zombie at that case. But you'll watch me constantly aim way past it, because you put your cursor too close, your character will like end up doing all these like weird shimmies back and forth. But yeah, so like, if I want to hit a zombie, let's wait till around this corner just as a precaution. Yeah, so this is fine. If I want to hit that zombie once it's in range, we're good. I don't need to put it on. I can put it way over here. And honestly, it's usually better to put it far away anyways. So you see, like, I'm not aiming at the zombie itself. I'm kind of aiming past it. Okay. The shimmies always get you killed? Yeah, no, there's a lot of lessons like that. My big like new player advice, more than anything else, is slow down. You've probably seen about the only times I've dashed or run or anything in this round is strictly when I'm kind of being intercepted and I need to kind of like wiggle between a gap. But you'll notice I'm not running around at any real amount. Especially in this one, I have very little opportunity to recover my stamina. So I just need to be very conservative. Think about because in this game they don't call it stamina, they call it endurance. And that's because it's not like Dark Souls where it comes back really fast when you stop swinging your weapon. It's kind of a slow buildup. Did you just play the jump scare sound? Dude, I'm standing right here. Sadly, it wouldn't let me put the grapes in there that I saw. Hey, you. But yeah, you can walk away from most of your problems in Project Zomboid. Yeah, the way to look at it is this thing here where it says out of breath. That means I'm below 70% of my endurance. That is a 50% damage penalty. That's 50% damage penalty. And it does stack with other penalties. So, oh, I don't like that. Hey, buddy. Thank you. It's the same objective as Project Zomboid always has. Don't die. Yeah, no, the draggers can't climb through windows or climb over ledges and all that. So they can't fall off the ledge because they can't climb up here. Yeah, I played 10 years, oh boy, has it changed? Absolutely. I want to tear that window open as well. Because with that window open, I could also jump through there and sit in that chair. Because what'll happen is you'll notice when I backtrack through here again, there'll probably be zombies waiting for me there, because that's the last place they saw me. Or not. And then being careful to take the glass out of the windows each time, because it's really easy to mean to climb through this window and accidentally go through that window, and with all the broken glass there, I just get cut up real bad. Just the jump scare as it crawls by very slowly. You're trying to click? Yeah, it's, just finish it. You end up right-clicking it, and choosing, like, you're just being careful and all that. You have to have a tool in your hand, though, or something in your hand. It doesn't need to be a tool. But yeah, so that's the reason why you notice that Moodle went away, and I'm still sitting, because that Moodle that said out of breath represents when I'm below 70%. Which does mean I need to actually keep going past that. Otherwise, I'm like right at like 71. I'll hit one more zombie and go right back under again. Oh, there's a friendship bracelet. Hang on, I need my friend. Don't keep me from my friend. Well, that's just a real fancy watch there, isn't it? So one thing I didn't think about that I really should have before I started doing this is I am piling all the corpses right here where I was resting. That will eventually be a major problem for me trying to rest here. Oh, signet ring? I'll wear a signet ring. I'd like that backpack. Okay, so you're moving slowly. Let's deal with you. Do I want to kill you for that backpack, though? It's a good backpack. But I am you're going off the roof. I do want that backpack. That backpack is effectively a water bottle as well as a backpack. Oh, come on, don't be that way. Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't be a terrible idea to get a chair out there. The big problem I'm going to have with getting a chair out there, though, is just the fact that, it's really hard to pick this up. It'll definitely make us fairly overburdened, but that could be okay. Okay. I think that one saw me over there. I pick up the chair. Can I pack it away and not go super duper overburned? Okay, it's more overload than I'd like to be. Move, 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 move. Yeah. To be fair, it's just a challenge map. It's still just to survive is ultimately your objective. Come on, put it down. Thank you. But yeah, no, you're on a skyscraper. It's just Project Zomboid is always survive. All right. Surprisingly, no one showed up. All right. Got a couple of crawlers in there. This one's been way different than the other one. The other one, I had lots of issues with zombies just like coming up here in groups. We got one magnum bullet left. How high is this? I believe it's 27 stories. I could be off by a couple. It does boost your chance of hitting. I believe when it's like full narrowed down, you will hit. Not whether or not you would kill it, but you will definitely hit it. Oh. I always like to have pencil so I can mark my map. Okay, let's go. We'll come back for that one. We got a whole box of ammo for it. Okay, what was the... I don't know whether we'll find the Pokemon cards because the world settings, but we went ahead and put the binder there. Oh, I heard a zombie climb through a window, so we got some walkers here. Hey friends, how's it going? Look at all of you. It's a mod. I'm only running one set of mods, and it's for it's like the Pokemon binder and all that. Because I couldn't change the world settings on this, I have no idea if you got bullets to go with that Magnum? No? Well, I'm gonna take your Hawaiian shirt. Actually, I probably don't have bullets, right? Okay, so we've already used up all our bullets. There you go. That is crazy, you're digging it? Yeah. It's a pretty cool mod. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work on this one. Because what you can do is that when you start your game, you can choose what percentage chance it is that they drop it. And I think 1% is default. Oh wait, I thought you were dead. That's on me. Let's drop them on the ground next to it. How goes the ammo? That was all the ammo from this gun. Do I have another gun already? I know I've got one upstairs with lots of ammo in it. Alright, so you're all bunched. Okay, well, we'll go after her. And thank you, Middle Anger, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here. And I do appreciate that a lot. So thanks so much for that support. Okay. We're just gonna do a little stroll around here in a circle. I mean, I don't know what that guy's deal was, but okay. That was almost bad. Why are there so many crawlers? Because they keep jumping off of the building and hurting themselves pretty badly. This is what I'm used to seeing. It's a bunch of these ones that were probably farther down that we have aggroed by shooting guns a bunch. I think, honestly, this isn't even, like, super pro strat so much as just something you end up doing because there's, like, no weapons up here, hardly. So you just get stuck kind of in this loop of aggro a bunch of zombies, dump them off the roof, clean up a bunch of crawlers, aggro a bunch of zombies, drop them off the roof. You get the idea. Okay. Oh, I have no idea what the zombies per floor is. Hello, hello, hello. I will take that, thank you. Because that's actually a solid gun with a lot of ammo in it. Oh, got a jam. Excuse me, miss. Crawlers only. All right. No. I'm creating them. It's a difference. I'm not the one attacking people. I was minding my own business in my penthouse, in my stacks of cash. And they just came up to harass me. Alright, I think I got one more bullet in this gun. Alright. Now I've got a 1911 upstairs in the bedroom in my nightstand, so we'll go for that here in a minute. Okay, let's go get... Well, that's not what I want. Follow me. Gather round. This is dangerous. I keep getting stuck in my own furniture. Excuse me. Okay, we're officially starting to get sleepy. So what we're going to have to do for the sleepiness is I will have to break away from these zombies long enough for me to get up to that penthouse room and sneak asleep. Where do they keep coming from? There's 27 floors, and I'm shooting a gun. Sometimes indoors and in close spaces. They're coming from below? Yes. Counter argument, I would be setting the building I am standing on fire. That's not a winning strat. Especially since you can fall through the burn spots. Okay. So let's try and ditch them. Get ourselves a little bit of a rest. I also have to sneak into the bathroom and snag some water. As again, the zombies falling from the roof do not count towards kills. The only zombies that count towards kills without mods are zombies that you explicitly point your cursor at. I can't tell if you're reaching me through the window or what's happening there, and it's spooking me out. You're not okay, we're fine. All right. But yeah, no, this is definitely not a run that's about trying to maximize your kill count. It's about just trying to survive it all. I didn't want you to turn down that way. As you can see, you can run past them, but it gets a little dicey at times. Okay. Where do they all come from? It's the zombies that keep jumping off the roof again and again and again. Not all of them die. Because they're not pulling the full 27 stories. The building gets a little bit wider. I think it's like 10 stories down. So they're falling on a ledge down there, and then they'll work their way back up. But you know, badly injured. Come on. Come on. Not enough time. Okay, and we're just gonna go ahead and sneak away from that. And thank you, Madam Diablo, so much for the biddies. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. Oh, there's way more on this side than I thought. It's cool. Be fine. Oh, what do you have in your back, sir? What do you have in your back? All I know is we're sleepy and probably exerted already, so whatever you have in your back, I'm just gonna have to keep wondering. Okay. Let's see, how are you gonna ever be able to sleep while doing all this? Once I gather the crawlers together, I can use those windows I've been breaking out to jump through the window after, you know, get line of sight on them, and then just, you know, jump through another window, line of sight them, do it like two or three times, and that's all it takes. They'll lose track of me, and then I'm free. So they saw me go there. So now I hop here. They don't know I went in there. And then we go up here. And we go right on over here. It may have seen me. Yep, okay. So it did see me. So we're going to do to help this problem in the future, let's close these blinds. I'll just have to do that again. So it's going to take a little work because they're going to have seen me go up there and probably force me to chase them around there a bit. Okay. Now I know I've got a whole bunch of I've got a whole bunch of ammo, but we are sleepy and super duper anxious and panicked and everything. So we will take quite a few penalties if I try to fight them as it is. So what I want to do is get as many of them together as possible and do that again. There's a good chance, no matter how careful about I am with this, there'll probably be a couple more in my bedroom that I will need to like aggro and then drag back out again. Are the top and bottom ledges deeper? Or is it too dangerous because it's narrower? Oh, it's just dangerous because it's narrower. Usually I'm doing that to cut across there, to bait the zombies. Is it possible to remove the railings? With a sledgehammer I could. I don't have a sledgehammer though. Okay, you're clear. Come on, you. You're messing with my plans, so let's get you out of here. A whole bunch of walkers went upstairs there. But yeah, so you see how we're just making so much noise and dragging the zombies over here? It's honestly, getting to sleep is kind of like the first major milestone. That once we can do that, then we're in fresh shape to kill a bunch more zombies the next day. Okay. So no risk of walkers going upstairs? I mean, there's always a risk. I mean, these ones can go upstairs to get me while I'm asleep as well. But if I'm not making noise and I go to sleep there, they have no reason to go there. The risk is actually relatively low. You can get away with some pretty concerning sleeps. Alright, so with all of you coming over this way, follow me. So they saw me go here. They'll probably see me go around this corner. Don't notice me. Yep, and this is what I want to do. Sir, I need you to keep up. I need you to keep up, sir. Come on. I need you to pick up the pace. I don't think that was the same one that followed me. Yeah, so you saw what I tried to do is I ditched all the zombies, and then once I ditched all the zombies, I ran out to my room to basically collect the zombies that, basically collect all the zombies that I had accidentally lost up there when they spotted me through the window. Because the zombies will go to the last place they saw or heard you, and then they'll move around from there. That's the one that was in the room. So the big problem we have is we did ditch tons of zombies on the other side of the roof. Oh my goodness, get over here, man. I hate slow shamblers. Especially a slow shambler that appears to have no memory, which means the moment they lose track of me, they go back to ignoring everything. Come on, all of you. Get back down here, join the party. Yeah, so we're just trying to aggro them all. Group them all up, corral them, and then do the thing where I line of sight them twice back to back, and then make my way for the penthouse. What's the point of the challenge? Looks interesting. It's stay alive. Every single Project Zomboid challenge, staying alive is usually the key aspect. Some of them they'll have extra things to do, like collect stuff. But Top of the World challenge basically means you start at the top of one of the tallest buildings in Louisville, and then it's just stay alive, where you can't just like leave easily because, you know, buildings full of zombies. Also, you're in Louisville, so like getting out is the challenge. Could you not break that window? I mean, actually, I probably want you to break the window, so it's fine. But on principle, could you not just break things? Okay, we're up to very tired. They still got some over there. If I saw him through the window here. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna aggro over here. There's a couple more up here on this end. I want to aggro them. Yep. Bring them down. But like I said, I'm trying to draw them all down here. So we can get them all down here, and I can just ditch them with line of sight and all that a couple of times. That's how we get our sleep. And then the next day we wake up and we just start killing zombies. I'm not attacking them because we're very tired. And that means we could do, like, negligible damage. Yep, I think most, if not all of them, saw me go this way. But yeah, so, like, I got this meat cleaver we found, which is a lucky find. And we have been using guns to, like, thin the herd. But, we need to get our character to sleep. And so rather than take all the penalties for trying to use a gun while we're basically on our wit's end, we're making the most of it as best we can. Let's see if we manage to ditch all of them. Okay, so that should be a clean getaway. We're just gonna chill here, not making any noise. And eventually it'll stop saying it's not safe to sleep here. There's only one that was close enough to maybe try and follow me. And unfortunately, it looks like it may have succeeded. Hey, Yo-Yo! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I hope you, if we can get a shout out for Yo-Yo, I'd appreciate it. We're just trying to get ourselves asleep here. If we're lucky, that area down below will bring him. Playing some Grand Theft Auto 5. Really hope your GTA 5 went well. Doing just regular GTA 5, GTRP. And if you gotta like run and all that, that's totally fine, all that stuff. But good to see you. But welcome in. But yeah, no, tell me a little bit about yourself, all that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and do a thing real fast here. And I'm not going to click on it that way. I've made that mistake before. Which is do this. Okay. But yeah, so how was your stream? What were you up to? All that good stuff. We are hoping that the zombies will bugger off long enough for me to sleep. Doing some crowd control? Nice. Yeah, that can be some absolute chaos. I've seen that before. So the downside is it does appear that one of the zombies saw close enough to me that it is saying it's not safe for me here. Zomboid's going good. We're doing one of the challenge runs, and we are being punished by it. Alright. We're gonna have to change up our plan. Yeah, it's because these ones... Yeah, we had one that heard me enough to get up there next to there. So you not die instantly in this one? Oh, I've done lots of ridiculous stuff in here. Alright, well, I wasn't gonna try to not make noise so we could try and sleep, but you know what? Is our gun jammed? No, I need to reload it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's so I have a lot of practice with dealing with overwhelming numbers of zombies. My normal Project Zomboid stuff I've done historically was 16 times pop and all that good stuff. So pretty much absolute chaos is just what I do in this game. Yeah, so we're not going to bother stomping. We're too sleepy for that to do us any good. The team made us stay up till 9 a.m. Gotta sleep. Gotcha. Well, thank you again for the raid. It's nice to meet you and all that good stuff. And I do hope you have a good one and all that. All right. Gun was jammed. Okay. Yeah, it's taking a very, very big penalty on our shooting. Oh yeah, this is nowhere near the worst we've done. What are you doing, man? Just swiping at air. Yeah, no, we've got clips on the channel. You'll see like how wild it is just me. This is like actually for the most part a completely under control situation for me. I will say, where normally I don't care about the sadness in the game, reloading on maximum sadness does suck quite a bit actually. Oh, one more. Got your name on it, buddy. And a no skill too. Yep. Yeah, and that's like maximum drowsy too. I don't want to be doing it, but we weren't able to ditch enough of them. So I'm generally doing this just to be really, really loud. You know, kill off a couple zombies. But be really, really loud so we can hopefully get all of the crawlers and all that drawn over to this side. I botched that one pretty bad. Got 2 rounds left in here. I have no context to how much more ammo I've got. I guess that's it. You put in 1 bullet, and then you put it away, so I'm guessing that's the last one. There we go. Yep, ammo all gone. Not a moodles. Oh, you've had so much worse than this. Ooh, that one there has a revolver with some bullets in it. Hello, shotgun. Okay. There you go. Those are all spent. Magnum on that body. Ah, they turned towards it. Wrong Magnum. I needed the body that's horizontal, not vertical. Okay, we can go attach shoulder. And pretty soon I'm gonna have to duck in and sneak some water. I've been trying to avoid doing that early. Okay. Alright, I think it's time we make a break. I've been making way too... I've been making tons and tons of noise there. Sir, I did an excellent job sneaking away from your crap. Okay, we gotta wait on the panic. Now, I'm not worried about that. Actually, low-key, I do kind of want to keep it open. Man, I do not want to have to stomp these zombies that ridiculously tired. That was the party last night. See you went to bed after 6 a.m. Certainly something. Come on. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They're far enough away, they shouldn't be keeping me from sleeping. This is a problem because wasn't there a crawler on the other side of the windows in the bathroom? Or in the bedroom? Other side of the windows in the bedroom? I mean, we're in the bedroom. There's no crawler in here. It would have been over here and done stuff to me by now. On the balcony? Oh, it's like 4 of them. Oh, come on. Now everybody's chain stunned until it's over. That's the danger, is they can merge into one. So it was like 3 or 4 of them, so I went to stop thinking it was just the one. So they destroyed my shoes. I missed that part. So we're in trouble here, where I've got the glass lodged. Oh, don't be there. Come on, come on, you. Come. Stop giving me walkers. If we can get a crawler, I could jump through a window and I have time to rip out the glass and, you know, start bandaging myself up. But as long as I got ones like this on me, I don't have the time. Oh, come on. Oh, well, that's a bite. I can't move anyways. I'm being chained. Yep. So that ran. Basically, we died there because I thought it was just the one at the door, and I went to stomp on him. And as you can see, it ended up being that there's two in the same spot, and it just started chain grabbing me. Oh, well, at least we got to see all of the zombies we killed down here. But yeah. Now, it's a fun challenge. It's just, that is the one thing. So once we get past that early game, then we don't have to do as much of that kind of nonsense. Yeah, Play's still saying, well, a lot of them will survive, and they work their way back up. Hey, there's the one with the backpack I wanted. Right there. Either way, that's fine. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, it is a bit past the time I normally should be wrapping up. So we are going to be winding down for the night and all that stuff. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I don't know for sure 100% what we'll be playing tomorrow. I might do more of the Top of the World challenge tomorrow. I might play something else. I might do RimWorld. I haven't quite decided yet. Because for those who missed, we did die in our run a little bit earlier. I went to jump through a window, and I didn't realize the tent windows, they can just grab you through it. So I jumped through the window. Like, I shouldn't have even gotten caught by that, but I got stuck on it. But then I jumped through and got grabbed when I was already clear. But apparently the frameless windows, they can grab you right through the window, and so I got bitten on the first hit, which, you know, it was a back hit. That was probably going to happen. But with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe over there. But the stream is ending abruptly on the YouTube side because I don't have a host ready. But for anyone over here on the Twitch side, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone to raid. There should be plenty of excellent raid targets for us tonight.